Hello, good morning and welcome. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network at this magnificent Santarem cricket ground in Portugal. Day 4 of action about to get started here. Day 3 was a little bit of a one-sided, low-scoring affair, but I think day 4 we're going to see some cracking matches. 5 matches coming up today. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and the action here in Portugal starts right here, right now. Andorra, they are 2-1, but both these two teams are on the same number of points. One of them though will move further up the table this morning. Who will it be? Well, we've got to wait and find out. First though, let's join both the captains out there in the middle with our tournament referee Tarun Peters for the all important coin toss.
Your call, Imran.
Tail.
Tail's a call. It's a tail.
Yes, one point.
They're going to bowl.
Real Imran of the Punjab CC Amadora winning the toss and decided that he's going to have a field first. Doesn't surprise me because this morning there was a little bit of dew around the ground. It's starting to clear and some of the mist as well, so a bit of moisture. So
their very first match came up with the goods, although it was a much improved batting effort from LSG. 94 they scored, led by Ankit Singh, who also chipped in with a wicket in the second innings, but 94 didn't stand up. And Mohammad Omar Farooq, well, he looked very composed, didn't he, on the way to his 46 not out, and he guided his team to victory. In the end, Team Tigers Portugal brought up the win with 19 balls to spare. That took us to match 13, and we got to see the host, Oerash, score 129, led by 45 from Miggy Machado and 35 from Azharan Dani. So a good opening partnership of 81 set up that total of 129. Mandeep again chipped in with 3 wickets. Now, ultimately, fighters weren't able to go at the pace, or they came at the end with a few runs. Baljina Ram, I've got to say, he's a guy I was expecting to see a bit more of with the bat. He came in quite low down, contributed 27, but 20 runs was the margin. Match 14 followed, and Team Tigers Portugal got to have another opportunity. This time they couldn't quite go with Oerash, who made it back-to-back wins, keeping TTP to 65, as if Atur, the captain, top score with 25. And a few twofers in there. Pretty good team bowling effort from Oerash. Then Conrad Greenshields with a cameo of 31 not out. Made sure that they weren't going to miss out on that target. And then last game of the day, fairly one-sided in the end. TTP, again, a bit of a reality check for them, I think, after their win in their first game, going down in their other 2 matches on day 3. Fighters CC holding Team Tigers to 64. And then Virinder Virak and Mandeep Singh made pretty light work of the target. Exactly 5 overs were used to bring that up. And yeah, Abdul Qadir for TTP, he battled hard for 23, but was a bit of a forlorn effort because they just couldn't quite get a competitive score on the board. So yeah, 11 teams here in Portugal for this ECS, and it has been pretty even so far. We've got some pretty heavy hitters coming up this morning, and yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly how things are rolling. I mean, look at the standings. Whereas they lead with 3 wins out of 5 games played, but they have played more games than anyone else. This is what we got first up for you this morning. Match 16, first of 5 matches today. And Marlow, led by Mian Shahid, against Punjab CC Amadora, led by Imran. So, yeah, a couple of heavy hitters there at the top. And both these teams with 2 wins so far. You saw the news from the toss. Punjab, they've won the toss and they will be bowling first. So Marlow will get the first opportunity. Marlow looking fantastic in their alternate blue kits. I've seen them in a few different colours now. And according to this supercomputer, Punjab CC, a 7 runs favourite. There's Ranasawa. It's a very good player. I've seen him playing for Portugal as well. A very good cricketer. And we are ready, steady, and we're going to go here on day 4. It starts with a climbing delivery. And yeah, Rico Full in the introduction, he mentioned that there's a decent amount of bounce in this pitch. It is newly laid. And Sawa getting the most out of it first up. Oh, I don't know if there's an edge on this or not. Judging by the reaction from Rana Sawa, It might have been. You see a lot of renovations have been done. You see in the background there. But they have gone for Mian Shahid. He's not facing at the moment. Amandeep Singh facing up, and yeah, fairly laconic start to this day's play. I want to welcome everyone to the live chat. I haven't quite been able to log in just yet, but I'll be doing it very, very shortly. Yeah, Ranasawa just nags away, doesn't he, with that new ball. And back away and miss from Amandeep. So yeah, Marlow, they're a team that did represent Portugal at the European Cricket League in 2022. Had some promising performances there. He couldn't qualify for ECL this year. We're edging them out, but still a very, very good cricket team, and I'm sure they'll have their sights set on that ECL spot. In fact, both these teams will have aspirations for that, I'm sure. Finally, we get the first run of the day. In fact, it might be more than one. It might be four, and it is. And you can just see how fast, well, how fast this outfit is. Everything's downhill, and, well, the ball doesn't stop. The fielder doesn't stop either. Check out this. Siranjit Singh, well, he needed something to break his momentum. Unfortunately, it was Asan Ahmed that did. And in Australian football, we call that a push in the back. He'd probably get a free kick, but they are the first runs of the day, and you can see it's just a little tap, isn't it? In swinger. And they go with a hit. They get a run and takes this. Well, thought they might. Now they're going to go for two. And now, oh, this could have been an opportunity. In the end, it's going to be a long two. That ends the first over. The score is 6 without loss. So, end of the first over. And just a reminder, you can get in touch with us on social media. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You get Rico at Rico Full. And don't forget to follow at European Cricket for all the best bits. And there have been a lot of them so far. I mean, some very good catches taken here in Portugal, in fact. But yeah, it's not easy to field on this ground. I mean, super hard. The ball just tends to run away and run away and run away. Second over now, Bhavin Singh. Going to start with one that jumps off this surface. Not sure if this grabs a bit of the pad on the way past. No, it's going to be called wides. So Mian Shahid doesn't need to do too much. Gets to the other end, gets 2 more runs for his team. Parveen, pretty handy left armour. Just got to watch that back foot. It's okay, although the line isn't so good. And leg side. So yeah, warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in India. And of course, those of you that are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Always great to have your company. Just trying to sort out my connection issue so I can say hello to you personally. Well, once again, just watch this take off. It's not that short, but it absolutely takes off. He's on the charge and he ends up chest high and climbing. Good bowling. Another one. And I suppose I get you the option here if you're Amandeep. You can get across and try and pull that ball. I suppose the risk is you might wear it with that extra bounce. But yeah, it's pretty hard to cut when you've got that kind of extra bounce, it's easy to make a misjudgment. Also, a lot of these balls going straight over middle stump. One gets hit back past the bowler. So they'll just get one. This one, I think, grabs a bit of the leg. And Mian Shahid once again gets to the other end without getting off the mark. Amandeep. Just, I think, sent out there to do a bit of a job, but hasn't really panned out the way he thought so far. And that bit of dew on the field as well. That ball will be pretty slippery pretty quickly, you'd imagine. This time he backs away and he smacks it all the way over long off. Maximo! What a shot. And you can see that's what he's been looking to do. He hasn't had too many in his own half. This time he does back away and he's good enough to play that expansive off drive. What a shot. And what a way to get our first Maximo of the day. And what a way to bring in Mr. Balle himself, Rico Form. Rico, what a shot that was from Amandeep.
Yeah, that's more like it. A bit of balle first thing in the morning. Good morning to all of our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from. Lovely to have you with us, and it's great to be here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. Looking absolutely glorious. It's another one that's high up in the air, and this time it'll be one bounce, 4 runs, so 6 and 4. And as we say, Vinny, hungry for more.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing about this field, because it is kind of an upside-down bowl, like a dome almost, the ball tends to gain speed on the first bounce because it's hitting a bit of a downslope no matter where you hit it. Anyway, it is the end of the second over. They get a decent piece of it in the end, Marlo. They're 21 without loss after 2.
Yeah, 21 without loss, but Mian Shahid only faced the one ball, hasn't got off the mark so far. This is the way it's looking. Irish sitting pretty at the top, though, have played more matches, 2 more matches than all of the other teams, if you like. But Fighters, Punjab, CC and Medora, and also Marlow, they're right up there, as well as Gurkha, looking to make amends here. But a good opportunity for Punjab CC of Medora if they can get a couple of good wins here. Remember, they go back-to-back today, this morning. So some positive results from them. They'll see themselves right up there because they do have a very good net run rate.
Yeah, they do. Very even table. Ranasawa comes back. Ball over number 3. It's edged and it's gone. There's a big hanging edge, and yeah, unfortunately for Mian Shahid, he'd seen a couple of wides go past. He'd got a leg by for his team, but this time, again, that extra bounce does him. It's kind of a thickish top edge that flies through to the keeper. Have a look at on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. You can see a healthy deflection. And yeah, the keeper does the rest. Osama Zahid, and so the first wicket of the day. 21 for 1.
Wasn't the best of starts for El Capitan. He edges, but that's a clever bit of bowling from Ranasawa because it's a much slower delivery. I mean, you can see from it, he doesn't bang it in. It's short, but it's slow. And you can see that because he knows that Mian Shahid is going to have a go because he wants to get off the mark, it just hangs up there. And it's a good catch. You can see it's definitely slow ball because look how the wicketkeeper's also taken it. He's having to lean forward, but he does well, gets his balance, takes a catch, and, well, unfortunately, the captain for Marlow departs without scoring. But the thing is, he hasn't chewed up too many deliveries as the new batter, Nisam, comes in.
Yeah, so Mysam is a guy that can really turn it on. I mean, he's a guy that did quite well in the ECL when they qualified last year. Very good bowler as well. Well, a good cricket team. Big in swinger from Sawa. Just knocked away, but no run. Anyway, tell us about your night last night, Rico. What did you get up to?
It was actually it was a quiet night. I think it was a long day. Got back and had already made me dinner plans. A bit of dinner in the room. In fact, I I suppose, lazy day. Didn't even go to the gym. It was one of those. So sorry, Alistair. I didn't go. I think everybody. I think just sometimes, it's that middle of the week sort of day that everybody thinks, oh, we'll just have a night in. So yeah, night in. Did a bit of surfing. Obviously, always watched a bit of cricket.
Not real surfing, just the
not real surfing.
figurative.
I mean, you can do some surfing actually. The Atlantic's not that far by, and the good weather for a bit of surf. But anyway, yeah, just an easy one. How about yourself?
Yeah, I went out for a bit of a dinner. Went to one of the favourite restaurants I went to last time. It's called the Black Frog.
Ah.
And so it was quite nice.
Negro Rana, is it?
What's that?
Rana Negro?
Yeah, I had nice, I can't remember the exact Portuguese word for it, but it was like a beef steak. It was pretty good, and had some gambas as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed at the ground for a couple of quiet drinks with our hosts here. They was very, very hospitable.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it? This is the thing, as Rana comes in to sing now. Oh, look at the shape on this delivery. What a beautiful ball this is. And this is why you got to be intelligent as a bowler. You saw how he got Miem Shahid out with a short one. Look at the next two deliveries. And the swing he's getting there is quite incredible. And I think that's why this was a good toss to win. But, you got to bowl in the right areas. And that one just swings all round the bat of Amandeep Singh. Yeah, I mean, going back to this got a real proper family cricket ground feel to it, doesn't it? You play your cricket, and then afterwards you go in the clubhouse and you socialise with each other. Whether it's a little... Oh, well, this is closer than you think. I think he does get there, but that's not bad work at all from Usama Zahid behind the stumps. So wide is called, but it's worth having a look at this. I mean, I think the batter gets the bat down in time, but,
My spider senses are up, though.
Are they? Let's see. And
just in.
Only just. Just watch. There's not a lot in it, And let's just go back slightly here and see. The thing is also, where the batter does well is he manages to keep the bat down. Because if he plants it outside and it goes up in the air and is in the air, he'd be out. It's so close. But good work there from Spring Productions. Helsinki and Martin's on the ball again this morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, folks.
It was close. Clever to take the overthrow, though, off the stumps. This one goes out. Yeah, you can swing it both ways, Ranasawa.
Oh.
Once it gets past the infield, it rarely comes back, and this is no exception.
The fielder doing a step over there. And that's the captain, Rayo Imran. What's this all about?
He probably thinks, I'll get another chance to chase this down if I don't get it the first time. And then he kind of realises he's in a bit of trouble. And Imran, I mean, it looks like the finish of the 100 metres at the Olympics, but it isn't what you were watching. It was a boundary to finish the over. So, yeah, pretty interesting stuff. And at the end of 3, it's 26 for 1.
Yeah, was a bit of a photo finish. 28 for 1, 3 overs gone on the power play. I think it's even Stevens, really. It's I would say an average power play, under 30, so they're keeping them under 10 and over. Also have picked up that one wicket, but of course at the moment it's Amandeep Singh that you want to try and get rid of. Yeah, so going back to here, I mean, the hospitality here at the Santarem cricket ground is fantastic, being well looked after, but there's nothing better, is there, folks, than finishing the game of cricket than having a bit of socialising. That's one thing for me that's starting to disappear from the game, and I'm glad that we've got it here at this beautiful cricket ground.
Oh, this one's called a wide. I couldn't agree more, and talk about it being like a family. We're not just talking biological family, we're talking cricket family here. And I think that you can see how hard everyone's worked on this ground. There's been a lot of hard work that's gone into, a lot of physical labour has gone into making this ground as improved as it is. And bowled. So Parveen is going to knock over Amandeep, who had an interesting time at the crease. Did like to back away and take his chances. This time his number was up. Parveen gets it on target. That's the second wicket of the day. It's 29 for 2.
Well, they do say that in the Punjabi world that number 13 is a lucky number. It is not for Amandeep Singh because of the 13th delivery that he faces. It's Chakde Hutte style, and the battle of the Singhs. It's Parveen Singh, the bowler, that wins that little mini battle. I think that was a good shout also from the captain, Raul Imran, to just go with Parveen to bowl his spell out. I think he's probably thinking, you know what, if I can get another wicket here and either one of these two batters send one of them back, I think we would have the upper hand And straight away, the first ball after the power play, that's exactly what Singh does. Knocks them over. Good wicket to get.
Yeah, really good wicket. And he's a guy that can be dangerous. It's going to be Amir Zaib to come to the crease. So, look, these two have done some very, very good things. Again, Amir Zaib's a guy we've seen playing some good cricket at the Cartermore Oval. He's played some big innings there. And so I think it's not a bad time for these guys to come together. Again, the run rate's acceptable, isn't it? But you feel on this field, it's pretty batter-friendly. There is that extra bounce for the bowlers, but if batters get in, I just think with this outfield, the ball really flies up here. Zaib gets ready to face Parveen. It'll be a little bit of a handful. Still 5 to come in this over.
Yeah, just making a change in this field. He's just pushing and making sure that long off is right bound back on the boundary. Doesn't want him to stray.
Just a little push and run. Again, that's confident running. I'll get the single. This for me, we're doing the ECIW over the weekend. This is one key difference, and which is why I would like to, perhaps experiment with a few things. But you see how you can just push and get off the mark there? The women find that really hard to do with the distance they have to run. So that push is never a single in the women's cricket on the weekend. And it means they can get bogged down a bit. So, yeah, that's just something I observed. Now, a bit of a dodgy two, but, well, I think this is going to be a good shout.
Well, there's no... doesn't seem to be... The umpire's not calling for anything there. He thinks that he's pretty comfortable.
It just seemed kind of laconic the way he's going about this.
It was labouring, wasn't it? Let's just see here. I mean, just power it back onto the...
Must have just got that. Well, yeah, that's what I was concerned, but I think the foot might have just been down. There was a bit of a bat plug. Anyway, this is going to pop up in the air and be dropped. I just couldn't judge it there, could he? That's Ranjit Singh. And so you don't want to drop good players, and I think that has to go down as a chance.
Yeah, definitely. Ranjit Singh has a lot of time to take this, but he gets himself... Well, he almost knocks his legs up. And then, well, you see there, he's trying to take it at an uncomfortable height. He doesn't get himself into a good position. And that just means that Zaib, it's a bit of an opportunity that's given away. Saeed, here, it's a man that you want to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Zaib again, push, run, gets a single.
Yeah, so, I mean, elaborate on that a bit more. So you're saying that they're not able to push.
We had a bit of a long debate about it, and I guess different people. I was speaking to Quinton Norris about it, the Austrian coach. Also, I talked about this to a lot of the women's players when we had our first ECIW. It's just everything in women's cricket is kind of slightly smaller. So the boundaries are smaller, the infield smaller, but the pitch is still the same size.
Right.
The same length, I should say. And it just, as from a game dynamic point of view, I found it quite interesting. And so what that means is that some of the fast bowlers, as we get to the end of the fourth over, it's 35 for 2. I would like to see maybe an experiment where the pitch is also a little bit shorter and make it a bit more inclusive. Now, everyone's first reaction, including mine, when it was suggested to me, was like, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. But I just noticed things like, I'd like for the women to have the same... be put under the same pressure. So by shortening the pitch, there's something in it for the bowlers and the batters. The bowlers, with a shorter pitch, the fast bowlers can rush the batter a little bit more. They can maybe use a bouncer, which you don't see too much. And for the batters, because they don't have to run as far, they can take on more runs. So we rarely see outfielders pushed because there's a risk of a 2 in the women's. I've just seen a bit of it now. I was surprised when I actually talked to the players about it. They were actually quite... They kind of like the challenge, especially some of the better batters. They're like, you know what? I do have too much time to play my shots. I'd like to be put under a bit more pressure, pace-wise. Not that they're not under pressure for other reasons, but we could see in the women's, for example, batters could play a reverse, and it wasn't premeditated. They would see the line of the ball and then have to, and then be able to change. So I just thought that might be an interesting experiment, because the upshot is almost every time they were taking a single to the infield, there was a run-out opportunity. So for that reason, the top order batters, they're not going to take them on because they don't think it's worth risking their wicket all the time.
I see what you're saying. I mean, basically, it's a sort of thing, what you're talking about is sort of thing that I've experience and have had to deal with, and also to apply with junior cricket.
Yeah.
You know, because you're saying the same thing as juniors are developing. If you say you go from the under 8, for example, as you see, a good start here from Umar Mohammed. He's a top player. I just noticed the last time we saw Umar Mohammed, towards the end of the day, he was fizzling out, he was tiring. But here he's fresh, and look, he's getting the ball in the right area, so watch out for him in the bat as well. But yeah, with junior cricket, because again, maybe it's slightly different, but you're talking about the stamina, you're talking about the strength,
the physical
of the
limitations of
this is just
players.
chipped up in the air, they'll get a single. But so what you do in juniors cricket, as you know, so the ball is slightly lighter, the 22 yards becomes shorter, so it starts shorter and then gradually starts to get bigger. So the length of the pitch is what I'm talking about. Just to help out, the 30-yard circle is different, the boundaries are in. The problem there is, and I think this is where it can get a little bit, I suppose, technical, is that there'll be a point when, with the juniors and also with the women's, I suppose, where they'll say, right, okay, we've come out of that development phase now. Now we want to be the same as the men. You know, we don't want to be treated differently. And so whether you turn around and say, right, okay, when the women start playing, that you have different tiers maybe, that when they're new, they're in a different category, so those things you're talking about can be applied. But as they get certain, I don't know, ranking points or whatever, then they go back to everything as it is for the men's.
But this is where I then had a bit of a radical thing, because and Shrug actually made a very good point. Says, well, look, that's fine, but at some point, you know, the top countries, they're going to be playing on the full pitch in women's. As this is just whipped away nicely. This will beat the field, and this will be the end of the over. So the score at the end of 5 is 41 for 2. Now, I think, for the most part, I think Punjab CC Amador will be pretty happy with that 5 overs to start the day. Yeah, so this is where I came at. I said, I actually think across women's cricket it would make it a lot more exciting to replicate the conditions. So I don't accept that it should stay that way for all. If I could change the game, I would. After seeing what I've seen, and I think it would test the women players the same way the men are tested. So I actually think it's unequal that the pitch stays the same length, because I'd love to see the best women's batters getting a few more balls up around their ears and have the same reaction time as the men's batters do. So again, my opinion's kind of changed on it, because in the beginning I had the same reaction everyone does, which is like, oh, we can't do that. But already the boundaries are not the same as men's. Already the infield isn't the same as men's. And it seems actually a little bit nonsensical that the pitch is the same length. But again, not everyone's going to agree. This will be a wicket. So it's going to be a wicket straight out of the gate for Adnan Ali. This was just hit pretty much straight down the throat of Imran, the skipper. So something has to give. And look, Maisim and Amizab, they're two very good strikers of the ball, but they could never really get going during that partnership. And that's the third wicket of 4. It's 41 for 3.
Yeah, they've just kept the squeeze on. I mean, even that last over from Umar Mohammed, he bowled such a good over, just let himself down with the last delivery. That was whipped away for 4 because it was a full toss on the legs. But other than that, they've just been tight. They're keeping the ball up there, and they're putting pressure on the Marlow batters, and they know they really need to get the acceleration going here. We've gone over the halfway point. They haven't really got the 50 on the ball. They're running around about, for me, they're about 10 runs behind where they want to be. So they're trying to get the acceleration in, but it's just not happening at the moment. But maybe this man, the big Asim Sawa, can make the difference that they need. A few big shots, a few boundaries.
Yeah, can crack it. We know that. Yeah, anyway, so it's just an interesting debate, and it comes from a place of wanting to see all players kind of put under the same pressure. You know, I'm not saying there's not pressure in women's cricket, but to me, I'd like to see, for example, middle order batters coming out, be able to turn over the strike, being able to kind of have the same, effectively the same conditions that the men do. That's all. Anyway, now that we are up and going, we'll move on to what we're seeing here. And again, thanks for everyone for your feedback. Not that I can see it at the moment because we're still connecting to the internet here in the box, but Azusawa again comes out in the 5 spot, and it's a good effort from Adnan Ali to take a wicket off his very first ball.
Yeah, Adnan Ali, and liking the line that he's bowling here. Once again, all the bowlers, credit to them, bowled a really good line. getting the ball in the right areas. He's making... The thing is here, they're making the batters play as the sun starts to caress this beautiful ground. A little bit late coming up this morning. See, once again, it's right up there. He's not giving him anything away. He's keeping it sort of outside or on the stumps, nothing down the leg side. Let's see if Adnan Ali can complete the hole over this way and just keep applying that pressure.
Yeah. It's just been, I suppose, a little bit pedestrian, but, I mean, you can only score as well as the bowls let you, I suppose, and I think that the Punjab CC have been pretty good. And right on cue. Huge wide. That's a very good bit of keeping from Zahid. This was really motoring.
Yeah, nicely done.
And
great take.
Yeah, really good bit of work. Here he comes.
Saves the 5, doesn't he? And that's just the bowler having to now adjust the line to the big unit of the left-handed Sawa. He's a big man, isn't he? Look at him. He's like a giant out there.
And he hits it pretty firmly as well. This time it's well blocked down there by Ranasawa. A bit of Sawa on Sawa action.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to, I mean, that conversation we're having there was a very interesting one. Interesting to see what the ladies think about it as well. Because I'm just trying to think top of my head, if there is any sport where the playing fields, if you like, are different because to men's and women's, whether there is anything. And I can't think of any on top of my head. I mean, all the sports I'm thinking of, as this one has been clipped away beautifully. Manos arriba, as that goes into the direction of our hotel partner, Santarem Hotels here in Portugal. What a lovely shot that was. But once again, it's all about the line. You see, I'm saying, Ali, now he goes to the right-hander. Well, that's a good ball to the lefty, not to the righty, but still had to be put away. That's a nice-looking shot there.
Yeah, excellent shot. Whipped away. As you see some of the rural land around here. But yeah, the Maximo came at just the right time. Oh, look, there were a few. There's quite a few, actually. I mean, one that comes to the top of my mind is golf.
Mm-hmm.
So, in golf, the distance is adjusted. Well, this is going to be a no ball +6. It's a 7-up. And Punjab CC after keeping the brakes on for so long, they've just lost the plot a little bit in this over.
Yeah, that's not going to help matters, is it? Yeah, like I said, you've got to keep it tight, and that one comes out completely wrong. It's a gundy ball, but what I like about it is the batter saying, well, it may be a no ball, but I'm still going to whack it away, and that's exactly what Zahid does. Good, clean contact. And it is a 7-up. It's a man new, and of course, he's got the license to go the full Monty again. It's that acceleration that you need, and they've got it here now, and if they can put this one away, the last ball of this over, and they're back at around about the 10 over mark. He misses out on it. Oh, well,
Ooh.
This is a tight call for me. Vinny, tight call. The bowler can't believe it. Yeah, I'm with the bowler here. Adnan Ali is saying, you what? Well, I don't know how this is called a wide.
Well, I think it's in... Look at where the bowler is. I think that's on the bowler because the bowler is right in the way of the umpire. He kind of doesn't get off the pitch quick enough. So, and that's what we often say is that if you don't get off the pitch, you're not going to get the benefit of those. So I'm actually fine with Bucks calling that. And maybe it's a lesson to the bowler, who did have a perfect view. The umpire didn't because the bowler wasn't made of glass. And an alley, but still, it's a pretty decent over in the end. It's 60 for 3 after 6. Yeah, so just finishing that. I mean, there's a little bit of science behind it. If you look at the fastest bowlers in women cricket, you're talking kind of high 120s in kilometres an hour. The fastest bowlers in men's cricket maybe high 150s. So it's about a 20 to 25% difference. So if you were to, say, shorten the pitch 2.4 metres, which would be the equivalent of putting the stumps on the popping creases, so you'd be able to practice it fairly easily. Then the batters are going to have the same reaction time as the batters in men's cricket, if you're going to use that comparison, which I think would be a good test, because they are that good. I mean, they're really, really good. This is not the best fielding. Is it going to be stopped? It is in the end. And, well, it does very well to keep it to 1, although there probably should have been 2 there. Zaid was keen on it. And then also, like I said, you've got the ability to express yourself a bit more with the running between the wickets, which at the moment, I suppose, is a little bit limited compared to the men's game. But anyway, it's just something that it's fairly left field. It's kind of different. And it comes from a place of wanting to see the best women's cricket possible and see the players be able to or need to take their skills to the next level.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a few more bounces. I'd love to see, I just suppose everyone put under a bit more pressure, because by being put under more pressure, that's how you become a better player.
Yeah, for sure.
Up and out of here, Maximo. Pretty good shot, isn't it, from Sawa, who needs to get moving, and he does. Zybe's still there as well, so yeah, Marlowe been a bit, I don't know how to put it. It's been the odd shot in anger, but there's been no real fluency through this inning so far.
You're right. You know, they've only lost 3 wickets, and you would have thought that sort of after the halfway point when they were 41 for 2 that they're swinging wildly and trying to get going. And maybe we're starting to see that here now. This one will just drop short of the fielder, and it gets well backed up by Imran. But yeah, I mean, both these batters we know can play shots, but they've been maybe a little bit too selective. You see one good shot, one boundary shot, and then they go into the cage a little bit until the other batter delivers one. So, I mean, at the moment, maybe just haven't quite woken up this morning. And that's well bowled. The only difference here for me, once again, I think the umpire needs to have a chat with the bowler. He does run right across him, right down the middle. And the two batters just having a chat with each other. Yeah, just watch this, and this is what sometimes with the umpire just got to get involved and say, right, hey, you can't be there. You're running right in front of me. You've got to be running off the pitch. And go short again. This is struck pretty well. Fielder has to deal with it. It does well. Ball bubbling along. And think about 2. A good arm from the man out there in the deep. And that will bring us to the end of the over. So they're bang on 10 and over here. 3 wickets down. And I think with 18 deliveries to go, that really do need to get the acceleration in. This is where we are at the moment. We are, of course, at this Santarem cricket ground. Looks absolutely beautiful now. The sun is out as well. It's going to be another warm day. 2 weeks here before we pack up and get bizzed away to Cyprus. A couple of weeks in Cyprus. Looking forward to that one as well. Some great cricketers in Cyprus. And then we go to Milan. But in between there, also, we've got those ECS T20s. So plenty of cricket to schedule in. Write it in your diary. And there's more to come after that as well. You can see that the dew around the ground starting to disappear. The sun is coming and going. Long shadows at the moment. So you see the sun takes its time to get out there. Even the shorter deliveries to both these batters, I've noticed, the bowlers at the moment. I don't know whether that is deliberate or whether the bowler's just having a few issues getting the ball in the right areas. But I suppose for the main part has been working as Usama Ali comes in to bowl his first over. Slower delivery, but it's a bit of a full toss and it's been banged. It will be 1 bounce 4. And so I suppose trying to do the bluff there after the short ball. He decides that he's just going to roll his fingers around this one, but the batter is up to the task and clubs it hard to the boundary. And straight away there, see, he's having a bit of a talking to. Here's the big Umar Mohammed comes over and has a chat. Somali, what will he bowl this time? When he goes for outside the off, it's a fair chunk of the bat on this. And I don't think the fielder, well, he does very well. He does very well. I don't think he does ever leave the field of play before he kicks his back in. So nicely done. They do play a good bit of football here in Portugal.
Have a look. I mean, it just keeps gaining speed, doesn't it? But actually, does pretty well.
It's a really, I mean,
because it's a genuine pass as well,
yeah,
to the other
it's
fielder.
not often we credit good fielding to foot fielding, but that was, I don't know if there was probably any other way he could have got there. Well, that's good fielding as well. Well, we've seen from one comparison to another, a good bit of foot fielding, and a good bit of hand fielding there. Great pickup.
Yeah, that was the other way to do it. On a field like this, where there's a huge or two, because it's all about reading the last bounce.
Yeah, this is nicely done.
Yeah, see? Reads the last bounce. Gets
but look at the backing up. Yep. I'm liking that as well. Good shot there. Well done.
They're pretty well drilled, Punjab CC. This is up. It's in the air. Imran comes around and he takes the catch. Well, that's a Good catch by an experienced player. And Amir Zaib, he's a guy that can hurt you pretty fast. Didn't have a lot of the strike while he was out there. Was there a long time, but contributes 29. This one's just off the outside half of the bat. It hangs in the air for a while. And Rao Imran does the rest. So an important wicket, I think, because things were just in danger of getting out of hand for Punjab CC. Again, the skipper holds on to the chance.
He's a good catcher of the ball, isn't he? He doesn't tend to drop too many. He has a bit of work to do there. And he's a big man as well, so moving around is not so easy for him, but he gets himself in good position. But if he gets hands to it, he takes it. So nicely done. Not a bad innings there at all from Amir Zahib. 29 off, well, ball number 13 again. So 13 teams definitely seem to be the unlucky number for Marlow as Popat comes out to join Sawa.
Yeah, Josh Popat, who you often see doing the keeping, but the keeping will be done today by Roshan Singh. Pretty good glove man.
Oh,
this is a slow ball gone very, very, very wrong. And let's just say nobody was in danger. In fact, it might have been over the keeper's waist as well.
I don't think we get it on the screen.
Nope.
No, we don't.
That's a clear sign that it's too high. Free hit coming up for Popat.
Wide, probably. It will be, and that's not a bad result because Popat, the new batter, gets to the non-strikers end, and it will be Sawa that has a chance to face the free hit because it remains a free hit after that one's been bowled wide. So all the bowlers lately, bowling a couple of good deliveries and then just putting a few naughty ones in, which the batters are able to make the most of. Just keeping this on touch for around about 100. But, I mean, they'll want to try and push on to about 110, 115, I think. They've got wickets in hand. Just gets a single there. Good change up of pace there from Usama Ali. Gets the slower ball in. Finishes the over pretty well. So 83 of 8. So they are just over the 10 over mark. So going at around a 113 maybe, or 103 sort of score here. But they'll want 113 plus. So can they get that injection, the acceleration that they won in the last 12 balls of the innings?
Kind of, I suppose, threatening to accelerate here. But it does look for me 100, 110. Probably that's the most likely scenario from here. And Adnan Ali comes back to bowl his second over. Here's the ninth. Steps across and hits it beautifully over. Wide long on. Maximo. And this is just full, but not quite full enough, I think, for the batter to jam down on. He made the running there and timed that sweetly.
Yeah, look, he gave himself some room. He says, I want it in the slot here. The bowler obliges, and then is boom, shaka lagya. He clears the rope by a long distance. That's a big hit. And this time, the bowler decides, hang on, you're moving around too much for me. I'm just going to stop and I'll wait what you're doing. I think you know what he's doing. He's moving outside the off, trying to give himself some room. If you're the bowler here, one thing to bowl, Yorker on the leg stick.
Steps down to this one again, sliced away.
He loses it.
Does not see that at all, does he? And the result's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, he loses this. You see, he's coming in, and at one point, the ball right in the side. Look at the shadows here, so you can understand it. At this point, he says, "Patani kidhar gayi hai?" And he just turns his side to it. Could have gone anywhere. Well, 6 and 4. This is the over they were looking for. This is high up in the air, but he's going to get it through the gap. It's 4 more. What an over this is turning out to be. It's the one that they wanted. It's the acceleration they wanted. And now they are on course for that 110 to 120 score.
Yeah, just look at this take off once it bounces again. Just got no chance. It's not a plug at all. Let's have a look at this time. They've made the adjustments. We've got about 1 minute and 50 to bowl 3 balls. So again, there's kind of in-game adjustments on that clock. So you've got to be careful probably not to bowl any wides here. I think they'll probably just sneak in.
Good adjustment made there by Adnan Ali. Decides he'll come around the wicket and changes the angle slightly. So gets one through, gets a dot ball after being attacked in the first 3.
Yeah, this one angles into him. It's a bit of a top edge. They're flying back and drop the catch. There's nobody home at the keeper's end, so they're going to come back for a second, and they'll get there. So throwing the bat at everything at the moment. Sawa gets a double and moves to 29.
Yeah, it's not an easy one, this, for Usama Ali, who's back up there. He goes a long, long way up. The ball always going to be a little bit slippery this time of morning as well. And the batters, good running. They come back for 2. Oh, this has been absolutely hammered. Bolle. Ginna sona ginna bada shaka with this one. Not too many have ended up on the other side of the ground over there. This one does. Oh, what a brutal hit that is.
That was big, wasn't it? He just enjoyed that angle into it. It brings up the 100 as well. Big over in the 9th. It goes magical. 22 come off it. It's 105 for 4 after 9 overs. You can see Ranasawa bowled well early, 1 for 12. Probably the best of the bowlers. Adnan, his first over went for 19. His second went for 22. So he was pretty expensive here in match 16.
That's what we say, Vinny. All happens in the 9th. We needed it to happen. It happens. So they get to the 100, and now this is where they wanted to be. And now it's the case of can they get to? Oh, it's another gunny ball. What's happened to them in the last 18 deliveries? It's another no ball. Oh well, and not only is it the fact there's a no ball, they bowl it to Popat, who once again just says, okay, I'll use it to get to the other end. Sawa goes back on strike, who's been smashing the ball hard, and he now has the license to go the distance.
Yeah, he does. That 100 to 110 is looking a bit light on now. This is not going too far, but Sawa's been a difference maker since he's been out there.
He certainly has. I mean, I said he's a big man when he walked out there. He walked out there with a purpose. He's certainly been doing some clubbing early this morning, hasn't he? Azim Sawa misses out on the free hit, though. A bit of a recovery there from Usman Ali. Ali to the big man, Sawa. Sawa comes down the pitch. Hits it fairly well. Oh, no.
Oh no, I think I made a boo-boo. Please, please, please don't show it again.
Well, we will show it again. What's happening? Well, Spring Productions are getting funky. Elsa, show us it again. Yeah, look, this is what you got to do. You got to use your hands and get it in your hands. You don't.
Yeah, well, there's the hands. I mean, it's a hand attempt. It just didn't go.
Oh,
wow.
no.
That could be it.
Is that his third in total? Because that's 2 in the over.
So, yeah, he did one earlier. I think that's curtains. Because there was that, remember that one earlier? It was super high.
The one that we didn't see on the picture.
Yeah,
he's out of here.
Yeah.
You're right. He's out of here. He's got to go. Oh, well, it's gone completely wrong here from Punjab CC Amdora. They really have been leaking runs, and now, he's taken out of the attack as a result of that. So somebody else is going to have to bowl the last 4 balls of the innings. And it's got to be somebody who hasn't completed this spell. It looks like it's going to be the captain, Imran, who's going to have to finish off this over, courtesy of this delivery. Too high. It's the third. No, well, I think that was the one earlier. Yeah, that was the first. This is the second. And, of course, he's done 3 of those. So he is off. He has been sent to the boundary. And the captain is going to have to finish things off here. 112 for 4. 4 balls still to go. This one is a free hit. Well, it's not the captain, actually. Captain took the ball, passes it on to Ranjit Singh.
Yeah, Ranjit gets it. And he almost gets, well, I was going to say a catch. He also almost gets his head taken off. And that ball's just going to keep accelerating down the hill. Bangs off the sight screen. Cuatro carreras. So, yeah, change of bowler. That was a free hit, don't forget. So, yeah, I don't think this is even worth going for. He runs straight down the pitch and almost wears it, doesn't he? Well, that's a good incentive not to run straight down the pitch.
I tell you what, I think, Buxy doing a little bit of the Michael Jackson, you know, when he does the little bit of standing on his toes. Oh, and well, this one is hurting it. I tell you what, there's a half century on here for Sawa as he smashes this one away as well. I think that's, well, he moves to 49.
He's been brilliant. He's been really, really good. I think a lot of balls have come into his slot, I'd say, kind of angling in. He's very comfortable going straight down the ground or leg side. Now, this is away, and this will be his 50. So well batted. And he came to the crease at an important time, didn't he? But Azim Sawa, he moves to his half century of 21 balls. Well batted.
Yeah, really well batted ball. But then Azim Sawa no both अच्छी बैटिंग की थी आज अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली. And a delightful shot to bring it up as well. And he's played shots to all parts of the ground. As to be said, they have fed him a little bit as well. And now he wants to finish with a Maximo, and he does. Bolle, 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 brrr, kinna sona, shaka, again, just like that. They finish in the 130s, 132 for 4. They timed the assault beautifully, and remember, at the halfway point, they were only on 41, so you can just see how well they have done here. 91, Vinny, coming off the last 5 overs.
Yeah, it was the acceleration they needed, and we talked about the start of the innings being kind of pedestrian, so to speak, although a couple of pedestrians coming together there, causing a few dramas. But, yeah, there was the odd shot in anger, but they struggled to get any kind of rhythm in their batting, didn't they? But yeah, ultimately I think that they did very well to turn that around. Sometimes you need a player that goes large, and they had Azim Sawa do that. Before that, you saw Mian Shahid. He was there for a little while. Didn't have too much of the strike. Sawa, I think, bowled really well. He ended up taking 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. That was a smart heads-up play. That was almost a run-out. Ended up being a snuck overthrow. But yeah, they were having to work really hard for their runs. And I think I mentioned early on that Punjab CC Amadora, they were pretty disciplined in their bowling as well. You can see how fast this outfit is, though. That once guys get in, they're really hard to displace. Amandeep Singh, well, he was there for a while. Might not have been the worst thing when he got out, actually, because he was just struggling to get going, wasn't he? And not through lack of trying. 1 or 2 nice shots. This was a little pop-up, and it was a chance to break this partnership kind of before it started, as Maisab and Zaib tried to just get things going in the right direction for Marlow, who've won plenty of trophies here. In fact, they've won every single ECS in Portugal, every daytime series. But things did change, and they changed pretty dramatically in the second half of this innings. Rico mentioned 41 off the first half, and then 91 off the second half. And that was all to do with Azim Sawa as he blasted his way to 59 off 22 balls. And yeah, he was hard to stop. 5 Maximos, 5 4s in his innings, along with Zaib. Was able to get them up and over that half. Well, I mean, the 3 figures I was going to say. But then, yeah, also there were a few self-inflicted ones for Punjab CC as well. We saw Usama Ali had to be removed from the attack for 3 high deliveries. Yeah, and some of the fielding. I think, look, it's not easy out there, for sure. It's not the easiest ground to field on, especially this hazy time of the morning. But, yeah, they leaked a few. But some were unfieldable. Azim Sawa, he just kept on keeping on. Usama Ali again. Should have been 1, was 4 off his bowling. Yeah, and this is where gravity was turned off momentarily towards the second half of this innings. And so that was the end of Usama Ali. Ranjit came on, almost had his head blown off. And yeah, big few last overs. I mean, the 9th was magical, went 22. The 10th, which was a combined over from Usama Ali and Ranjit Singh, ended up going for 27. So when you consider that there were 49 runs off the last 2 overs, they climb from 43 to 132. We were talking 100 to 110, remember, at the end of 8 overs. In the end, they've got a lot more than that. 132 for 4, the score in the first innings of the day. Having said that, I think the Punjab CC Amadora have got some good batters at their disposal. But they'll need someone to go big, and Ibrahim Runt would be one that I would fancy to perhaps chase down some of these runs. Also, you've got players like Rana Sawa there. You've got Arslan Ahmed as well. And looking at the scorecard, 132 on the board for 4. 59 for Azim Sawa as he struck his innings off just 22 balls. 29 for Amir Zaib, 17 for Amandeep Singh opening up. As far as the bowlers went, Pretty lean stuff. Runasawa took 1 for 12. Best figures of the bowlers. Also wickets for Parveen Singh, left-armer, as well as Anand Ali and Usama Ali. We'll take a break. We'll be back very, very shortly with the second innings. Punjab CC Amadora will need 133 to win. Until then, it's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back. Well, good to know the spring production crew are ready to go. There might be grills up there. I know that hand anywhere. Anyway, I want to welcome you back to the Santarem Cricket Ground in Portugal. And we love you too, Kirils. That must be his little meat hooks up there that he's pushing together. It's nice to have you back in Portugal, Kirils. Nice to have all of our audience back as well, as we're going to watch the second half of the game now. Yeah, for me, I think 132, pretty decent score, maybe slightly overs, but one thing I will say is that when batters get in at this cricket ground, they're good batters, and anything's possible. We're going to get going now. Saib comes in and a little French cut first up. That should run away to the boundary, and it does. So Parveen Singh comes out, swings for the fences, and gets it there. Not the way he intended. Yeah, quick game's a good game. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Should be able to see you now in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks to everyone for your contribution so far. Hello to Lucifer. What's the weather like where you are today? Right here, it's currently around about 15 degrees or so, but pretty pleasant in the sunshine, heading for a maximum of 23, as we've just gone to 9:30 local time. It's going to take some stopping. It's actually a pretty good effort from the keeper, but it's the dreaded minimo, and that's 9 off the first ball. Well, if you're chasing 133, then you'll gladly accept these. It's a decent effort. Roshan Singh's a very good keeper. Again, he's having to get there, and then he's going to have to deal with a second bounce. He quite easily cop that ball in the face as well, which wouldn't be too pleasant. And so, 9 on the board. Just the one legal delivery. Struggling to control it at the moment, Amir Saib. Gets another opportunity. Oh, it's not a lot better, although Rishan does well to knock this one down partially. So that'll be 2 more to the total. Here's a man that rarely struggles with his control. Rico Full coming back into the commentary box. And I think, with that target as big as it is, I think Punjab have enjoyed this start. 11 off 1.
It's a cracking start. Let's see if you're a Punjab CC Almadora player or supporter. But not so good, is it, from the Marlow bowler? Seems to be something in the air of late where bowlers just can't get the line right. Too many wides, too many extras. How many extras were there, by the way, in that innings, in that last one? Because, well, I know there was definitely about 4 or 5 no balls. Yeah, we had 4 no balls and 11 wides in there, plus 2 leg byes. But so 17 extras, less than 2 leg byes, 15 what I would call avoidables. 11 off 1. I wasn't talking about overs either. I was talking about balls. And 11 and over would be a decent start. I think they want about 40 in the power play. I think you can really attack here. We talked about the fact that this field being pretty hard, even when there's a little bit moist on top like it is at the moment. Balls really run away to the rope quickly. Now it's on the leg and it's flicked away dismissively by Imran. That's going to be 4. What a good start for him. Again, Zaib has not been able to get the ball outside the off stump to either batter, really. This is turning into a bit of a problem early for Marlow. Yeah, well, look at that one. Put away. And you can see that one or two of the Marlow players thinking, well, the last thing that we want to do is give them a magical over to start off with. Good job, CC Almadora was saying, yeah, bring it on. And remember, you've got 2 good batters out there as well. Rail Imran has already made a half century in this series. Now goes up and over, but he might have found the fielder. He has. So it's a big wicket early. Amandeep Singh takes the catch. Rail Imran goes 4 and out. And Zaib, after a wayward first over, gets a result. That is a big result, isn't it, for Marlow? Because Imran's a guy that can win your cricket matches. Right now, he has to take a seat as the first wicket falls. The score 15 for 1. Yeah, important catch from Amandeep Singh, wasn't it? And it was in the slot, you have to say, it was there for taking it. You can see he knows what he's done wrong. He just hasn't moved his feet. He hasn't got the weight going into the shot. Hasn't got the elevation. And as a result of that, he offers a chance to 1 or 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. No mistakes from Amandeep. And that will be the end of the captain. That's going to be disappointment because if Raul Imran gets going, you know that you've got every chance of knocking off these runs. He'll go for 4, just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, the 4 he played was a good one. And still, very good player to come in at 3. Got Ranasawa. Yes, they Punjab CC. All right. Class act. I think I like the way they go about their cricket. Looks like Rushan might. Is he coming up here? No, he's just setting the field. He's going to go back to his spot. So another good battle. 2 national representatives. Zai versus Ranasawa. First one's pushed back.
Well, this is a bit of fake fielding. I think it's just a bit of child play. Look at this. He gets there and he hasn't got the ball, but he's still throwing
Goes through with the emotion. That's why I think if you want to be really technical, that's probably fake fielding. I don't think it's a good rule. I've said it before. I think it's over-regulating what's common sense. There's already unfair play rules in place. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the first over. Well, considering there were 11 off the first ball, it's not too bad. It's 15 off the first over. 15 for 1. 43 matches since the golden ball. We did have a golden ball here last year, and it was notable for a couple of reasons. It was Indian Royals versus Brothers 11 Portugal, I believe, and that was also the match that there was a viral clip of Mohammad Shaikat, who was playing for Indian Royals, getting hit in an uncomfortable place. And that was the one where Corey laughed for a good 2 minutes. It was also a golden ball match that morning. Anyway, Azim Sawa batted well. Now gets a chance with the ball. Now here's over number 2. Leg side, Rushan's a good keeper. Makes the block. He's eyeing off a leg side stumping there potentially as well. So I like this. Yeah, Azim's a guy. Yeah, he's not gonna beat you for pace too often, but he's just gonna put it in the right spot, make you make the pace. And so far, he's hasn't been hurt. Again, power play is important, isn't it, Rico? They want to be getting up to the kind of high 30s, 40s probably. And yeah, Sawa is a difficult guy to get after.
Yeah, he's just tucking up Praveen here. I mean, the first one was down the leg side, but you can see he's getting this ball to sort of drift into that area between bat and pad. And I think Praveen has got to act a little bit quicker, probably get down and be looking to sweep. You see there where the ball is. Going back is not going to be the best option for him. He's got to go, got to get a big stride in and be getting that sweep shot in. 2 batters just coming together, and I think Sawa just having a little chat with Praveen.
Yeah, just gets you in no man's land there, doesn't he? Azim Sawa. Praveen is only runs with the French Cup for 4 first ball. Takes it on, and I think he wins. This is up, and out of here. Maximo! Well, that's good batting, isn't it? It's in that middle zone. Had the courage to go after it. And he nails it. 6 runs.
Yeah, better, isn't it? A lot better. And maybe whatever it is that Sawa said to work, because he's just still, it's all about just getting himself into a position. Not too much foot movement, but it was there in the slot. And he hits it well. He gets right underneath it. Now he gets a gundy one down the leg side. It's very much like the first ball that was bowled by Sawa. So, wide called.
Yeah, Sawa's just lost the line a couple of times. Rushan again makes good position down the leg side. Now the next one, again, it's a bit leggy, isn't it? This is going to be a decent stop. Wow. That was almost like on the video games when you see the smoke flying when you break suddenly. What a good bit of fielding, though, to stop the boundary.
Yeah, nicely done. I'm liking the little body warmer that he's got on out there as well. I think he's very handsomely dressed. There you go. Look, stops it. And watch the feet go here. But, yeah, plenty of action, plenty of smoke. Yeah, I like that. Little body warmer. I didn't think it was that nippy out there. I think
Marlow have got all the colours of the rainbow. I think I've seen them playing pretty much every colour now. This is hit hard, but flat. It's just over the fielder. It's going to be 4. Oh, he tried to turn off gravity there, didn't he, to get up and over. But Ranasawa, powerful batter. Had it just down to the grasp of the fielder. He moves to 8.
Yeah, Amandeep, he's a great fielder, but he's not Superman. He does get off the ground pretty well. Can't do any more than that. So, though they've lost that 1 wicket, and it's the wicket of their captain, we know how dangerous he can be. At the moment, they'd be pretty happy with where they are.
And they will be. 28 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, I mean, super close. And remember, only 4 teams get the chance to play in the semi-finals. So it's a format where you have to play very, very well in the group stages to even have a shot at the trophy. How many matches would you need to win? It's hard to say with 4. But I feel like with every team playing 10 matches, you're going to have to win at least, I feel probably at least 6 matches, maybe more. 6 matches out of your 10. Anyway, will be Amandeep to bowl over number 3. Again, a lot of bowlers been on the legs. This one's going to be flicked away dismissively by Parveen for a boundary. Cuatro carreras. Again, the line hasn't quite been right so far. Drifts in, but still it's a very good shot, good timing as he strokes it away for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. And this is what you got to do. It's all about every time the opportunity is there, put it away, stay up with the rate, try and apply the pressure on them. I mean, if they can get into the 40s here, 40 or 45, well, watch out for a few that are going to go in cow corner. The cows are ready.
Just chilling out, those cows. Coolest cows in town. Oh, well bowled. That's a much better ball. How's that gone over the stumps? Really took off, went over the stumps.
Yeah, just watch this. It's very cleverly bowled.
You wouldn't have thought that couldn't have possibly gone over when it bounced, but it did. That one deep. And there's that one knocked back at him. No run. I think it's a good matchup. Off spinner versus the left-hander, Parveen. Again, doesn't get Parveen coming forward. He puts on that middle length. This could be a close one, Rico.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, listen, did we see Amandeep at the ECL? We did, didn't we?
Yeah, some time ago, last year.
Didn't we see him this year? Did he not play for what? Did he play for Warriors this year? I don't. Why does he look so familiar as he bowls this again? This has been beautifully cut. It's a quicker ball. It gives a little bit of width, and he's onto this like a flash. And Praveen Singh plays a lovely stroke, 4 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. And just hits down at the critical moment. So, yeah, no, not this year. We saw him play last year. I'm not sure if he was in that squad.
It just looks familiar. I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing with somebody else. Looks like I've seen him play recently. But anyway, he just goes a little bit too wide that time to Praveen. And now, well, that's nicely played. Just drifting onto his pads, and Praveen is quite happy just to glide this away off his pads.
We have seen him also representing Portugal before, Amandeep. Anyway, so we do get to the end of the 3rd over, and pretty much right on the money in the power play. It's 37 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, they are where they want to be. That rate around 13. So the key thing is it hasn't gone high. They've kept it where it is, and they will know, as we've seen this all the way through this series, Vinny. There's always a couple of magical overs in there somewhere. Get a couple of those in, and they're home and dry.
Yeah, that's true. I want to say hello to Helix, who's joined us. He's enjoying Cow Corner. Yeah, literally Cow Corner. Although, don't know how many are awake at the moment. Azim Sawa comes back in. This one's knocked back out, no run.
Yeah, see the batters. I mean, obviously you've got the keeper, Wisham Singh, who's standing right up. So they're staying back in their crease. So they're not prepared to come out and hit straight at the moment. I wonder how long that will last.
Rushan's a good keeper, isn't he? It's been called a wide.
Yeah, I was very impressed with his keeping the first couple of days, Vinny, before you got here. He just excited me. He moves around well. His footwork is so good. And just watch him there. He's ready to pounce. Look at the movement. Beautifully done.
He was ready if there was any chance of his stumping. This one sneaks through. Yeah, and you know what I like about him as well? He does have this little movement where he comes a bit forward to take the ball. So he compensates by starting a little bit further back. Saw that one down the leg side. This one pretty much gets the batter trapped on the crease again. Now goes for it. Large. Parveen, he's just broken out what he's had to in this inning so far. Goes maximal. And in the battle of the left-handers, Parveen wins that round.
Yeah, he's been selective, isn't he? I mean, we saw the balls there, the first few. He hasn't gone after them because they're not in the slot. This one is a little bit shorter. There's that big swing. He makes contact. Boom. Goes all the way. Shaka-lugya. Nice hit. Moves on to 26. And, this one is that shorter one. This is one that he can cut. He decides not to. He tries to go over in the same area again. He has got 3 men on the boundary on the leg side, so he probably is better off trying to play this out on the off. He's got more opportunities of getting the boundary.
Goes for it again, and this time he's found the fielder. What a good catch that is. That's Amir Zaib, very experienced customer. So Parveen swings for the fences, but that time he picks out the long on, and Azim gets the right of reply, and he gets the wicket. It's 44 for 2.
Yeah, and what a big wicket it is as well. It is Parveen Singh. Well, he was being selective, but this one, well, though he does, it's that he's shot again. He gets a full swing of the bat onto it, but doesn't get enough onto it. A nice catch taken there by Zahib, and good news for him. Madan Oroz was out there as well, as you saw, lurking in the background. Snap, snap, snap. Photo taken. That's another one that will be on the social media. And but a good wicket to get. And just when Punjab CC Amadora were just getting the acceleration in, they get the wicket. And that seems to be the story so far. Picking up wickets at the key stages. Liking that shot there. Seeing some of the action in the background. You get to see some of the players' areas. And also a bit of the SCG clubhouse there. And what a beautiful, beautiful club this is. It's growing and developing all the time. It's got a lovely feel to it. And certainly enjoying the cricket that's being played out there in the middle as well.
So it's a bit of an Australian feel with the SCG here, of course. We were at the Master Cricket Ground as well.
Yes.
It started here in Malta. So we've been at the MCG, been at the SCG as well. Just need to call it a Ground Lords or the Gabba or something now. Maybe if the wife is called Adelaide or something, we have the Adelaide Oval. How about this?
Look at this. Look at the man. I want you to have a look at the guy at slip. Watch this. I mean, you've got to slip in place. Watch. Watch the reactions. I love it. I love it. What? Look at well, is that fake fielding?
I don't think it's fake fielding if your reaction is real. Anyway, does take us to the end of the over. 44 for 2. After 4. This is going to be interesting. Of course, that red line is a required rate. They were ahead of it. They've just dipped in the last couple of overs. And so, yeah, a couple of wickets throwing things as well. But, yeah, should be a really interesting contest. Just look at the acceleration, though. It's hard to move the line that much in the second half. But yeah. I think 49 off the last 2 overs. Crazy stuff. Now, Asad Mahmood's going to bowl the next over.
Yeah, Mahmood now. And what I'm liking here from Marlow, I think, is that probably more so than all the other teams, they've got the slow bowl variations, plenty of them. And I was saying yesterday that I think that could be key. But this one is hammered down the ground, fielder getting under it. And, oh, that's fantastic save. This is a fantastic save. Well, if this match goes down to 4 or 5 runs, well, you go back to have a look at this. He's already taken a superb catch, hasn't he, Amir Zahib? And how about this? This is about saving a 6.
And look at his feet.
Sensational. Watch this.
He starts inside,
terrific.
And just bats it back. Doesn't even bother trying to catch. He says, look, I'm trying to make some solid contact, just keeping the field of play. He brought that back from the beyond. He's robbed him of 6. Now, next one, along the ground, finds a gap. It's going to be 4. Well, that's threading the needle. This time it was Amandeep Singh over there. And again, this ball just takes off once it hits the ground and it just speeds away. And neither outfielder could do anything about that.
Yeah, once he starts motoring on that deck, it just gets quicker and faster. And both the fielders there, desperate effort from Singh to try and stop it. Just watch it go. Look at the acceleration.
Sometimes it can bother you that there's another fielder there because you're a bit worried about a collision, maybe not knowing if it's yours or not. Next one goes leg side again. This one time it is at the fielder side. Myson does the rest.
Well, Adnan Ali, he's not there to hang around, isn't he? He's got out there and he is swinging and swinging hard.
Well bowled. Sneaks across the right-hander.
Yeah, good delivery. Good areas. That's that one that you dart in. Just getting it inside the wide guideline. And this time he goes just a little... Oh, well, I think this has to be called. Yeah. The umpire looks to call it and decides not to.
He's a good umpire.
Why?
He's a good umpire.
Why doesn't he call this?
I think this bounces pretty much on the line.
Well, we go back to the live action here. This one gets played away to the man at third. He does pretty well, and Roshan, just I think he loses his feet here as he's trying to get the ball to the stumps, but there was a tight one to take.
It will take us to the end of the fifth over. The score is 51-2, so just dipping a little bit more.
So where are we here now then? So that rate, I mean, they kept with it within the power play, and now it's starting to creep upwards, and that's probably why you're seeing this attempted assault from both the batters. Adnan Ali and Ranasawa really are trying to throw the bat at everything, because once that rate gets up to around about the 18, it's going to hurt. Hello to Helix, Mansoor Man and Mayur Patel. A lot of good activity on the chat. Good morning to everybody. Nice to have you all with us and enjoying the sunshine and the cricket here in Portugal. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal. I know a lot of people have been in touch with us here and saying you guys are so lucky. You got glorious sunshine there. Temperatures at the moment around 20 degrees. We'll be going up to about 24 today. And you're sitting in the snow. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes, folks. What can I say? And not only, of course, are we in the sunshine, we are at this magnificent SCT ground. We're being well looked after. The hospitality is great. Life at the moment couldn't be better.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just a beautiful time of the year, especially in this part of the world. In some deep.
Oh, this is a great shot. Really is. Every time Ahmed is going for this quicker ball, because it's the length, because it's slightly short, it's being whipped away. We've seen it be cut away, and this time, look, down the leg side, quick hands from the batter, and he gets that away beautifully. Lovely shot. I like the idea of the quicker ball from Ahmed Singh. The thing is, though, he's got to master it. He's got to get it fuller. He's got to get it Yorker length. So good shot there from Adnan Ali.
Need a couple more of those to get this back under control. This is well located from Amandeep. They don't get anything off that. So what's that rate creeping out? It's been a good comeback, hasn't it, from Marlowe?
Sticking with the spin. Spin is working for them at the moment.
Now tries to slice under it, and he's going to be dropped. Well, he had a fair bit of that. And I actually think Jayesh Poppet has it a long time until he hits the ground. You quite ordinarily would see Jayesh with the gloves. Maybe could have used them that time. Like I said, I think he grabs it, but I think when he hits the ground, it pops out.
Yeah, I think he has this. It goes up in the air long enough. And you see here, it just doesn't get it right. Once again, it's all about the balance. He's falling over, so he's trying to take it.
This is hit pretty hard. And watch this motor towards the fielder, but he does very well down there. Amrizai to keep it to 1. Important stop.
Yeah, now he just makes that stop, and now just on camera, he's just getting a little bit of treatment, a bit of freeze spray. Remember, he was the man who made the brilliant stop. Probably can't go back to that there. He just had some treatment there. Just go back live to the action. And that was after that great stop. Well, this one, nobody is stopping. It's going all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Eso es una grande. Que guay, que genial. Que golpe dulce. Más dulce de tarta de pastilla ahí in Portugal.
Yeah, that was absolutely banged, wasn't it? Very, very powerful strike. It also takes us to the end of 6 overs. It's 64-2, so just hanging in there at the moment. But they're going to have to need, well, they'll need a big finish, won't they? Looking at the scorecard, 10 wides in the innings, so I mean, a lot of those were up front. But look, if you look at the comparative scores, I mean, they were the Marlowe side was 60 off their 6 overs, and then they really turned it on at the end. It probably doesn't matter that much now, but I mean, you'll have to have the same kind of a finish that Marlowe did. And that was a pretty significant finish. Hassan Mahmood going to come to bowl over 7. There's Zaib just favouring that wrist at the moment. Hatak goes straight to that fielder. And so, yeah, he's tough as old boots. Don't worry about that. I'm Zaib.
Yeah, you're talking about the way it ended. Remember I said it was 91 of the last 5, but of the last 3 overs, it was 62 runs.
Yeah. And 49 off the last 2. So this is up, and it's out of here. They'll need plenty more of this. And at the moment, Ali's a difference maker, isn't he? He goes bang, Maximal. Adnan Ali. Well, no, that's he had a reasonable time with the ball in the first innings. Right now, he's trying to hit his team back into contention. Mahmood with a comeback. Again, similar kind of length this time towards the fielder and taken. So Amandeep Singh takes the catch, and that's a threat neutralised because Adnan Ali was threatening to take the game away from Marlow, but he goes 6 and out, and that's the 3rd wicket down now for Punjab CC. Amadora, it is 71 for 3.
Yeah, Mahmood picks up another wicket courtesy of the fielding of Amandeep Singh. And once again, I think this is where it works in Marlow's favour. Once they get the run from the ball, which they have done, 1-3-2, which is a very competitive score, then you got the spin, and that's what they've gone to here. And the spinners, the likes of Amandeep, the likes of Azim Sawa, and then Mahmood here as well. They're just, all right, they are going for the odd 1 or 2 boundaries and over, but the thing is, with the rate and the way it is, 17, you can afford that. But the miscues are being taken. So
yeah.
It's as long as you got those catches in the right place and you're picking up those wickets, it's a tactic that works.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, holding the catch is important, though. We saw Josh Popat put one down last over, but this time Amandeep made no mistake. Imran Mohammed, the new batter. He's in the mood to go straight away. Just out of the grasp of the fielder. They'll get one, and that's all they'll get.
Yeah, Popat was the man again. Now, look, keep an eye out on this guy. I mean, Umar Mohammed, I'm still surprised he comes in so low. He was the man who helped them to get from 20 for 4 at 5 overs to 121, scoring 60 of 20 balls, and they went on to win that match. So he's somebody that can go brutal.
Yeah, he can. Sawa needs to get motoring, though, doesn't he? He's been there for a while, hasn't really been able to do too much. As you see, he's only been able to gather those 10 off 11. Just the 1-4 so far. Now Umar, he's in a hurry, isn't he? This is put down. It's a difficult one. Said Meissen comes down and to his left. He's looking to the sun. He's pointing at the sun. He's got sunglasses on. He's on the ground. Long story short, Mohammed has a life, albeit a tough one for Said Meissen. Did well to get there. Couldn't get off his feet until the very last moment. End of 7 overs. The score is 74 for 3. Coming up next, we've got Punjab CC Amadora taking on Gamblers, and the news from the toss. Gamblers winning the toss, selecting the bowl. Gamblers have got 3 matches today. Punjab CC Amadora, I don't think they'll mind batting first. They've got a pretty powerful top order.
Yeah, they won't mind, but one thing that we're hoping is that in that match that their captain, Imran, can make a valuable contribution as well. Because what you can see, I mean, you've seen it here. I mean, these guys can bat. They can hit the ball pretty well. And on their day, any one of them can go and score big runs. But they do need something. They need that valuable contribution up front from their captain. Can make the big difference. So, my Sam now is going to be coming to the bowl. So change now. We go back to a bit of pace.
And he's a good death bowler, Said Meissen. Between him and Adnan Gondal, and we used to just close out these last 4 overs. As it is, he starts with a wide, tries to sneak it in, but just misses.
Yeah, umpire Buck Stoneman signals the wide. He's out there with Naeem Akhtar. These two, as well as Paolo Butzamatsi, have been absolutely fantastic. Well led, of course, by Tyrone Peters, the tournament ref.
Meissen, experienced campaigner, and keeps in that offside channel. But this is a beautiful shot, just opens the face on this Umar Mohammed. You mentioned he can make a difference. Well, they need to make the run, and quick, don't they? With that rate climbing towards 19 or 20 and over. And this will help. Boundaries the only way out of here.
Yeah, pure power, isn't he? He's a bit of a machine. His hombre is making it. And when he hits it, it stays hit. The thing is, though, can he be selective? Can he play the right shots to the right ball? That's what he's got to try and do here, Umar Mohammed.
Meissen, yeah, that length right. Tries to go the Yorker slow ball this time. He's got all the tricks. That's why he does bowl at the end of the innings. Said Meissen can probably bowl any time, but I think they really like his death bowling skills. Yeah,
Sawa's the man who's got to get going here now, Rana Sawa. He's been there a while. He's seen the ball, and now it's time to say, right, okay, it's do or be done with. I mean, there are other batters out there that can also come out and hit the ball pretty well. Let's see, I mean, one man, of course, is Muzammal Abbas. He was also pretty good in that, the way they recovered. He went on and he scored healthy runs as well. So, once again, they've got, I mentioned this the other day, they've got guys that really could be injected up the order if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And we've talked enough about Umar Mohammed, who's out there now. But Abbas, when he was instrumental as well, he scored 28 of 12 in that comeback. So they've got batters. So if you're not clicking, get out of the way.
It's well bowled. I mean, dot balls are worth everything now, with about 3 a ball required. So they've gone past that point of no return. And you see he gets some good outswing in his stock delivery. One swung too much the ball before that. That time it stayed inside. That little bit of shape took it away from Ranasawa, who just has never gotten going in this innings.
Yeah, Mohammed just had a chat with him there about probably saying, hey, stop swinging wild, look to play this outside the off.
Yeah, he steps across to try and counter that, but this time it's an off-speed delivery, so clever stuff from Syed Maisa. Yeah, and look, you mentioned the finish. I mean, 49 off the last 2 overs, and it looks like Punjab CC will need to do something similar with 52 required of 2.2 overs here. Marlow just need to hold their nerve. Yeah, Maisa, the way he's bowling, he doesn't look like he's going to get hit for a bunch. Once again, bit of extra pace and outswing. So you see he goes fast, slow, fast, last 3 balls, and that's just keeping the batter off kilter. And Ranasawa, he looks bemused, saying, well, I'm trying, just not hitting many.
Yeah, he's thinking this is what happens against good bowlers. If you don't use your feet, you're not, and you don't get to the pitch of the ball, you're not going to get back onto it. And you can see Umar Mohammed giving him as many tips as he can, but it's not going to make no difference, really.
He's been grounded here, runner. This one's straighter, and they'll get 1, so that might not be the worst result for Marlow, the way things are going, because he'll be facing up, and they'll have to be even better in the last 2, because there's still 51 required. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 82 for 3.
Yeah, they take this single here. I just think, all right, I know you don't want to be turning ones down, but I just think that if you see the sort of issues that Ranasawa is having, well, I would have done 1 or 2 things. A, I wouldn't have taken the single. B, I really do think, Vinny, I hate saying this, but I would say, okay, Sawa, you've tried. There's no lack of trying. So I'm not being cruel, no lack of trying, but when you have a look at that chart there, you've got to come off and maybe get Abbas out there.
Yeah, so I mean, only 1 run difference between the teams. That's why the Worms have come together. Yeah. But yes, it has to be a pretty special Worm to be able to turn that quickly. And now we're going to see Mohammed Rizwan bowling over number 9, wearing number 9. I want to say hello to Maya Patel. Nice to see you in the chat as well. If you want to say hello to us, feel free. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Also a big hello to our viewers from the subcontinent on FanCode. Here we go with over 9. Gundy ball. Well, if you need 51 off the last 2, this is a pretty good start, because it's going to be the minimo. Rushan couldn't get down to it. And look, we saw things come apart in the first innings towards the end. It's hard to see it happening, but, well, that gets them 5 closer.
Yeah, I mean, that's you can see that keeper, Rushan Singh, he's pretty disappointed he wasn't able to stop that. He punches the ground, but really it's not his fault. It was in the good delivery, so that's 5. That certainly does help you.
And first ball of the over as well, so Rizwan not exactly going to be chock full of confidence after that. Rana will say, yeah, well, I caused that by just standing here.
Oh, I thought for a moment he twisted his ankle there pretty badly, but whatever it was, it just didn't feel too happy about it.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, no, it's nothing like that. I just didn't feel quite right about his footing. This probably would have been a wide. Instead, I think it'll be 4, so they'll take it. I mean, it's 4s or better. That's the only way to get it round. Boundaries and extras. That's the only way you're going to get this required rate down. And like I said, I think this one would have been a wide, but he could reach it. He's a big man. Yeah. He gets into the gap.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't go down there, he opts to chase it. You've got to get down Asad Mahmood and try and stop it, get the slide in. He doesn't. So it goes to the boundary. 4 runs. That's 9 off just 1 ball.
Yeah. Need plenty more of that. I want to say hello to the robot as well. He's saying 948th comment. Yes, hello, robot. Hopefully you're well today. I want to say hello to Helix as well. All right, see, look at Roshan. Well, that's perfect. Have a look at the keeper here. This is very baseball, because Roshan actually points at a spot. Look at him.
Yeah.
He actually points at a spot and say, hey, I want it right here. And that's exactly where he puts it.
Yeah, that's great. Great from the keeper.
Now it's a bit straighter. I don't think Roshan pointed here. And now the umpire's pointing 2 hands in the air. Maximal Sawa. And there's a little bit of too little too late about this, but still, if the boundaries keep coming, maybe they can have that huge last over to get them close to this target.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen strange things happen as this one gets pumped to the boundary. So that's Well, that's 15 off the over. 3 balls still to go.
You need 12 per 3 balls. I'm breaking it into half overs now. So see what they get off these 3. Oh, is that a hit? It sums it up really for Anasawa. Only get the 1 there. So yeah, I mean, if you say 9 off 3, or if you say 12 off 3 at the end of the innings, you're like, okay, you know, it's possible. They have to string 3 of those together. That's the way I'm looking at this. Because yeah, if you look at 4 a ball, like 36 off 9, it seems a bit impossible, but it's just 3 good little chunks. This will help. That'll be a wide.
Yeah, but I mean, if you dissect things further than that, you go back to that first innings, you have to look at those extras.
Oh, yeah.
The extras, the wides, the no balls in particularly. Because don't forget, it's not only did the no ball get smashed to the boundary, the free hit also did.
Well, this is skewed up in the air, and Zaib hasn't been dropping catches today, and he's not going to start now. Well, whether he's got 2 good hands or not, I'm not sure, but they can still catch. So Mohammed tries to get him close, and instead he just skews it up in the air. His innings comes to an end. It's 99 for 4.
Yeah, Rizwan picks up a wicket. Good catch there from Zaib. So remember, he's had to have a bit of treatment on his fingers after he made an incredible save. We'll see that in the highlights. So you see there, Umar Mohammed going for the big shot. He has to really. He knows what the score is. Skies it up in the air. No mistakes from Zahib. Amir Zahib takes a very good catch. He's had a very good day, isn't he? He's batted well.
Yeah.
He's fielded really well as well. A good catch taken. And really, you see Simranjit Singh coming out there now with a little bit of a lost cause. But is it a lost cause? What I would be saying if I'm the captain, Imran, I'm saying to all of my guys, hey, we may not win this, but get close because net run rate is going to be super duper important.
Yeah, it will be. And Amir Zaib, he's a player I'm pretty sure, I call him the Rock, pretty sure that he will feature in the ECIs at the end of this series as well. Amir Zaib, of course, we'll finish with a 3-team series. Diana watches on. Last ball of the 9th. Big swing, big miss. And that takes us to the end of 9. It's all the 9s. 99 for 4.
Yeah, 99 for 4. 17 come off the over. And a couple of missed opportunities in there as well. So where are we at? Well, we're at a point where it becomes a little bit one of those that, yeah, is it possible? Yes, it is. Is it impossible? No, it isn't. But we're going to have to see something special. That's for sure. Going to have to see something special. And it's going to be Sarwar. Sarwar's been a little bit hit and miss. He's at 11 or 15. Let's see how this one finishes underneath the glorious sunshine here in Portugal.
Going to be a supersonic finish. Yeah, this first one, straight and just worked off the pads. But again, seems like a lot of these have ended up at fielders for Sawa. He moves to 23.
Yeah, he moved to 23. The 100 comes up here. And let's see if Simranjit Singh can make contact. Once again, no Abbas. So I've said this a few times. I've been a little bit puzzled as to the batting order from Punjab CC Amadora. And Abbas is somebody who's already more than proved himself as a good hitter of the ball. This one is hit pretty well, and it will go all the way, coming our way. And it's going to be 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. This is one that comes into our house. We shake hands with it.
Yep.
We say, hello, how do you do? Nice to see you. And we just throw it back.
And the emergency position there, protecting the equipment, which is, of course, the first rule of the cube. It's one that both of us have had our moments where we haven't been able to do that. Anyway, nice shot. And now it's just hit pretty well as well. It's going to go even further. It's a giant 6. Maximal. Well, again, it's a case of what might have been because everyone's come out and he's absolutely pounded that. It might be the shot of the day.
What a great shot that is. And when you think back, I mean, just a couple of balls ago with the way he played his first ball and swung and missed, you didn't think so. But, well, it's 12 or 3 deliveries. 112 on the board. They need 21 of 3. Well, okay, 21 of 3. Bowls a no ball or something here, and he gets pegged. We have a 7 up. The game on. Singh, though, he's just got to play every ball the same way. Look for the big hit.
He just golfed last 2 overs of each team at the moment. It was, I think, 79 off 3.3 before that. So, yeah, the finishes have been good. It's just a little bit of the in-betweens that have been the problem. And they're going to fall just short in this chase.
Yeah, a few clouds just come from nowhere. Low sort of semi-dark clouds, which hopefully they'll blow away. No,
Had one or two really good rainstorms here. I know you haven't experienced that yet. Right, last year we did.
it's that time of year, isn't it, where it could happen. Oh, this is clipped away beautifully by Sawa. Where was this early on in his innings? There were too many swings and misses, too many dot balls from him. If he was fluent right from the beginning, you can see that. That's 21 balls for 27, so he's been a bit below the pace of where they needed to be. If he could have got going a bit earlier, could have been.
And he's hit a lot of those outfielders. That time it was in the gap and it raced away. So, yeah, not too much in between these two teams. That's now 250 runs in the game. So, yeah, we thought it was pretty batting friendly. Yeah, for me, that 120 or so is probably par, I think. Last ball of match 16. And it is smashed away by Sawa. Finds his mojo, but too late. Maximal will finish 123. So 132 to 123. It is a win for Marlow. And we know that they're a team that have had a lot of success in European Cricket Series cricket, and it's a competitive game. I thought it'd be a close one. I suppose it was in the end with single digits.
Yeah.
Just splitting these teams. But, yeah, despite the efforts of the Punjab CC Amadora batters, they weren't quite able to get over the line.
Yeah, and one thing that the positives you've got to take from this is that, A, they got close, so it's not going to hurt the net run rate too much. Remember, they've got a very good net run rate. Secondly, they are playing again. They got the next match up against Gamblers, and that little knot, that good finish, I mean, that knot there from Sawa, and also Simranjit coming out there hitting big sixes, that'll serve them well going into the next fixture, and they'll be hoping that they can take the form from this into the next one. But where they do need to improve is their extras. The way that they bowl, the first 5 overs was good, the second 5 wasn't. They've got to learn from that pretty well.
Yeah, I think for two such good teams, I'm surprised that there were so many extras in the game. I think that Marlow conceded 17 in the first half. Punjab CC in the Marlow innings conceded 17. There were 18 wides in the second half as well. So you wouldn't expect that between two such good teams. I mean, there are a few that went to the boundary and so on and so forth. But I think, yeah, you just got to hand it to Marlow. They held their nerve when they had to. And, yeah, I think their bowling probably just a little bit more testing at some key times. There were times that got away. And look, in that second innings, every single over had at least a boundary.
Yeah.
But sometimes it was just the one. And that made it hard to convert those into double-digit overs, which they needed more of. I've got to say that Zyme, I think he got very well. This was a brilliant stop. I mean, when you see how deep that game got in the end, those 5 runs were pretty important, weren't they?
Yeah, those 5 runs, and we saw earlier the fielder on the boundary making a diving stop and stopping the ball to go over the boundary. And, you know, those runs that you needed, those 9 runs, that they were, because there was a 5 saved and there was a 4 saved. So that's how important fielding is becoming in this format of the game. Amandeep Singh, no issues from him. Not only did he catch well, I think he bowled well. I think the spin that was deployed from him and Mahmood was really critical in this match. And because the batters, though they did get some away, they also picked up a number of wickets between them as well. And you'll see that when we have a look at the card a bit later. But you have to say that this match sort of had it all. We had good hitting, we saw good bowling, we saw very good fielding as well. And it was an exciting one. Yesterday was a bit of a low-scoring one-sided affair. From what we've seen here today could be very different.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we'll see more of these teams today. So all important. I mean, the 10 games actually sneaks up on you a little bit because typically we play 2 or 3 games in a day. So yeah, a couple of days of cricket, suddenly you're halfway through your preliminary matches, despite there being 11 match days in the group stage in this tournament. But yeah, Myson came on. I think he shut the gate pretty well in his first over. And the second one got away from him a little bit, but he had the runs to play with, didn't he? Yeah, Myson only went for 8 in over number 8. Even though he goes magical in the last 24 coming off it, but by then they had to be supersonic and magical wasn't going to cut it. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day, starting in about 15 minutes. Punjab CC, they will return. They will be batting first as well in match 17 against Gamblers. So get to see some players that, of course, impress us a lot, like Kuldeep Golia. I think he has been brilliant, so talented. I love his keeping as well. Ditesh Kumar Balkrishna as well leading the side, and Ranjit Narayan.
Yeah.
And watch out for him as well. Likely to open the batting Ranasawa leads the scorers with 33, but just took a long time to get going, didn't he? Was able to get somewhere at the end, but by then it was too late. 26 for Parveen Singh, had a pretty good game. Adanali with a quick fire, 22, and Simranjit Singh with 13 at the end, but they couldn't quite go at the pace required. 18 wides assist Punjab CC in their innings of 123. And just single wicket takers again, so no one takes more than one wicket in the game. Amir Zaib just 1 over for 15. But for me, Asad Mahmood, I think the left armour, he was pretty effective. Probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 17 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break now, back in about 10 or 12 minutes, take you into the second game of the day. And we'll see if Punjab CC can get some points on the board. But gamblers, well, they'll be rolling the dice, no doubt, with 3 matches today. Important matches in shaping this table. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the start of match number 17. Punjab CC of Amadora, well, they're going to have a busy morning because they're up again and they're up against the Gamblers. This is going to be an exciting one. Let's join the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Your call, Gamblers.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head.
Yeah. Somebody will flip first.
You're going to have a ball.
Rolling.
Captain of Gamblers, Jit Kumar, winning the toss and saying he's going to have a bowl first. I'm a little bit surprised because, as you can see, the sun is now out, and I think it's a lovely morning to have a bat. But he's obviously got a plan in his mind, and he's probably seen that from that the last match that maybe is a good opportunity for him to put the pressure on Punjab CC of Amadora. Punjab CC of Amadora, look, that last match, there were a lot of positives in there for them, but one thing that they will want to do better on is finish the innings well. I mean, they did have the opposition in a tight spot. They were locking the door, they were keeping it nice and tight, and then towards the end, just too many extras, too many no balls, which allowed their opponents to go on and put a big score on the board. And Marlow, well, they really did feast on that. So they've got to be a little bit better, the discipline's got to be better, and they've got to stop giving away those extras, especially those no balls. What can I tell you about Gamblers? Well, Gamblers come into this contest with a 1-1. They had a really unbelievable victory against Friendship CC. Remember that match? Friendship CC put 108 on the board, and then the Gamblers got them without losing a wicket, thanks to a fantastic knock from a player that we need to look out for today as well, and that is Kuldeep Gulaya. It really did bat well that day, scored 80 not out. He's a superb player. He's very good behind the stumps as well. I think somebody like Amandeep Kohar is going to be key for them, but watch out for the bowling of Narayan as well. Nanjit Narayan, he's a very, very good player as well. I think this one also has all the makings of being a very close, tight and exciting contest. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, well, he likes a little bit of spice. This one could be nice and spicy, right up your street. The news from the coin toss once again is that Gamblers will be fielding first.
Yes, Rico Full, you're right. I do like it spicy. I like my food spicy. I like my cricket spicy as well. And welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG, right here in Portugal for the second match of the day, match number 17 between Punjab CC, Amadora and Gamblers CC. First match of the day has been run and won by Marlow, who beat Punjab CC by 9 runs, 132 to 123. Late change as well due to an injury to Arslan Ahmed for Punjab CC Amadora. He's been replaced in the playing 11 by Shafqat Ali. You see the change reflected there. So basically what it means is Punjab CC without any points today, and they would love to get going. Gamblers, though, they have 3 matches today, and they'll want to put on a good performance. They're 6-run underdogs according to the supercomputer, but yeah, I think it could be another close game. I think the Gamblers SC, we know that they were brilliant, weren't they, in the night series last year at Ranada Corvo. But I just think you look at Punjab CC Amadora averaging 138 with the bat versus 127 with the bat for Gamblers CC. Obviously the bat versus Wall thinks it might not be that high scoring, so I'm not sure what the rationale is there, but when you tie 6 supercomputers together, that's what you get. And I've got to say, always been a big fan of the Gamblers playing kit. Very, very bright yellow. Got a little bit of the Gozo about it. Some of our fans that would remember the Gozo side from Malta and their bright yellow. But you know, I think that ultimately both teams will be keen to get on the board here on day 4. Ranjit Narayan out there. You can see him, number 7 for Gamblers. And I just think it's a fairly even matchup. Looking at the fixtures today, Gamblers play in the 2nd, 4th and 5th matches today. Punjab CC Amadora, this is their 2nd and final match of the day. So yeah, they're going to have to get some points here, otherwise walk away empty-handed. So pretty tough draw for them as well on day 4. Got to say, fair bit of quality amongst both these teams. You see Shahdur Rahman prowling the boundary at the moment. Rico will be joining me shortly. He's doing some important work at the moment. I also want to take this opportunity to say a very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to all of our viewers you might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So why don't you drop us a message and keep me company? Second of 5 matches coming up. It's going to be Nitin Kamboj to bowl. And just waiting for the clock to tick over. It has. So let's get going. And it starts with a dot. Openers for Punjab CC. Parveen Singh, left-hander on strike with Rao Imran. And I'm sure they'll be keen for some runs because we're really able to challenge that target. So they're batting back-to-back innings here. Punjab CC. Parveen made 26 and Rao Imran made 4. And anyway, might be an early wicket. It's put down. Well, Parveen really should have gone without scoring. Ankush Kumar came around and couldn't make the stop. Well, big moment in this game, really. Yeah, just hung up there for a long time, but yeah, couldn't pull it in. Yeah, taking chances is going to be important. Kamboj, he won't be too happy about that at all. Hello to Liam Day, who's watching from New Zealand. Always great to see you. Big supporter of European cricket. There's this one outside the off stump, and big flash at it from Rao Imran. He's a powerful striker of the cricket ball. We know that. We've seen it many times before. I just think they'll be stung by that defeat. Punjab CC, a high quality outfit. Kamboj then round the wicket. And he gets hoiked away. Well, what a shot that is. It's going to go all the way. Maximal. Well, this is the thing for Kamboj. He's not electing to use his natural gifts of left-handedness to go across the right-hander. Instead, he kind of just rocks in and bowls it into the body of Imran and it disappears. So, Rao Imran, what a very good start that is for him. Then worked away, but straight at the fielder. Rao Imran is guys super experienced on the network. This is his 45th match now. Top score of 77 against the Coimbra Knights. Scores his runs quickly. Career strike rate around the 180 mark. Big swing and a miss. So, yeah, Kamboj, he's a pretty talented bowler, and he goes for 7 in the over despite going for the Maximo. And it is 7 for no loss after 1. And just a reminder, you can follow us on social media. Again, thanks to everyone for all the messages I'm getting all the time. A lot of people are enjoying the European Cricket Network. We are growing our audience, going to exciting new places as well. And I've got a lot of great feedback about the ECL Champions League of European Cricket recently. That's Enrico in his Dr. Full coat. Second over to begin. It's Sripal Mata to bowl it. Another left arm around. And this is abracadabra, disappearing. Maximal Parveen. Again, he likes it, doesn't he? Kind of, it's an angle which I think is designed to get across him, but it's just too straight, isn't it? And so it was a large hit. Mata just got to get his line right. Big swing and a miss. And look, he runs right in front of the umpire there. Wonder if he'll get a word about that. This is something I think needs to be cracked down on. Look at where he goes after he bowls the ball. He goes right down the middle of the pitch. So that for me would be a first warning. And I'm not sure if he got warned or not. Swing and a miss again. Don't really know how the umpire's meant to see that. Probably get a word now. This is going to work away the leg side, just a single. Mata. He's a pretty handy guy to have. I still think, though, not making enough of these left armers, maybe trying to push it across the right hand is maybe a bit of an edge. Very fine slip in place. As this one cramps in for room. Now they can go the long way. Well, if you grab this, there's probably a chance for a run out. Now we've got overthrows. Well, I was wondering how it's going to be 4 overthrows. Well, because it's going to be 4 leg buys. Check this out in the replay. I mean, there's a guy specifically in this position, not for that, and it'll just be 4 runs. And because the bowler gets a touch, it takes away from several backup fielders. So 4 overthrows, 4 leg buys. And I suppose that guy saves a boundary, then gives away a boundary, but there was also a definite chance to run out Parveen Singh there. So you'll see it all here on the European Cricket Network. A load of Kroom as well. Hopefully you will. Liam's asking, do we know who's competing in the Milan ECS? I think it's a little bit early to know that at the moment. We're just sorting out how to score that last one. But yeah, it's got to be 4 leg buys, I'm sure. And if there was a little edge, you'd be enjoying it. Because you get 4 runs for nothing, essentially. There's Cow Corner. Bit of a sleepy old morning, I think, in Cow Corner so far. So I saw a few horses on the way to the ground this morning. Good to go now, this one. Bites back. That's a slightly better follow through from Mata as well. So takes us to the end of the over. It's 18 without loss. You can see that seamed in. Yeah, it's not perfect, but at least he didn't go in front of the umpire that time. There are 11 teams, but only 4 can make the semi-final, so the competition's going to be fierce. It's a very even looking table at the moment, isn't it? They were at top, but they have played a couple more games than some below them. And Punjab CC Amadora potentially can go to the top of the table with a win here. Gamblers 1-1 on their first day of action. Now it's up, it's in the air, it's a miss hit, should be gone, and it is. So Shahida Rahman does the rest. Cambodge comes back. They finally broken this opening partnership. Parveen will be upset. He liked this matchup, but yeah, in the end, he's going to have to go. And so Cambodge comes up with the goods and look, goes over the wicket to the left-hander, and that works out just fine for him. And Shahida Rahman does the rest. So yeah, disappointment for Parveen. Can't put together a big innings this morning. And he is the first man to go. It's 18 for 1. So yeah, they're doing pretty well so far, Gamblers. Maybe a couple of extra hours sleep compared to the Punjab CC guys. Hitting Cambodge. Very handy cricketer. Can throw the willow as well when he bats. Run a with a new batter. And see, they like it. It's been an interesting replay, but with that angle, it's going to be pretty tough to get an LBW. Check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. Right of the crease. It's not a bad shout. It's a decent one, but I think you're always going to have the issue with that angle. Umpires are going to have an element of doubt there. Next one. Swings away significantly, and it won't be a run. Up and in the air, and it's going to be a boundary. It's edged away. Sawa gets off the mark. Well, he batted for a while before, didn't he? But had a few problems getting moving. And so the result is going to be 4 runs. And Cambosh looks nonplussed about it. This one worked away and they won't get a run here. So, in Cambosh, done pretty well to keep it quiet. And despite getting hit a couple of times, it's a very reasonable economy rate that he's produced. Worked away to the offside. You won't get a run here either. Pitched up, leg side. Should just be a single, so pretty quiet on the prairie in the power play for PWCC. It is 24 for 1 after 3. Looking at the scorecard, you can see no one's really gotten motoring yet. You have 2 6s and a 4. Considering it's power play, it's not a bad result at all. I want to welcome everyone again to the broadcast. Hopefully you will. And yeah, I certainly think it'll be a pretty interesting day today with some of the teams we've got. This kind of jostling for position. Fourth over. Going to get cracking. And Jai Prakash. We saw him playing last year for Indian Royals in the ECS. He played in that Golden Ball game that we were talking about a little bit earlier today. Starts by being knocked away, but no run. This one's worked away and it's going to be 4. It is so fast, this ground, isn't it? And yeah, the result is a boundary. Prakash just a little bit short, seamed in a bit, and just came into the wheelhouse, didn't it? Ranasawa did the rest. He's very strong in that area. You don't want to drop too short to him at all. It's a slightly better length, but Sawa, he helps himself, doesn't he? Goes large, maximal. Yeah, so often when you hit a short ball away, it's a slightly bad ball. You expect the ball to pitch up, and that's what Sawa was sweating on. He absolutely smacked it out of here. So, Prakash in the crosshairs right now. Out of the power play, but still, no matter outfield is going to stop that. And this is bashed down the ground, and that's going to be 4 as well. So, Ranasawa getting going the way that we know that he can. And he's really being brutal on the bowling of Jai Prakash at the moment. What a destructive over so far from Rana. This is hit pretty powerfully as well. Take some stopping. Shahidul Rahman does. He's able to keep it to 1. I think Prakash is pretty happy to see Sawa at the other end. Last ball over for Jai. Plucks into the thigh pad, and this will take us to the end of 4. And the score is 40 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me back in the commentary box is Rico Full. And Rico, yeah, kind of an even start, I suppose. Punjab CC a little bit behind in the game, but that strong hitting in the 4th from Ranasawa gets them back on track for that 100 plus.
Yeah, I mean, it does. And, of course, we know already that they have got strong hitters, and they're a team like a few in this European Cricket Series here in Portugal that can really get the acceleration on when they need to. So I don't think they'll be too concerned at the moment. Only have lost that 1 wicket as well. So they're not going to be too concerned. But, of course, the thing is they don't want to leave it too late. You know, that Sawa, he batted very well, didn't he, in the last one? I know he took him a while to get going, but I think I'm liking this. Now he is going. Just leave him out there and let's see where he can get to. So, Rahman coming into the attack. To Rahman, and this has been smashed high. I mean, that's going to be a 7-up. Yes, it is. So that's how you get 7 in cricket, folks. It's a no ball. It's too high. But look, this is quite an amazing hit on the captain, Real Imran. And if you need him to get into form, well, this is one way to do it. He's not shying away from it. He knows it's going to be a free hit. He throws his bat at it, and this one flies over the point area for 6. So he just doubles his score. He's 1 shot. Free hit coming up now. And just holds the pace back from it. They think about the single. And in the end, Imran decides not to go. So Rahman has got to get it right here. Where Imran said in the last match that they really need him to get going at the top of the order. Look at where he comes here. Well, he's walking nowhere and now has to walk back. It's almost like he's trying to jump the queue at the supermarket checkout. And then he gets sent back saying, hey, you shouldn't be here. Get back in line. Get back. And he does. But Boba Rahman, it doesn't get put off by it. Now he goes outside the off again, and this has been clobbered. What a hit this is. Bully, bully, bully. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Oh, it's a cracking shot. And this is the sort of form that he was in when he scored that 54 for just 20 deliveries against the Indian Royals the other day. We know he's dangerous. We know he's a class act. He plays that shot with so much time. Well, he misses out on this one though, but he will get the wide. Welcome to everybody on the chat that's enjoying the cricket. And, we're having a few technical issues. Sometimes you're not able to always stay in touch with you. Apologies for that, but we are trying to sort them out as we speak. And this one's been hit pretty hard. Well, the fielder is going to be disappointed there, is Amata, because I think he gets a kind bounce. There's the hands on the stream again. Yeah, got to use your hands. He does, and I think he actually, I was about to say he gets lucky, because this one bounces up kindly for him to take, but, well, he misses it, and he goes through those hands. 4 valuable runs. And the 50 has come up in this over as well. Rahman in danger of going magical. Clips away, fielder attacks it well. There, any bit of moisture that was out there earlier has certainly disappeared here now. And what also has disappeared is our connection. So once again, apologies for the few issues that we are having. We're doing our best to try and sort them out, but bear with us as Rahman comes back, and this one, oh, he gets this one through. So he finishes the over with a dot. Doesn't quite go magical, but 19 come off it. And just as I was saying, they have the batters to get the acceleration in when they need to. You can see that's what the captain, Rio Imran, is trying to do here. And of course, you know that Sawa is more than capable as well. Rana Sawa made 33 of 22 in the last. So he's in good form. And I think the captain and both the batters just having a chat there now. And I think El Capitan is saying, okay, we want to keep going here. We still got so many good hard-hitting batters to come in. Adnan Ali, Umar Mohammed, and a man that hasn't been used too much also, Muzmal Abbas. Don't forget Simranjit Singh. He came out and hit 2 huge maximos in the last match, which got them to just 9 runs behind Marlow. This one will be a wide, yeah. There's Narayan comes in. This is the man that I mentioned in my intros. I think he can be very useful. Ranjit Narayan. In the air, just doesn't carry. Fielder. I suppose does well, Jai Prakash, because though he doesn't take the catch, I don't think it was on actually, but what he does, he stops the ball getting past him, because as we know, with this outfield, once it goes past you, well, you might as well kiss it goodbye, because it ain't coming back. Well bowled, and he'll take the single. So Imran, it's not just focusing on the boundaries, he knows when it's not on, just pushes this out and says, yeah, okay, let's go. Hands the strike back to Sawa, who's been starved off the strike a little bit now. See if he can, no, he gets the strike back, if he can make it count. Well, hits it firmly. Fielder, wow, he dives on top of it. That's one way to do it. Nishant Verma says, it's not getting past me. You're not passing. You haven't paid the toll. You're not getting past. And he literally throws himself on top of this ball. Just watch this. He does really well, because it does actually change direction. That's well done. Well fielded. This one gets floated up in the air. Opportunity for a catch. And that's really been well held. Well, he's almost like doing a basketball, what do you call it, a dunk? Because watch how he catches this. He sort of catches this with his hands going down. Well, am I seeing it wrong? Look at this. That's one way to grab it. That's a really good catch. It's a very unusual method. But it will see the end of the captain. So he'll have to depart. And, probably a little bit disappointed that he hasn't gone on to a bigger score. But once again, you know what the plan is. The plan is to try and get the acceleration going. So Rio Imran, a healthy contribution, but he'll be the second wicket to fall. And it is that man, Ranjit, that gets the wicket. So well bowled from Narayan. So Rio Imran, 24 of 16. And well done to Kamboj. Takes the catch. So spin gets the breakthrough. New batter that comes in is Adnan Ali. And he's not there to stick around, I can tell you that. He's there to do one thing, and that's to try and hit big. And he launches into this. What a powerful hit this is. One thing I will say is they got some powerful bodies here in Portugal. Because just watch this. I mean, footwork, What footwork? Upper body strength, plenty. Boom! Shakalagia. That goes all the way. Well, that is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a nun's belly. I'm not being naughty. I'm talking about the pasties out here. The nun's belly is very popular. And it's quite a few tasty delights on offer. We've got the nun's belly, angel's double chin, and also the fat from heaven. These are all nice little pastries that you have. I had quite a few at breakfast this morning, and I had the custard tarts, the pastillas de nata. Oh, I love them because they're nice and crunchy as well. That's what I like about them. I like the crunch, and this morning they were served up nice and warm. Okay, had a quick look at the scorecard there. So I think while Ali is taking time to get himself in, not that he needs too much time after smashing that big six, and he goes back on strike again. Sawa's role becomes pretty important. And this is not a good delivery, and it'll be 4 runs. It's a bit of a gundy ball from the bowler, and it gets played away. Ankush Kumar coming into the attack, and straight away it's a bad ball down the leg side. It just gets helped along the way. So after Ranjit bowls, what a tidy over. Only 10 coming from it. Kumar's first. Goes to the boundary. See if he can get it outside the off stump to Adnan Ali. Well, he puts it in the slot, and Adnan Ali will go boom. And it's manos arriba, porque eso es 6 más. What a hit. I mean, it's a bit of a shovel shot, isn't it? Here he goes. He goes, I'm shoveling this over for 6 runs. Gets right under it. Wallops it away. Good hit. Well, what a strike rate this is so far from Adnan Ali. 4 balls, 17 runs. Bring it on, he says. Bring it on. He certainly is the accelerator, Ali. And it's in the slot once more. They're just feeding him. This is the biggest of the lot. And, well, it damages the trunk of that tree as it clobbers it. Well, it's wood-to-wood action in the middle of the bat. And then in the middle of that tree trunk over there, bang. 6 runs, big hit. 16 of just 3 deliveries. Adnan Ali, 23 of 5. Well, he puts it in the slot again. This time it's going to, not where the batter's looking for, but it's going to be 4 more. And it's the Shaba time. The fireworks have started all around this Santarem cricket ground here in Portugal. And that one, once again, though, is putting it in the slot. The over goes magical. 20 from it. 2 balls still to go. He's got to try something different. It's the same pace, the same areas. Adnan Ali, well, he knows where this ball is going to be before it even comes. What? He's going to be looking to hit this over cow corner once more. There we go. Thank you very much. Boom. Well, where's this? It's high up in the air. It's going to be 6 more. Bullet. Well, they're just checking. I'm pretty sure. Well, if he's right on the boundary, that's gone over him. Yeah, that's 6 runs. Wow, 26 off the over. It could bring the 100 up here. Could also be a supersonic one.
What a shot.
It's in the slot again. I don't believe it, but this is an opportunity, and it gets dropped. That could be a huge moment as the catch goes down, and it's Mata that puts it down. The batters come back and take 2. 28 off the over. Ali gets dropped on 33. That could really hurt them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the same as the first innings. It just took a while to get going. Yeah, but you're right. Now Sripa Mata had room to move, but yeah, these balls clonk off the hands pretty hard. That's the end of the 7th over as well. The score is 97 for 2. Coming up, we've got more cricket, including ECS in Cyprus, which is the next stop on the tour after this. And we'll be in Milan, which starts on the 24th of April. Now, don't forget that a lot of the series this year will finish with tri-series ECIs. So we have men's and women's scheduled throughout the year. And also there's the T20 International Series we'll show there in Gibraltar. This is hit pretty hard. Well, good luck stopping this. There's no chance. It's going to be 4. This has to be one of the fastest, firmest outfielders that we've seen. And this is why I think we're going to see some big scores. Ranjit comes on. Not the worst ball ever, but the long off was just too far around.
Yeah, lovely shot. 4 more runs. And Ranjit Narayan, his first over just went for 10. But there's a dangerous little moment. Here's the 100 comes up. Andy-O. So he's commenting on my comment about sweeter than a nut's belly. Well, I think I explained myself. I'm not being naughty. I'm being nice. I'm talking about some of the pastels that we get out here, the sweet desserts, if you like. I don't think you call them desserts. You have to call them sweet pies, really, because that's what they are. Short, smashed, hit hard, and it goes over that fielder at square leg. It's going to be 6 more. There's a little bit of carnage out here in the middle as the balls are being smashed to all parts of the ground. The bowlers are being taken to the sword. Ajana bowler Change thapper pere as the ball gets smashed for another 6. This partnership, rapido. How about that? 45 of just 10 deliveries.
I don't even know what to call that. Hypersonic speed.
And it ain't done yet because this is another one. Well, forget 6 runs. Let's call that 12. That is a biggie. Oh, they're being brutal as we're seeing monster hits all around the ground. This one is humongous. 6 more.
Yeah, unbelievable hitting. Unbelievable consistency. So 51 partnership in 11 balls. So just think of a batter hitting 50 in 11 balls. It's pretty rare. The fastest 50 we've seen is 50 in 10. And, yeah, well, barring extras, you can't do it in less than 9. So, yeah, Narayan, he's having a rough time of it. There's still 3 balls to come in this over.
Yeah, this is awesome strike. Remember the last over went for 26. Ranjit. He does change it up. Oh, this is a tight call. This is a tight call. Let's see it again. Maybe it's my eyes that are deceiving me. But I reckon he squeezes this in. We'll have to get it in quickly because the next ball's about to be bowled. Let's have a look. No, actually, you know what?
That's a good call.
Give it to the umpire. Oh, well, give this one to the batter. Adios, Bolota. I mean, I like what the bowler tried to do there. I would have stuck to that line again. I think it's worth taking. I mean, they are the gamblers. It's worth taking the gamble to go down that line and try and sneak it in because you put it anywhere in that zone, the ball is going to disappear. Look, I wonder if Elsa, if you can hear me, I know you can hear me, Elsa, try and see if you can have a close-up at one of the fronts of these yellow shirts. I mean, they're called the gamblers. If you're wondering why, well, we'll see in a moment if we can have a close-up of the shirt. Well, first of all, let's just have another close-up of the umpire putting his hands up in the air like he just don't care. This is another biggie. Absolutely huge. Oh my, this is another over that goes magical, and there's no answer to this onslaught at the moment. Sawa has moved to 49 of 17 deliveries.
1 innings.
Oh,
and look, there we go.
There we go. Well, the gamblers, there's the deck of cards. I know you know all about this.
Well, they've got a straight there, which is, I suppose it's a moderately ranking hand. I would have gone royal flush, I got to say, but I mean, at least they're being realistic.
Yeah, there is a story. There's a story behind it. I'll tell you the story, but. Let's see where this 6 ends up.
See where this lands. So
okay, we're the gamblers, 6 or dot.
I'm going to say...
You're too late. I said dot.
Yeah, no more bets.
You lose. Anyway.
It is 49, though, for Sawa at the moment. Doesn't get his 50 there, but he's still got time. There's 8 overs down, 126 for 2.
Yeah, well, what an over that one. That one's another one that almost goes, well, supersonic. Yeah, I mean, of course, a lot of these players, some of them anyway, have played for other teams. We know some used to play for Awaris, for example. But they're all friends, and they're always, like a lot of friends do, used to get together and play a few cards. And then when they were talking one day, say, hey, we could have a cricket team. What should we call it? And they're all playing cards at the time and said, how about gamblers?
Yeah, you know, the thing is, I mean, life's a gamble, as they say. And I suppose this form of cricket's about taking calculated risks and hoping you have the luck on your side. So, yeah, I can understand that. Anyway, it's going to be Nishant Verma to bowl over number 9. Yeah, what a partnership this is. It's just brought this innings to life real quick.
Verma, can he stop the pain? Oh, almost gets played onto the stumps. And Adnan Ali will take the single. He's quite keen to get to the other end. But, of course, Sawa saying, oh, yaar, I'm on 49 here. I ain't going nowhere.
How's this partnership, though? Well, in the last 2 overs, we've had 28 and 29. And before that, these two had only been together for 2 balls. So it's absolutely crazy speed.
Okay, free hit because, well, what's happened here?
Yeah, these guys are going like 5.5 a ball. Well, didn't quite see what that was for.
It will be.
Someone 49.
And, well, he's can't be out anyway. The fielder, well, look, it's a free hit. You don't do this, do you? This is not good cricket. This is not smart play. That's Amandeep Kochard. And what he decides to do is take a gamble. But it wasn't one worth taking. It's a free hit. If you take this catch, you're getting hurt for nothing. You're better off trying to save the boundary. So a bad calculation, a bad gamble from the gamblers. And that brings up 50 for Sawa. Well batted indeed. 53 of 19. Shaba. Boa pedanya, felicidades.
He's not done yet.
Oh, no, he's not. And this one is humongous. Where's this going? I tell you what, everybody has moved out of the way there. Well, that's another one in cow corner.
Yeah, I think that
We've got a genuine cow corner here.
the cows are going to have to throw that one back, and that's not easy with hooves. But Sawa has gone large. He's literally hit that out of the ground.
He does. Cow corner it goes into. Well, we'll have time to show cow corner in a moment. Well, the cows are probably moving from that corner unless they've got helmets up in the air. Where's this going to go? Will it go to hand? It will. And they take the wicket, and they had to take the wicket. That will be the end of what has been another masterclass innings from Sawa. Sawa will depart, but not before he causes a lot of pain. Rana Sawa, what an innings. And look at the wicketkeeper there. He's just thinking, I'm not hopeful here. He's just got his hands folded and saying, I know this ain't going to go our way. Well, it does. He holds on to the catch. So well done. It's a nice catch taken there by Jai Prakash. But what an innings, 59 off 21 deliveries.
Yeah, talk about getting things moving. We had 24 off the power play, but yeah, things have gotten real quick. I'm going to give you the 3 over splits. Okay, first 3 overs 24, and then the next 3 overs went for 45. And now the next 3 overs, which isn't even finished yet, still 3 balls to go, have gone for 69. So, you know, we're going to be up in the 70s. Just think about that in the context of a power play. Anyway, Simran comes out and he gets a slightly short one. He pumps it for 6. Maximal. This is crazy stuff. So, yeah, when we talk about 3 over periods, I mean, we see 3 over power play, so we have a sense of what's normal.
Yeah.
So what's normal? About, I suppose, in the 30s. Yeah, so with that 6, this now is 73 in this, I suppose, a fake power play, and they're not finished yet because there's going to be 6 more. Maximal, make that 79. And when you consider, I think the best power play ever was 82. This isn't a power play, admittedly, but it could be the most destructive 3 over period we've ever seen.
Oh, the hitting is incredible. What's that, 16 sixes? 16 sixes, I think, in the innings.
That's 16 now.
And Simranjit, well, remember when we saw him briefly come in at the end of the last match, he came out, missed the first ball, hit the next 2 he got for big 6s, and he's just staying on that form. 150 on the board here
150.
already.
Yeah, this guy, like I say, didn't see enough of him, I think, in that chase.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I suppose it wasn't their fault. But Rana, ironically, was the one that you thought about maybe dragging last game, and you can see why they didn't, because when he does hit form, he hits and it's pretty exciting stuff.
Crazy stuff here.
All happens in the 9th. This one's gone for 24. That's 3 magicals back to back to back.
Yeah, already gone magical, as you said.
Last ball of it. Here it is.
Hits it pretty hard, and the fielder, oh, he's lost it. Where does that foot go? I don't think he's in touch with the ball, perhaps, but there is a chance it gets dropped. So Simranjit, he gets dropped, but it's worth having a look at this again. I mean, the fielder, he gets himself in the perfect position, but it's too hot to handle. Then he loses it, doesn't know where it is, finds it again. Just keep an eye on the foot as it slips here. Slides, I should say. Oh, I think they're going to give that 4. That's 4 for me. I think that's 4. I reckon the toe is touching. This is fantastic work from Elsa. Yeah. And this is when you need to go smaller size shoot. Hang on, have they called this?
Yeah, they called it.
Yeah.
So it's gone 28, 29, 28. Okay, let me get my calculator. That's 85 runs in 3 overs. So I genuinely think it's the fastest 3-over period we've ever seen. Because we have seen an 82-run power play. That is the record. But 85 runs in 3 overs? That's crazy. It's 154 for 3 after 9.
Incredible stuff. And you know what? It's still 6 balls to go. 6 balls to go. Where can this finish? And remember, you got Adnan Ali, who's on 36 off 9. Here we go. He's probably thinking he's going to bring his half century up here. Who's going to bowl it? Well, good luck, because it is Sulpan Mata. Okay, it's high up in the air. Watch the spin. He deals with it pretty well. So Adnan will get a single. Simranjit Singh says, okay, thank you very much. Because you know what he's trying to do here? He's 16 off 3 balls.
Yeah. It's been quite unbelievable how they've been able to do this.
Okay, so a rare single. Simranjit. And swings and misses at this. And, well, I said a rare single. Now a rare dot ball. What an over this is. This is the best over so far, these first 2 balls from Mata. Well, he bowled a very good first over, I have to say. So he knows what he's doing. Okay, Simranjit. All or nothing. Well, he hits it pretty well. It's a chance to take, and it's going to be, well, does that go over all the way, or does it drop before the line? Only the fielder knows, but he hopes that nobody's looking at him at the moment as he drops the catch. But I get the feeling it probably may have dropped over the rope, you know. Let's see.
Let's have a look.
Hits the hard's hand. Oh, just inside.
Just 4, yeah.
Well, that is Rahman, who's in the area where Mata was fielding. So 4 runs. Another lucky one. So 2 4s from Simri, and he should have been out already, really. 2 chances, and this one's high up in the air, but where's it going? It will go all the way. Balle, Brakina Zona, Shaka Lagia, and well, the score just keeps going up in boundaries.
This is crazy. You thought we had a bigger second half the other day that we've ever seen, and it was gamblers that were doing the damage. That's 100 runs, 106 runs now in the second half and counting.
This one, going to run hard. Watch the bounce here. The fielder does really well, does really well. There's Amandeep Kakar.
Yeah, so 107 plus this in the second half. Huge.
Mata has got just the ball to get through. Can he keep them under the 170? Well, high chance. Doesn't look comfortable. And he picks it up. The batters think, well, they should be going for 2. One of them is. The other one isn't.
Yeah,
and he's going to get there.
Yeah, well, it was last ball, so you might as well have just gone for
Oh,
it.
they're still going. Oh, hang on a minute. Well, this is going to be pretty close as well. I think he probably is out.
I think so. I tell you, I didn't have to rush that much, though, did he? Mata looks a bit annoyed, and this over goes magical. Let's have a look at this one here.
And yeah, he's going to be gone here.
So yeah, it's worth a look. But yeah, that's what you should do. Run till you get run out. So they grab at least 1 extra run they wouldn't have got. They don't get the next one. So yeah, we'll be done.
Yeah, 39 that Adnan Ali will go for in the end. I mean, it's quite astonishing assault from Punjab CC of Amdora. We know they're a team that can turn on the style. And just think of the batters that we haven't seen. So if they click, boy, they can turn on the magic and they can hurt you. And that's a good knock. And, well, Simran gets a good round of applause. And, well, Adnan Ali, as he gets there as well, he gets hugged and jumpies as well. This is just a great hitting. I mean, if they click, they click. And they certainly clicked this time.
Yeah, they certainly did. It took them a while, though, didn't it? I mean, wasn't a terrible first half, but it was a little bit like before. It took a while to get going. This was a funny one. It was actually 4-leg buys. It went to the very, very fine slip, who then threw at the bowler's end as a possible running opportunity. Bowler knocked it away from the backup fielders for 4. But, yeah, it was a real case of 2 halves, wasn't it? The first one was average. The second one was anything but. That was in happier times for the gamblers. Shona Rahman took that one nicely coming in off the boundary. But, yeah, they just didn't have that little bit of luck, I suppose. And, yeah, the thing with this Punjab CC Amadora batting lineup is they've got a lot of guys that can hurt you and hurt you pretty quick. And so, yeah, they really went to the races. And still counting them up, but I think they had 109 off the second half. I mean, that's went really wrong, didn't it? It was an extraordinary shot to be able to get that away. And yeah, then the rock was in full session. The boundaries were coming thick and fast. Yeah, 168. And Rico talked about the amount of sixes. 17 Maximo, so that's 100 plus in sixes for the innings. And that's the way they do. We know it can be a high-scoring ground. We said it before, when guys get in, they can be really hard to slow down. Narayan, unfortunately for him, he got absolutely taken to the cleaners, didn't he? And it wasn't too much better towards the end either. Yeah, again, I'm looking at kind of some of the biggest halves we've ever seen. This is the period where, well, I think it's the most expensive 3-over period that we've ever had. May stand to be corrected on that, but it was crazy. It was 28, 29, 28, and over 7, 8, 9. That was the engine room, and they were just absolutely up and away. And yeah, I'm looking at that battle under Shaheen with the 45 run over came. That's pretty famous, but even that was only 71 in the last 3 overs of that game. Yeah, in the end, there was just no answer. Again, they rocked up, they bowled a lot in the slot. I suppose a bit of a sameness to the attack. And they just weren't able to make the breakthrough. And even when they did, someone like Simran came out and he just whacked it anyway. Yeah, looking at that battle under Shaheen, 229, they scored 93 in the first half. And they scored 136 in the second half. Well, that's crazy stuff as well. And certainly has stretching for the record books, didn't it? That was the wicket. Parakash, he thinks he might have done a good deed for his team, and he did, don't get me wrong, but then Simran came out and just went bang, 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 bang. And he had a little cameo of 27 off just 7 balls with two fours and 3 Maximos as well. And he's striking almost 400. This sums it up, really. It seemed like a good bit of fielding, but you could see on the replay that the toe just kissed the rope. And that summed it up, really, didn't it? And they didn't get much easier towards the end, because there was a lot more pain dished out. That last one, I'll get a total on that last over, but I feared it was pretty expensive as well. And 14 off the last, so I suppose average. But this is at the end where they didn't seem like they were going to go for 2, and they said, oh look, well, why not? We'll just go for another one. 4th and run us out. That's exactly what they did, but it was the way to do it, I think, as they end up with a very, very healthy score of 168 for 4. Looking at the scorecard, and Parveen, he missed out, didn't he? But plenty did it with Rao Imran, the captain, 24, Ranasawa, 59, Adnan Ali, 39, and Simranjit Singh with quite the cameo, 27 off 7, leading them to a high score of 168 for 4. That'll take some catching, and Gamblers, they'll have the opportunity to do that, no doubt, in the second half, but they're going to have to bat really well. Kambosh, in a different era, he took 1 for 13, but there's a lot of pain on those figures. There were also wickets for Narayan and Nishant Verma amongst the madness. We will take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes, take you into the second half of this game. It should be exciting because Gamblers, don't you worry about that. They'll be rolling the dice. They'll be trying to knock off the highest ever successful chase in ECN history. So, well, we were searching the record books. Maybe Gamblers will be in there by the end of this next innings. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly for more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the SCG. It is the Santarem Cricket Ground in Portugal. We are currently in the middle of the FanCode European Cricket Series, which is a domestic T10 tournament that you'll find all around Europe all summer long as well, and then going all the way through December. It's the biggest cricket season in the entire world, with 46.5 weeks of live cricket this year on ECN. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Big target for gamblers here. 169 for victory against Punjab CC, and it's going to start with a powerful strike down the ground that's going to be 4. Kuldeep Golia, will just watch out for him. He is an absolute beast with the bat. Ranasalva comes in. Nothing too wrong with this ball, but well, his batting partner was almost collateral damage. Golia hit that one really hard. And so, a very, very good start for gamblers. Kish Kumar, the other man out there. This is going to be 4 more. So 2 balls, 2 boundaries. And if you're going to make a play at this 169, you better make a very good start. That's exactly what they've done. And so, not wasting any time at the moment. Pitched up, he picks it, he hits it, and he gets it away from the fielder. So 3 balls, 3 boundaries now. And Golia off to the races. We knew they'd have to attack from ball 1. That's exactly what Kuldeep's done. He's a very talented player. With only 2 outfielders allowed, I would consider maybe down the ground might be the places I would have them. At the moment they've gone long on, deep in wicket. But I think he's comfortable enough hitting straight through the line of the ball. I'd be going straight, maybe over mid-off if I can. Thing is, it's a very hard ground to defend. We know that. Now gets a high one in the air. It's going to fall safely, but I got a feeling this is high. Just with the shot that he plays, yeah, it's been called a no ball. And so, Golia, the only thing here is I think he should have hustled back for 2 and try to keep the strike. A good early call from Naeem. So it'll be a no ball +1. And we'll see what kind of mood Ankush Kumar's in at the other end. Hey, if you missed it in the first half, we had our most destructive 3-over period we've ever seen on ECM, with 85 runs coming off the 7th, 8th and 9th overs combined. It's always cool to start your innings with a free hit. This one isn't going to get around the fielder. Takes a very good catch. Doesn't realise it's a free hit, as you do. Waits for everyone to come in and give him high fives. Instead, everyone just yells at him, saying, throw it in. And so, yeah, I think Golia would have loved to have taken 2 off that previous no ball. Big hello to everyone as well. That's in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Sawa trying to get out of this over. This is a beautiful looking shot, and this is going to be 4. Well, make that 6. I was going to say 4 if we were the boundary, because it was coming at us. Maximo. 6 more to Kuldeep Golia. I mean, he has been so, so good. And, well, I think on my eyes, I just misspoke. That was definitely 6. There's Rico. He's just currently taking cover, I think. This over's gone magical. Golia 19 off 5 with the ball remaining in the first. Now he tries to make this into a pull, and he does, and he gets it out of here. That's a remarkable shot from Kuldeep Golia. Goes Maximo, and 27 runs come off the first over, 26 off the bat of Kuldeep. And 25, I should say, plus the no ball, plus the single for Ankush Kumar. So, well, we do have the highest chases ever there, and this target is 169. So Badalona Shaheen hold that record for the highest chase in ECN cricket. Could this be history in the making? I mean, if you're chasing 169, you need to have a magical start, and that's exactly what they do, and significantly magical with 27. There's a lot of runs still to go, though. This could get derailed at any point, but yeah, Golia, he's in the mood, isn't he? Parveen Singh, left armour, coming on for over number 2. He's tapped away, and this is into a gap. This will take some stopping, and this will be 4. Well, that's smart batting. Just going with the angle. Right now, this start is a runaway freight train. If you look in the bag, you won't find any cats in there because the cat's out of the bag early for Punjab CC. He must have been feeling really comfortable with that 168 on the board. Remember, this is their last match today. They must be having a few little thoughts at the moment about whether they could blow this lead. Surely not. Pitch is up, and this is sent out of the ground as well. Maximo! Wow. Rolling the dice and coming up double sixes. It's just boundary after boundary after boundary. Gamblers SC. Oh, this is must-watch TV. Do not look away. We knew they'd have to come and attack in the power play. That's exactly what they've done. Parveen's getting a bit of treatment now. 4 and 6 pick-up sticks in this second over. A rare dot ball. Time to grab our breath. This is better. It's just low full toss. Maybe that's a ball he could have hit through the offside. Did that well earlier in the over. Not able to time that one up. It's just come off the end of the bat, I think. And so he's had to replace it. Well, at least they haven't replaced Collier's bat because that's working pretty well. Ankush has played some nice shots as well. And here's a man that has been just navigating the ground a little bit. We saw you a moment ago. As this is a beautiful looking shot straight down the ground. Maximo. Well, the new bat's pretty good as well. Rico 4, what do you think about this start from Gamblers?
Well, what's going on here? Look at that partnership. 43, just 11 deliveries. And look at that. And the thing is, though, they're bowling in the slot, you have to say. It's in the slot. The batter's a good swing, clean contact, middling every ball, and it's flying. So
the funny thing is, you know, this is the kind of length you would normally bowl early in the innings searching for wickets, but yet it doesn't look like the start of the innings at the moment. It looks like we're watching the 9th and 10th over. The way they're going for everything, almost 4 a ball pace. Here's Parveen.
Yeah, slow delivery, well bowled, clever delivery, gets a dot. But 16 already have come off this over with the ball to go. But the thing is about this, Vinny, and we've said this before, haven't we? How many times have we seen where one team scores a stat load of runs in the first innings? There's no pressure then on the batters when they're going out there. They're thinking, like, just going to go out there and play our shots. And if they click, well, this is the sort of thing that happens. What a start.
The sound of clicking's deafening at the moment.
And, oh, that's a glorious shot, fielder. Bounces kindly for him, so it's going to be a single to finish the over. 17 come off it, and the score moves to 44 without loss after 2. But what a great start, and just keep an eye on that rate. It's by no means done. It's just over 15 required, but a positive start. And we all know about the capabilities of both these batters, particularly Kuldeep. And Kuldeep Gulaya was mentioned. He's 80 not out of 29 deliveries in that incredible victory against Friendship when they didn't lose a wicket. So
yeah,
they can bat.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. You see the mid-table at the moment, it's early days. Gamblers have an important 3 matches today.
Yeah.
And they'll feel it hasn't gone the way they planned so far in the first half. But, I mean, they're in the hunt, aren't they? Umar Muhammad gets the 3rd over. Steps across and hits the leg and hits very, very well. That's going to be 4. So yeah, that one rattles off the fence. The boundaries continue to rain down. And look, if you missed it, in the first half of this game, we saw, and I confirmed it over the break, the most destructive 3-over period ever with 85 coming off 3 overs.
Yep.
I looked up the Battle Owner Shaheen 229 to 174 match, and the best there were about 83.
Really?
So yeah, 85 is crazy. Anyway, there's more here. This time, I think it's gone for 4, but I mean, these guys are just hitting the ball so hard. Good luck fielding them.
Yeah, this is just incredible hitting, and well, this takes a score past 50 already, and it's only, 14 balls are being bowled. It's an awesome strike rate, and the thing about this is I think I've mentioned this before about Punjab CC Amadora. They haven't got the spinners. I mean, when you got so many runs on the board, spin, deploy the spinners, take the pace off, look for a miscue. That's a missed opportunity. He will get a wide, though. It's not the best of deliveries.
Yeah, 50 partnerships up in just 14 balls, or 15 balls if you include the no ball in there. But yeah, they've got it down to around about 15 and over. But the thing is, so often in these chases, there's one over where the bowling team gets on top, and then that's enough to get them back into the game.
Yeah, this is just timed beautifully. What a shot this is. I think this goes all the way. They're probably going to check here, I reckon. And it's hard to tell for us here because if we're looking down the slope, we can't see that boundary here. But look, the timing on this, the pickup on that is absolutely beautiful. Where's that ball? Just inside, actually. Just inside. See that drop just inside. But what a shot it was.
Great camera work as well. Got to say, Spring Productions, they've been right on the ball today. Nicely done, guys. Cost them 2 runs, but I thought naked eye, because it's because of how much this ball skips on that first bounce, because everything's the downslope away from the middle of this field.
Well, who wants to change the angle? See if coming around the wicket helps. Well, not really, because it's right in the slot. Well, if there was any doubt about the one before, there's no doubt about this. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es una seis carreras.
Well, it just gives the batter immunity now to get to clip, because if the ball's pitching to the right of the wickets, it can't be LBW, or it shouldn't be LBW. They're just timing the ball so sweetly. I mean, Kumar coming to the party with 36 of his own. He's outstripped Golia, who scored all his runs in the first over.
This one's been hit pretty hard. He doesn't quite get the timing, but he gets the placement. The runs keep piling on. That's 4 more to add to that. Oh, wow, this is just incredible hitting. 67 now with the ball to go in the power play.
Just remarkable, I think, that we're seeing this consistency of hitting. Again, you feel there must be a mistake around the corner. At the moment, it doesn't look like it.
It's in the slot once more. This time, it will get stopped by the fielder. It comes around and make sure it doesn't get past him. That's Simranjit Singh. So it finishes with a single, but it's another over that goes magical. Umar Mohammed goes with 24. The score, 68 with that loss.
That's the power play, 68 in the power play. So, yeah, 27, 17 and 24. Makes you realise, okay, the 2 power plays of 82 we've had on ECN. The first was by Drew in that famous match in the ECL against Tunbridge Wells of England. The other one was by Paco Care against the Bangladesh Kings. 82, so that's 14 more runs than that.
Yeah.
So
it makes you think how special that is, right?
But right now, you could be watching history. That's the thing about European Cricket Network. You never know when history will strike. I think we're up to about 3,300 matches or something. Maybe 3,500 matches. And this isn't a good ball. It's going to find the fielder, though. So a rare bit of luck for Punjab CC.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Adnan Ali comes on the ball. He just strays down the leg side. The batter gets a fair bit of this, but he goes straight to the fielder. They haven't got the change up. This is the thing. Punjab CC Almadora, they haven't got the change. When you've got so many runs on the board, 168, you need, the opposition are needing almost 17 and over right from the go. You've got to have the spinner. They haven't got a spinner. That is what could potentially hurt them. Everything else about the team is pretty set.
They got the run rate required down to the 14s, which is almost normal.
And this is hit beautifully straight down the ground, and this is going to be 4 more runs. Well, the umpire's signalling 6 there, but I think this is 4. I think this is 4. Just going to have to wait and see. I reckon this bounces just before the rope here. And let's just have a look at this, see where this lands. This will tell you the story. I reckon it's cuatro carreras. Ooh, let's see. I'll go backwards on this.
Yeah, I think that's 4. I think it's
just bouncing before the rope. I think we'll see the bounce. Play it forward. I mean, the fielder also was signalling 4. I don't know if that gets changed or not. Yeah, I reckon that's 4 runs. But let's see if that changes. And this one has been absolutely blasted. This is 6. Oh, yeah. Manos arriba, arbitro. Que grande, que guay. Well, we are seeing fireworks literally around this ground. Well, the Santarem cricket ground here. Yes, this absolutely, balls are being blasted all over the place. The strike rates that we're seeing from some of the batters and the runs that are coming off the overs at the moment are quite incredible.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. Yeah, it was given 4 that previous one. That isn't 4 though, that's 6. And they're not slowing down even though we're out of the power play.
Okay, this one, is it going to be caught? No, it's not. It goes over the fielder. Is more. Brashaka. Are we going to see something quite amazing here? Are we going to see more history being made at the SCG? Are we going to see what could be the biggest run chase be achieved? Because they are now in the 80s, 85 without loss. Kulip Gulaya. Well, Gulaya, Namira, Magoli Maranana. Well, he is. He's firing these everywhere. Better delivery, better length. We haven't seen too much of that.
Yeah, we haven't seen a genuine Yorker really the whole innings. All these balls have been balls that the batter can get under, but just have a look at that. Pair of 42s at the moment. God, he's going more than 4 a ball. You've got Kumar going at 3 a ball. And yeah, almost 3 a ball is the required rate in this innings from the get-go.
Asking the question, but I think there's a fair bit of bat on this. As the throw comes in, the key thing about it is it's not a boundary. You just get the feeling every time it's not a boundary, it's a win for the Punjab CC players.
Yeah, it is. And hold on to your hats, because it could be close. It's the end of the 4th over. It's 87 without loss there. Once again, have a look. So we've only ever had 6 chases that are 150 or more. So this will be the 7th. We've only ever had 1 successful chase in the 160s, although what I will say is we once did have a golden ball, 167. That was in Cyprus, which is our next stop. But have a look. One of the craziest ones for me, that second one on the list, is that Paco Badalona chased that 159 in 7 overs in Paco in that crazy period, 8th of November. That's 2 days before the 400-run match. Anyway, if you thought it was going to stop, it's not. This one's gone as well. I think this is 6. Again, I'll stand to be corrected.
Yeah, the fielder was signalling 4. We'll have a look if it is, but it's a Gandhi ball. It's short. It's in the slot. Thank you very much. And yeah, I think it just bounces before the road. 4 runs have been signaled. But yeah, you just got to, I mean, if you're a coach or if you're one of the Punjab CC Amadora supporters, you're looking at this and saying, come on, just get the bowling right. This is an opportunity, but no, he just manages to get it over. He tries a slower delivery. There's Umar Mohammed. It ends up being a full toss, a slow full toss, but there's plenty of power in the hitting of Ankush Kumar. Kumar, he has already brought up his half century, but he ain't done yet. He keeps on going. Quite sensational stuff that we've seen here. 97 without loss, and Kumar brings up his 50. He does it in style. Shaba bahut badaiyan Ankush Kumar nu apni 50 puri kar li, but he ain't done yet.
Crazy stuff. 97 on the board already.
Okay, high up in the air. This is the first chance, and that could change everything. There's a very, very good catch taken by Pavin Singh. We know he's a great fielder. The catch is taken, 97 for 1. Ankush Kumar brings up his 50, but he will go. But never fear, Kuldeep Gulaya is still there.
Yeah, he is. And yeah, nice catch taken by Parveen coming in. If you grasp that, you've got huge problems, don't you? But what an opening partnership. It's 97 runs in 4.5 overs. It's crazy stuff, and well batted Ankush. His half century, he departs. He's the first week to go 97 for 1. Again, to give you an idea, the fastest we've ever seen a team reach 100 runs is 3.4 overs, and that was ACCB in Romania versus versus Cluj, I think. And that was in a game they actually lost.
They lost?
They made 158, and Cluj chased it down. So it's weird in some of these games. These records get set, and often teams don't even win the game. Anyway, Umar Mohammed does the trick, and here's Jai Prakash coming out at 3.
Prakash, oh dear, well, it's just raining boundaries, isn't it? So even this one probably was going to knock the stumps over. The wicketkeeper tries to take it. Uzma Zahid can't. It's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, 4 byes. Just misses leg, kind of yorks the keeper. That one does bring up the 100 in 4.4 overs. Oh, it's madness, really.
Giant Prakash says, well, me, I can get you a boundary. I don't even have to hit the ball.
Anyway.
Seeing something sensational here. We really are. Okay. Defends this. But that's the thing here. You got to, I mean, that delivery there, you know, if that was Kumar or if that's Kuldeep, they're latching onto that. So that's what the difference it makes, just getting another batter in there.
Yeah, that's right. And there's still, what's that? Just 1 to come in the over. So I think they want goal you're facing. I think who's facing is pretty important here. Can ones hurt you? at this stage if you're batting. You want those multiples. And they won't get a run here.
He doesn't want to run.
Gollier isn't going anywhere. He's put up camp. So that's the end of 5 overs. And what a 5 overs. It's 101 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, quite amazing. It really is. And the thing is, though, that's a score that we know that Punjab sees here, Mamadora. They scored in the last 5 overs in that incredible match where we saw it was Umar Mohammed that made 60 of 20. Remember, they scored 101 of the last 5 to take the score to 121 against the Lisbon Capitals and win. So we've seen it done in the first 5. We've seen it done in the second 5. 44 matches into Golden Ball. Could it be?
I mean,
could it be?
It'd be huge. It'd be the highest scoring Golden Ball ever because we had a 167. This is 168, 168 if it does go to Golden Ball. Long way to go, though. And, yeah, Gollier. For me, in this partnership, look at Parkash, 0 off 3. He not only has to score big, he has to face most of the balls from here on in.
Yeah.
But it's a fairly normal rate. Now it's like they're chasing 136.
Yeah, they go back to the key strike bowler now who just took the catch. So Praveen Singh. High up in the air. It's a big moment. And the catch gets taken. That's a really good catch from Usman Zahid because he picks this. It's good anticipation. He thinks this ball is going to be his. He knows where it's going. Look, he takes off straight away. Get the mirror catch, a mirror catch. And he takes it. And that is the big moment. That could be the decisive moment in this match.
Yeah, so they gamble to bring Parveen back and trying to get the big wicket, and he comes up with the goods, doesn't he? Just a miscued stroke. Look, they scored 105 overs, so it's a crazy pace. But we have seen teams lose matches from... Well, one team's going to lose either way in this game. One of them has scored 168, a score that's never been chased before. Another one of them has scored 105 overs. So, I mean, one team's going to be on the wrong side of this. I was going to say Paco Care actually have lost a game after putting 100 plus in their first 5 overs. But, yeah, with Gollier gone and with 2 new batters at the crease, it's starting to look a little bit more difficult for gamblers. But still, Mayank Darji comes to the crease at 4 and he'll be wanting to move things along.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard work from here on in now, especially with Kuldeep gone. But Amandeep Kauhar, I mean, he's somebody else that maybe if they went with him, can make things happen as well. We know he's a big hit of the ball, but they go with Darji, the left-hander. Now, Darji, I don't think he's aggressive enough for this sort of chase. I mean, you're needing what, about 14 and over now? Yeah, 14 and over. I don't think he's aggressive enough, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, you better learn. You need these 2 boundaries and over to get you that 14 and over. Even 1 doesn't really get you there most of the time unless there's a bunch of wides. I mean, just have a look at this first half of the innings. I'm just going to do a boundary count. It might take me a while. Anyway, here's Parveen.
Plays straight into the hands of the fielder. They'll take the single. They won't mind that. They don't want to be too disappointed if it's only a single. You can see Praveen just applauding the fielder. Says, yeah, most important thing, don't let it get past it. Yeah, I mean, I think there was, what was it? Did we end up with 17 or more sixes in the first?
Yeah, I think it was.
And in this one, we've
17,
had 8 already,
we've had 8,
right?
so up to 25 for the game. But in the first half of the game, we had 10 4s and 8 6s. So you think about 30 legal balls, you're talking about 18 balls of them going to the boundary or over.
Praveen now. So Prakash got to go after this. He's 3 balls, no runs. Hits it pretty well, but you can see the difference now. It's just starting to slow up. That acceleration, the pure hitting, the timing is gone. And now the rate, just watch how quickly. Remember that rate was brought down to about 13. Watch how quickly it goes up.
It was even lower. I think it was at about 12.7 at one point. But yeah, things just looking a bit more normal at the moment.
He's going to come around to the left-hander, the left armour. It's good areas, and they go to the spearhead, the key bowler, to try and get the breakthrough, and he does. He gets the wicket that they needed, and with that wicket, you can just see things are starting to slow down. Remember, they got to 101 at the halfway point. Now the score with a couple of balls left in this one, 104 for 2. Really has slowed down.
They need to score boundaries or get out of the way, these 2. Still 8 wickets in hand, you know.
And swing and a miss, so he's trying. There's no shortage of that, but of course, And it's one of those things. Batting's a funny thing, isn't it? I mean, you know better than I do. I mean, I think you batted higher up the order than I used to. But you can go out there sometimes, you hit the ball clean out the middle of the very first ball, and that's it. You know you're in. Other times you go out there, and you could have just scored an amazing knock, as we see many a times on the ECS network when teams have, like here today, some teams have got 3 matches. You could be great in one, and in the other one, you're just completely out of touch. And there's nothing that explains it. Catch is taken, another wicket goes down. Prakash, he'll go for one of the 6 deliveries that he faces, and it is Praveen who gets the breakthrough. And I think when we saw the catch taken by that man, Usma Zahid, when he took Kuldeep Gulaya, we thought that was it. That was the end of the fight back. It certainly looks like it is now.
Yeah, I think so, although it gives someone else an opportunity. This rate's not out of sight just yet. But yeah, Prakash, an innings to forget for him, unfortunately, just 1 off 6 balls. And with the kind of, I don't know what you call it. It's like when you're chasing somebody and you turn the corner and there they are. You think they're out of sight, but they're right in the horizon, and then you blink and they're gone again. You stop to tie your shoelace, and then the game's just slipped away. So, 65 off 24. That over number 6 is bookended with wickets. Parveen takes 2 for 3 in it, and it by far is the best over of the whole match so far, never mind this innings. And the score is 104 for 3 after 6. Kokart comes to the crease, and touching Kokart, like I said, they have to get moving because there's just 4 overs left. They still need 65.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Kuldeep, this is the only other guy that really impressed me. He's not on strike at the moment, Amrit Kohar, but let's see if he can get them moving again. This is no footwork at all from the batter. And Adnan Ali says, come on, give me the ball back straight away. I think the other thing is they're keeping an eye on the time as well. They want no mistakes here.
Yeah, this one doesn't bounce, actually. Let's see, it goes through on the second bounce. I kind of like the slide variable bounce in this, but it's just a little bit, not too much. I think the batters that are in, they're not having too many problems with it, as we've seen so far in the first half of this innings.
Well, it's a little bit of a French cut. And speaking of French cuts, well, once again, I want to say congratulations to any people in France, particularly the Drew players who were crowned the champions last Friday of the European Cricket League. They are the champions of Europe. Amazingly, tomorrow will be a week since that happened, and the memories are still clear in the head, and all the celebrations. What a moment that was for the French. Of course, the French champions Drew were crowned the kings of Europe, as Ali goes a little bit too wide this time.
And they're still partying, I think, in France. I mean, they could have almost danced their way back there. Those guys were so excited. You cannot take that away from them. They thoroughly deserved it. And I think when you think about the teams involved this year, it might be the biggest win ever, because you look back at ECL 19, VOC Rotterdam won it, and they thoroughly deserved it. I'm not saying they don't, but you look at the teams that weren't there. So we didn't have an English, Irish, Scottish team back then. To think that France have beaten all comers there, and they beat 2 really big countries proportionately. So yeah, Scotland in the group final, England in the actual final. Obviously they beat the Irish to get on the way to the final. So I mean, they had to beat all the big dogs, and they did. Yeah,
it was the complete performance as well. I mean, nobody can deny, nobody can turn around and say it was light. Nobody can turn around and say they had robbed the green. They just did things. They're classy. The batting, we know, was absolutely brutal, wasn't it? I mean, they were like, don't forget there was that century there as well from Hamza Niaz. So everybody talks about Nabi, who was outstanding, but what about his contribution? Hamza Niaz getting that century in what was the most dynamic innings that I've seen, the night before on Thursday night when they beat Hornchurch, and that 189 was posted against Hornchurch. That was something special.
Yeah, what a partnership.
And then don't forget, they then bowled out Hornchurch for less than 70. This is in the air, and talking of bowling out, well, it's another wicket, and it's Praveen again. Well, he's had a say in more or less every wicket. Well, he has had a say in every wicket so far. 2 wickets to him and 2 catches.
This innings has, well, it's like a Formula 1 car that's just crashed into the barrier because it was going at a crazy speed. And now it's pretty much beyond repair, you'd imagine. And the last 2 overs have been such a dramatic turnaround. That is the end of 7. In fact, no, pardon me, there's still 1 ball to go in the 7th. But the score right now, it's 111 for 4.
Yeah, Darchi, I suspected it was a wrong choice to send him out. No disrespect. I mean, it's not his sort of game to go out there and be blasting boundaries. He needs a bit of time to bat. They could have gone with other options, so he's chewed up a few deliveries, hasn't he? 6 deliveries for just 7, and that's not the rate that you need to go. But once again, Praveen takes a catch, and Adnan Ali gets a wicket to his name.
Yeah, well done, Adnan. Had a good time with the bat as well. So, yeah, where's this rate gone out to now? Just like that, it's past the point of no return again. So, yeah, blink and you'll miss it. 18.3 and over required from here on in. This is Jitu Balkrishna coming in at 6. Let's see what he can do about it. Last ball, the 7th.
This is going to take some stopping, and it's well done. Good safe hands from Praveen. Hasn't he been good in all areas? We know that maybe the batting hasn't clicked all the way. They do get an extra, so it wasn't dealt with well by the bowler. But again, they need more than 2s. They need boundaries, and they need them fast, because we know what the rate started at. Well, it's gone beyond that now.
Yeah, so I want to say quick hello to Mahendra Reddy as we get to the end of the 7th over. It's 113 for 4th, so it's coming up. And we'll get to see Marlowe taking on Gorka 11 in match 18. This match is starting in around about 35 minutes. News from the toss that Gorka 11, they've won the toss, selected to bowl. So Tukatapa will be leading Gorka 11. And that Marlowe, they are going to be coming off a win in the first game of the day against Punjab CC. And Punjab CC, for all of it, looks like now, barring something even more dramatic, looks like they will take some points away from day 4. As we get ready for the 8th over, still just deciding on the bowler. Now, we've decided that they're going to go with Ranasawa. Pretty good option. Yep.
So what?
First over went for 27 though, but times have changed.
Well, he's still in credit, isn't he? Well, that's not going to help. That is a big wide, isn't it? I mean, look where the wicketkeeper's ended up. Well, he's like he's gone somewhere and pitched camp and going to have a picnic. He goes a long way to try and stop this one. Watch this one swing big to dust really well. Well done to Usman Zahid.
Yeah, he's kept pretty well. Done what's been asked of him.
It goes for the slower option, but it's just getting a little bit too much swing, so it's going to be another wide.
Let's say a quick hello to Mesnal Man, who's watching from France, and he said, can't wait to watch some ECN cricket in France. Yeah, we can't wait to be there either. I mean, they're still, I think, working out a few logistics. Not so sure it'll be this year, the way things are looking, or it's subject to change, but yeah, 2024, I think we might see some ECN cricket in France, and I can't wait, because sure, anything to go by. I think it's about as exciting as it could get. Kokart pushes down the ground for a single.
Yeah, and, singles though, not really enough, so Balkrishna got to start to make things happen, hasn't he? And well, I suppose when he was sat there watching the openers go, he thought maybe he's going to be the captain of a team that's going to pull off something quite remarkable, but things have changed quite dramatically, and you can see now that every time the ball is hit, even if it's hit firmly, it's always finding a fielder.
Yeah, they've just had a look in, haven't they? Punjab CC Amador in the second half of this game. They removed the openers, found a way to hold a couple of catches. And from then, it's been completely different. Still, it's not impossible as yet.
Slower delivery, and this one is going to go through the gap. They get 4 runs. And just remember how it was raining boundaries at the beginning of the inning, especially in the first 5 overs. Well, it's been a while since we've seen another, but we finally do get one as this one just gets in between the 2 fielders.
Yeah, placement, whether it was by luck or design, but it's effective. Kokart gets his first boundary. A few people quite enjoying his choice of headwear. I think Neil thought he might be wearing a fedora. I don't believe that's the case.
Into the pads, but going down the leg side. Not out. Batters take the single.
And these were the ones that were disappearing over the boundary earlier, aren't they? Ranasawa, yeah, different batter, different luck. I think that is a good decision from the umpire. Looks like Neil Cash out there. So much easier over for Ranasawa.
Played some miss with it. Well, a good throw here could have the batter in trouble. And it could have gone for the keeper's end as well here, I think, Zahid. I think he took the more difficult option.
Well, he's annoyed because he feels like this might have hit the stumps. Let's have a look if we can make a judgment on it.
The throw. No,
No.
it wasn't going to hit this
Not
time.
in this universe.
I think he's just
I
disappointed.
like his optimism though, Osama Zaid.
Well, now he's going to be happy because he does take the catch. It's another dismissal. It's another caught behind. Zahid brings a smile on his face, and Amandeep Kohar will have to go. He gets a little snick on this. He makes 6 of the 5 deliveries that he faces. And it's another wicket that goes down. So it's after having the early scares, the Punjab CC Amadora are all smiles at the moment.
Yeah, they sure are. 123 for 5 after 8. This should be a really interesting heart rate graph coming up because the bar was set high, but they were doing it, weren't they? Let's have a look. Yeah, so 168 runs. You look how far ahead they were at one point,
Wow.
but it's just so hard to maintain that kind of 20 and over pace. It's rare that we see it, so it's a bit of a dovetailing with these two innings as they come together.
That was the end of the 8th over as well. 123 for 5.
So they're actually pretty close on the comparison, 126 to 123 after 8 overs. So going to have a big finish, but Balkrishna might still have visions of doing this. He's got Ranjit Narayan. He's no tail ender. That's with him. And so the 9th starts with 4 as Osama Ali comes in. And look, they say it all happens in the 9th. Gamblers will hoping it all happens for them.
Yeah, supersonic over here could certainly change things around. Oh, Gandhi. And
Probably a good leave because even if you do hit that for 4 or 6, it uses a ball. So that they get 2 runs there, and they'll still be hoping they can hit this ball for 4 or 6. You know,
Yeah.
At this stage, with that rate so out of control.
It's quite crazy, really, isn't it? When we're looking at that score, which now goes past the 130 mark, we're sort of looking at it and saying, they're a bit behind. It doesn't seem right. Up in the air. Will he take it? Yeah, that's a very good catch from the bowler. He turns around and chases after it, takes the catch himself. Well done to Sama Ali. And Ranjit Narayan, he will have to go, and he goes without troubling the scorers. I believe that was his first ball, so he's going to go for a golden duck. So that's a little bit of a...
The car's just pulled around to take him off, maybe. I'm not sure. Cars through here. I wonder who let's see and zoom in. This might be one of the butchies.
Somebody turning up to have a net, maybe?
Might be the lunch on the way. Who knows? Although
Is that the lunch mobile, is it?
maybe. So 10 balls remaining. And Kambosh will come to the crease. He's a guy that can hit the ball pretty well as well. So nicely taken. Yeah, Ranjit Narayan, he has the right idea. Just loses his shape, loses his form slightly. So Sama Ali does his own finishing on that occasion. 10 to come. They still need 40. Kambosh gets one that probably is hittable, but he misses out, pitching outside leg stump.
I think there was no bad on it. There certainly was some sort of sound, wasn't it?
I think it was the sound of ball on skin. I don't know if this hits the pad or... Yeah, it kind of jumped up and I think hit him.
He's signaling the batter. I did hear something, but I don't think he's going to be too disappointed.
The classic boy who cried wolf. Fake inside edge, but he's never in danger because of where the ball pitched in the first place. That is 300 runs in this game.
Yep.
And there's still an over and a half remaining.
Yeah.
Meyer said that. The run rate graph looked a bit like their youth. All starts well, and then it's over the hill and tumble. Oh, this one will help somewhat. They'll get it away to the boundary for 4. So here, Balkrishna trying his hardest. He puts that one halfway up the hill. Speaking of hills, it's 4 a ball, like I said, is the kind of asking rate at the moment. But it's been the kind of day where some pretty amazing things have been happening.
Yeah, he hits that and he said, we don't have to run for that. It was a very good shot. Kept his shape really well.
Again, just a couple of innings that didn't come off. Like Prakash, 1 off 6. I bet they'd love those balls back right now. And this one is somehow stopped. It kind of rebounded off the fielder.
He's done really well. I think that Simranjit is out there. He's running around. He's got to watch the bounce on it as well. And just watch the way he says, nah, you're not getting past me. He pushes it out with his palms. Really well done.
Nice. It's your paint the fence karate style. Stop.
Bowl takes the pace off this, rolls his fingers around it. So a bit of a swing for Krishna, the captain. He's trying his best out there. And though he's getting his team to a respectable score, though he's getting his team close, finishing a long way behind. But it's, I said this before in the last match, and when it was 152, well, it wasn't 152 actually. I'm looking at the wrong information, but the last match, remember, there were a lot of runs.
Yeah, 132 to 123.
To 123. It was only 9-run difference. It's the same sort of thing. I mean, it's not impossible. It's possible. It will take some doing, but hey, it can be done, especially on a match like today.
For such a high-scoring game, we haven't had a supersonic over. We've just had a bunch of magicals. The highest scoring over is 29 in this game so far. So they'd need a supersonic here. They'd need 32. And I don't think that's going to happen, judging by the first ball. So now you've got 5 Maximos to tie it. Easy as that.
Easy as that. Well, there's been plenty of Maximos in the day. Whether we can get 5 with a spin here, well, that'd be something sensational. Okay, here we go. Well, captain is certainly going to have a go. I can tell you that. Captain to captain battle, and it's a Gundy delivery wide, and you take anything you can get here.
5 6s to win now with that extra delivery. Oh, Imran getting his only over here in the 10th. What carnage though, but what a dramatic speed hump or wall. 101 in the first half. So far we've had 38 in the second half.
Well, leave that as well. That's good. That's good. I mean, I suppose the only way you could make this better, Vinny, is that if you're the batter, you stand until the very last moment to move out the way, because then it's going to be a difficult one for the keeper.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the 1 wide could become 5.
Don't think it can happen, but it's possible.
This has been absolutely clubbed, and it goes over the fielder. Balle, kinna sona. Well, that's 9 off the over with, what, 4 to come?
4 to come. I mean, there's 8 off that ball. Goes wide, 6. So, Imran Krishna looks like the last great hope, but still 23 off 4. Okay, you say 22 for a golden ball. 6-6-6-4. So, yeah, if the ball stays on the field to play any one of these, I think it's curtains. Imran needs to straighten it up a touch.
It's just up in the air and catch taken. So that's the end of the battle of the captains. And after being blasted for a big 6, it is Imran, the bowling team captain, the captain of Punjab CC Amadora, that gets his counterpart. A straightforward, simple catch. And that's the end of the fight.
He's missing a trick there, isn't he, Jitu? Because that's the same ball he went across and kind of whacked away to leg side. This time, for some reason, he backs away and tries to slice. And so it's going to be a dismissal. A nice fighting chance that he gave his team, but I think it's going to be a bit too much.
So batter goes, and a new batter now comes in. So this is going to be Rahman. And, well, what's he got? He's got 3 deliveries. I tell you what, get to the 150 here. That'd be something. And this might get them there. Let's see, the chase is on. The fielder gets through him. They'll come, oh, they should have come back for 2. But I think this is probably Cumbod saying, nah, let me have a hit. Okay, fair enough. So Rahman gets off the mark straight away.
Yeah, I'll take the 1. But yeah, very good cricket match. I mean, Sagor in the chat was saying, yeah, as a neutral fan, excellent cricket match. Yeah, 100%. 2 to come.
Well, this is in the air. Opportunity. He doesn't drop him, does he? He just doesn't drop him, does Praveen. And he doesn't drop this one as well. That's his 3rd catch in the match. Remember, he got 2 wickets as well. And he's just safe as has he. I have to say, Vinny, that some of the catches that we've seen in all the teams have been absolutely brilliant. I mean, just think about the catching we saw from the fighters the other day. That's a nice shot there of Praveen just having a little chat with that's Ankush Kumar.
Yeah, who whacked him for 4, 6, and 6 in the second over. So Pavi might be saying, well, you had your moment, but although you won that battle, we won the war.
Yeah.
Bit of a shame, actually, with this. It's an expanded format, but each team only plays each other once, because you'd love to see a rematch between these 2 teams, wouldn't you?
You would. Marta, hit a boundary. You want to see 150 on the board. Well, he does hit a boundary. That's what I like to see. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Volley, volley. Brrrah. That's a biggie, and what a match we've seen here. Punjab CC Amdora 168 to the Gamblers 153. What a match, and they only win. I'm going to say this, they only win by 15 runs. You know what, though, Vinny? I'm going to say this 15 runs is that they lost this match in the field. They lost the match in the field.
Yeah. Also, I would say that they hit that speed hump in the middle. You look at, Mata comes out and he smacks a 6 first ball, and I got to say, I don't think they quite got their order right when they lost their openers. I think they lost a bit of momentum there, and they never quite got it back. But still, look, it's a brave innings. They needed something to happen, and finally they would get it. But before that, we'd see 101 runs off the first 5 overs.
Quite sensational match. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I did say to you at the time then when Darji came out, the left-hander, I didn't think that was the right call. He's not really an aggressive hitter. I think sometimes, I know that captains like to get the batting order listed down pretty early, but you've got to go with match situation. And the match situation in this one, really, you've got to say, right, anybody that can hit the ball hard, there you've got to go in first. And they hit it pretty well. The openers really did go to town. They're hitting for Kuldeep Gulaya at the beginning, and Ankush Kumar was absolutely sensational to watch. Remember, they brought up, the first 3 overs, 27, 17 and 24, 68 of the power play, 101 after 5 overs. But, of course, then the next 5 only went for 52. I say only, they still managed to get to a very good score at 153. We've been treated to a delightful match. I did say right at the beginning of my introduction, though, yesterday was a little bit of a low-scoring, one-sided sort of day, that we were going to return back to big scores and healthy competition. Well, we've certainly seen that here today, especially in that match. And the first match were 132 to 123. This one, 168 to 153. Bring it on. This is why this is the finest and the most entertaining form of cricket on the planet. It's absolutely fantastic, and I know a lot of people enjoying it. And if you're a neutral and you're watching a game like this, yeah, of course you're going to love it.
Yeah, of course. And look, when this was going, you just felt there was no way that that they were going to get there. But then the longer they batted, you felt, okay, maybe they will. And you could see Prakash, he ended up going 1 off 6, and he just couldn't get going at all. Cost him an over when you see how close they got. Of course, no one goes out there trying to bat slowly, and he certainly had the intent there. But yeah, I think that might have come back to bite them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Well, this was a wicket, and just the faintest of touches, and that was Amdik Kahar who was trying to go. Now, he's another one. I think I mentioned him coming in a little bit late. And I think you're absolutely right, Vinny, that you saw batters there coming towards the end that were able to hit the ball hard for a 6. This was a good catch, and takes his over his shoulder. That was nicely done by Usama Ali. So it is going to be a victory for Punjab CCM Dora. What we've seen from them is that they're a team that they keep fighting till the end. I mean, I know they were beaten by Marla by 9 runs earlier, but they certainly gave it a fight, didn't they? Finishing just 9 runs behind that 1-3-2. And then in this one, batting first, they just piled on the runs. And that's without some of their key performers performing. That's still without their captain, Imran, really making a big score. But credit to them, they came back and they come back well, and they get a victory. We're not going to see them again today, but of course we are going to see the Gamblers later on. They take on Gurkha 11. That's going to be an exciting match. That's going to be match number 19 in the series, number 4 today, as we have a look at that scorecard. But it was all at the top, wasn't it? 42 from Kuldeep Gulaya, and then Kumar making a very fine half century, 53.
Yeah, so that between them, what's that? It's like 95 off 29, which is pretty amazing. Look, fair bit of damage on the figures, but look, no one went for more than 20 and over, which just tells you that everyone got a bit of tap. I think Parveen Singh was important, took 2 wickets in that 6th over, and just resumed a bit of normal service. And it was the only over that didn't contain a boundary. 2 wickets also to Imran, the rest with singles. And in the end, a very entertaining cricket match that we see 311 runs in. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 12 minutes, take you into the 3rd match of 5 today. Punjab CC do take some points away from day 2. But haven't seen the last of Gamblers yet. They've still got 2 more matches today, so stay tuned. We have match 18 just around the corner. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Match number 18 on day 4. I'm looking forward to this one. Two top teams coming together. Marlow, they've already had a victory earlier today against Punjab CC Amadora. That one by 9 runs. They're looking to make it another victory for them. Can they go 4 out of 4? Gurkha 11, well, they're looking to make a change. They would have been disappointed with the defeat that they had last time around against Lisbon. So they're looking to bounce back to winning ways. Let's join the two captains in the middle with tournament referee Tyrone Peters for the all-important coin toss.
Your call, Tupper.
Head.
Head is a call. It's a head.
Yeah, we're going to bat.
They're going to bet.
Oh, sorry.
Gurkha winning the toss and are going to have a bat first. Of course they are. Imran Khan has been in good form for them as well. They also got Suman Gamiri. These two guys are really good batters. And then they got all-rounders like Hardeep Singh and also Lalit Moman. So they're coming out here on good form. They're going to be disappointed, the Gurkhas, that they lost their last match against Lisbon, but they're coming back strong in this one. Up against Marlow. Marlow already this morning have shown their strength. Watch out for Sarwar again at the top of the order. This is going to be a very exciting contest. It's the one match today that I'm really looking forward to. I think Marlow, they're a championship side as well as Gurkha. Two sides in good form clashing together. It's going to be a real battle. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu for the start of this one. But Vinny, the news from the middle is that Gurkha are going to have a bat first.
Thanks very much, Rico Fall. And we do roll into the third match of the day. And yeah, these two kind of traditional rivals in a way. So yeah, always love to see them when they lock horns. It's a rematch of the previous final here as well. And so yeah, plenty of quality on both sides. And if you just saw the last game, you would have seen there was plenty of action there. I expect there'll be plenty of action this time once again. And welcoming all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in the subcontinent or watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We have 5 matches a day this year in the European Cricket Series, wherever possible. And so, looking at these two teams, you can see that Gurkha 11 want to have a hit first. Why not? And Suman Gamire is a very classy player at the top of the order. I'd like to open with Rahul Kumar. Amadeep Guman comes into the lineup for Gurkha today. At Marlow, we saw them a little bit earlier. Well, not too much between these two teams. And that illustrates it with a supercomputer. Just saying Gurkha 11 1-run favourites over Marlow. So it's going to be a pretty entertaining one. There's Suman Gamiri. He will be opening and getting ready for action very shortly. And it looks like it will be Mahmood to open things up for Marlow. Asad Mahmood bowled really well. Left arm up a couple of wickets this morning. He just held on by 9 runs in match 16. So we're underway. Gamire gets off the mark with a single. Yeah, so what's a good score? I'd say yeah, around about the 120 mark. I feel like that might be a bit light on based on what we've seen today as well. So maybe something more like the 130. I'm interested to see how the run rates are stacking up. Probably something I can look up while I'm having a chat to you here. This one is flung back towards the middle, but here's the other opener coming into the side. He gets off the mark with 1. Yeah, so I mean, today we've seen a bunch of runs, haven't we, so far? And that first game was 132 to 123. And then the second game, 168 to 153. So yeah, both teams that have batted first so far have won the matches. Yeah, the run rate on day 1. Here's one tying the data up. Day 1, 12.5 and over. Day 2, 11.1 and over. Yesterday, a little bit lower scoring. I think we had a few new teams in there, 9.4 and over. And then today, through the first 2 games, it's 14.4 and over. He likes it. And I think they're going to have a look. And judging by the reaction from Rushan Singh, he thinks he's got his man. I think this is out. I think there's nothing grounded. Let's have a look. One more frame might do it. One more frame now. Yeah, for me, I can see white. And because I can see white, I don't think there's anything behind the line. And for me, Rushan likes it. And I think he's got his marching orders. That's a fantastic bit of, well, firstly, wicket keeping, and secondly, production from Elza in the truck. And there you go. And there's the decision. And as a keeper, you always know, because if you can see that white line, the back edge of that white line, you know there's nothing grounded behind it. So that's why Rushan wasn't faking his reaction. That was genuine. And a brilliant piece of wicket keeping to get this one going. And yeah, terrible start for Guman, who rocks up for his first innings in the series, only to get stumped. And Gawker 11 lose their first. It's 3 for 1. And Hassan Mahmood, left armer, he'll certainly take the wicket. It's going to be Rahul Kumar to come in at number 3. So as a wicketkeeper, I really appreciate the work of Rushan. It's not the first time I've seen him do it either. No, yeah, Guman just getting a bit carried away and probably thought he had something behind the line, but as you can see, he didn't. So left-handed Rahul Kumar comes out. Vinny Zandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me back in the commentary cube as the sun comes right into the cube as well. Is Rico Full.
Yeah, great to be back. I'm pretty sure you appreciated that good bit of work. And the man behind the stumps there, once again, a good take from him. I think he's been very impressive, hasn't he, as Rushan Singh?
Yeah, have a look at this. Rushan Singh, look at the way he actually moves his feet here. So it's to his left of his eyes, and he actually makes an effort to try and actually move that way. So it's always easy to catch the ball under your eyes. So, yeah, it's a fantastic bit of work. And great over as well. So end of the first, it's 3 for 1. Just a reminder, why don't you follow us at European Cricket Network on social media and get involved. We always love the interaction with our fans. And yeah, a lot of people taking the time as well, like Kroom, who said that was out for him also. I think so, to get involved in the discussion. And yeah, I think it had to be out. Again, great use of technology. I like the hyper zoom from Elza. They were able to get a really good look at that foot, and I think, yeah, for me, it removed all doubt. Sawa, another left armer to bowl over number 2. Oh, is this carried?
Oh, I think this carries, you know. I really do think. I mean, it would have been a really sharp catch. It's a good ploy to have the fielder in close. This is one thing that Marlow do well, don't they? The spinners get deployed well. Let's have a look. This might tell us.
See, that doesn't tell you much. Have a feeling it might have bounced just in front of him, or kind of at least yorked his hands. Anyway, he's in the action there, isn't he, at the moment? They'll scramble through for a single this time.
It's a lovely line being bowled here by the bowler, Sawa. Keeping it nice and tidy, sort of drifting it across the batters. Sim Sawa. Changing the field to the left-hander now as Kuma. It's a new batter that comes in after a great bit of wicket-keeping removed. Coming deep. Shout to catch it, but more importantly, you have to stop it. Stops the ball going to the boundary. And the 2 men that are deployed at the moment to the left-hander were mid-wicket and long on, and now they're making a change to the right.
This is pretty high, climbs Masim Sawa. Yamari's a classy player as well, isn't he? We've seen him play some very good innings. And he'll just bounce a bit more than you thought.
Yeah, he's a top player, is Saman Gamiri, and when he does get going, he can score his runs at a pretty quick rate. And, at the moment, though, just having a few issues with the slow stuff, not able to get the spinner away.
Bowling's been spot on. I mean, that's the thing. We've seen them obviously try and take the pace off first up, which I think has been a pretty good tactic. And now pushes back to the bowler. And they'll scramble through for one. Takes us to the end of the second over. And a very quiet start for Gorka 11 on this occasion. It's 5 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it is. I mean, after a lot of people are probably thinking, hang on, what's going on here now after seeing all the fireworks in that last match where we saw, what did we see there, 323 runs, something like that?
I think it was
321.
311 or 321?
321, yeah, 321 runs, and we saw balls being blasted all over the place. Well, this is the way it looks, and just keep an eye, look at the net run rates there.
Yeah, and the thing is, it is packed.
Yeah.
In the middle. But what I will say, Marlow, they're the only undefeated side left in the competition. Pardon me, it's 6 for 1 after 2, not 5 for 1, if you include that extra single. Yeah, so the run rate today, it's been 144 pace, essentially. So if you want to talk about a pass score through the first 2 games, 144, and even that probably wouldn't be safe. Roshan's been in the action. And Demire just has to get moving here, doesn't he? In the third over. They've burnt the power play as well so far.
I just think it's very clever the way that Marlow using the spin. This one's been pulled and work to be done for the fielder. It can't get there. So 4 runs. Nicely played. A lovely shot. There you go. Gets a good chunk of the bat on that as it races away and the fielder can't get anywhere near it. And that's the only issue, I think, when you've got the spin on. If the batters go after you, you've only just got the 2 men in the circle. And doesn't quite get himself to the pitch of this, doesn't move his feet. The stumps get knocked over. So I think he goes for the cheeky stumping, and he waits and waits, and then, well, he waited a bit. Let's see that. Well, we can't see here. No, he does keep the foot down. I think also there comes a point where the umpires have to decide, all right, hang on, this is long enough for us to say, nah. I'm going to say that the ball eventually, at some point, does have to come dead. I don't think the wicketkeeper can stand there forever waiting to take the bails off. But now they're asking again here. Not out. Marlow did this very effectively earlier. Just watch this. It's really well bowled. Good bit of work on the keeper as well. Yeah, Marlow, it was a spin. That was pretty effective last match. So this one is going to be 4 runs, and it's bobbling away. Just going to drop just in front of us here. And nicely played. So it doesn't try to hit it too hard. The non-striker has to get out of the way of it. And 4 runs. That's it. Hits the rope and starts to decelerate. It's a big swing at this, and where's this one again? That fielder is chasing it. It's got to get something down on it. It does. So picks up the ball, gets the ball in, and now he can pick up his cap. End of the over. So 13 come of that one, and the score moves along to 16. So 10. The power play is not quite what Goodco would have wanted. Remember, they've got a lot of powerful players in their side. I mean, we know about Gamiri. Vinny mentioned him, and the only reason, of course, we know he's a very good hitter of the ball. Made 30 of 12 the other day against Lisbon Capitals. Don't forget, of course, he got Hardeep Singh 49 of 15 player of the match performance with that, and he's bowling against the Indian Royals. So they've got good players. Lalit Mohan as well can hit the ball pretty well. So those guys will be sitting on the bench thinking, come on, we need to get a move on. If you can't get going, let us get out there. Okay. Struck nicely. Fielder gets down. Really good work. Liking that. And now, oh, well, I don't think he has the ball. I don't think he has the ball. And I think that the umpire, Paolo Butsamazzi, just wants clarification on this. So just keep an eye on. The key to watch is, to start off with, is if the bowler has the ball. And no, he doesn't. Clearly there you see he doesn't have the ball. So once the ball's going, he's then knocking the stumps down. I think if he has the ball, he has his man. That's for sure. So not out. Good work once again from Spring Productions. Helsinki and Martins have been top draw today. This one's a little bit short. gets worked away to the square leg area. No issues there for the fielder. Just be a single. So really have to try and get the ball going to the boundary here. As they stick with the spin. So Sawa now in the action. He's second. Okay, this is sliced up in the air. Should be a wicket. And it will be. He just floats it up there. And Saman Gamiri needed to give it a wallop because he was just going at under a runner ball. And he will now depart for 14. Caught. And once again, spin. They're just not able to deal with it, are they? No team we saw early on that when Gurkha was playing against Punjab CC Amadora, the earlier batters just couldn't get hold of the spin. They did accelerate towards the end, but just very fine bowling, just kept the pressure on all the time. And it was Asad Mahmood who was the key bowler there that kept it nice and tight. And you see the cows are on the move. Well, where they're going? Well, maybe we're getting reinforcements coming in at the cow corner because so many balls were hit there in the last match. They're thinking, okay, we need more of you. So here they come. Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? It's just absolutely beautiful, the countryside surrounding this this ground here, Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG, as you can see there on the logo. And well, they're selling some good. They've got their own brand of clothing as well. I think I may go away with a hoodie and a sweatshirt, definitely. And I think my daughter Sonia would love the black hoodies they got here. And well, she'll like the S as well. S for Sonia. Sawa gets the breakthrough. It's been very good bowling at the moment. They want the single. And well, they probably could have had it, but you need two batters on the same page to go for it. There's Lalit Moman, who now comes in and joins Rahul Kumar out there. This is an interesting shout. Paulo has a long look. I think that's the correct call. What I want you to focus on, look at the angle that this is bowled from. Sawa goes extra wide. Watch how wide he goes, and then he angles his ball across. So it's always going to be sort of going at that angle, and it does come back a fair bit. But for me, two things. Height is on the way up, and it may have just done a little bit too much, as the batters now will take two from the next delivery. This is the delivery that followed it. 2 runs came off it. That was also the end of the over. A very good over from Sawa. He just goes for 8. 2 batters now coming together as we have a look at the way this has gone on. They're making steps, I suppose. Goes up and flat lines a little bit, but they are at least starting to move. But once again, that over, just 5 coming off it. They're also an over that falls. And well, at some point or another, they've got to get some of the big batters in and start to get the boundaries going. 11, remember, they would have been disappointed with the way they finished their last match when they weren't able to, when they lost. There wasn't a last match there when they lost to Lisbon Capitals, having put 116 on the board. That was down to Asim Dar's amazing knock. And speaking of knocks, well, this is what they've got to do. They've got to get going. They've got to start hitting boundaries. And Rohit Kumar gets Nilkesh Patel, one of the ECN crew, off his feet. Nicely hit shot. He gets it in the gap. Nice shot. So spin continues. It's Amandeep. Take the single. So this, I think it's trying to make the most of this left and right combination as well. And hello to everybody on the chat. A few people are saying it's going to be an easy win for Marlow. I don't think so. I don't think it will be that easy, you know. Okay, Lalit. He's shown us that he's a hard hitter at the ball. He made 25 of 12 deliveries against Lisbon Capitals. And hit uppish, gets it through the inner ring of fielders. It's well fielded out there by the man who's sweeping. A couple of players that I'm surprised we haven't seen already. I mean, Azim Johnny, I really liked the way he batted the left-hander. He made 40 not out of 25 in a player match performance in that win against Punjab CC Amadora. I just think he's the sort of, he was a class act for me. He's the sort of batter that I would, he's my number 3. I think you go with 2 out-and-out big hitters to start with. So Suman Gamiri I can understand. But I don't think they got the right opener with him. I think for him, for me, my top 3 would be, you go with Gamiri. With him, you have Hardeep Singh. Then you have Azim Johnny to come in. He's a good left-hander to come in. I just think, again, I mean, the likes of Lalit Morman, who's there at the moment. Yeah, I know he can play a good innings. But I think maybe he's better off coming in just slightly lower. The other thing, of course, is Azim Johnny, the longer he's out there, as this is another one that gets blasted away. I think the fielder's a little bit disappointed that he's not able to stop this. It was powerfully struck. And he touched on it because he learned a lesson and never tried again, because that would have hurt you. It would have caused a few problems. You've got to use your hands, and you can see the fielder that was next to him was disgusted with that effort. 32 for 2 at the halfway point. This is where we need the acceleration. We've seen acceleration. We've seen 5 overs go for over 100. We saw it today a few times. In fact, we've seen 3 overs go for 85. So that's the sort of rate that they're going to go at now. They've got batters that can do it. Kuma, 8 balls for 10. The left-hander. It's time for him to start going. Time for him to start really throwing the bat at these. Judd. Oh, starts with a Gandhi, but well, how about this? This is the Superman in action. Well, this is a fantastic bit of work from Roshan. Look at this. That's absolutely outstanding. All he needs is a cape. Watch him go here. He takes off. Soy Superman. What a stop that is. That was 4 runs saved. Great stop. Sensationally well done. Amjad. He's got to keep it tidy. He knows that they're looking to go after him. Nice take again. Oh, Roshan, he's keen, isn't he? He likes to get the peel in as well. Amjad. Back to his mark. What a difference it makes when you got somebody like this guy behind the stumps. Icky, just the one. And this time it will be just the one. No mistakes there from Amandeep Singh. Does the fielding. Okay. So back to the lefty, Kumar. Hits it fairly well. It will drop, one bounce. Somebody comes across, keeps it to just the one. Has a look around. He's eyeing up the leg side, isn't he? Has a quick look. I think he's probably excited about the mid-wicket being inside the circle. So that's the area he's going to try and go. This time he clubs it pretty hard outside the off, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, this is whacked, lovely jubbly. Boom. Hits it on the up. Fielder right on the boundary. And he can't do any more than that. So nice hit. And straight away, Roshan comes over to the bowler. Amjad just has a little chat with him, probably saying to him, hey, you're too short. You're a little bit too short. Let's see if he's able to adjust. Good comeback. Really good comeback. A little bit quicker as well through the air, I think. So gets the dot ball in. Ball to go in the over. If you can avoid it going to a boundary, it'll be a good start for Amjad. Just 10 from it so far. And this one just catching a little bit of the wide line. So quarter wide. These two umpires, the men in black out there, haven't they done a good job? Paolo Buttamazzi and Buck Stoneman. Firmly struck, but I'd expect that Amardeep Singh is not going to make no mistakes, so it's not a bad over at all. And it was the boundary, but he finishes well, just 12 from it. The score moves to 44 for 2. So this is where really I think Gurkha and their captain, Gurkha Thapa, is probably gesturing from their dugout to the boys. Hey, come on, let's get a move on here now. Let's get the acceleration in. We've got batters, good batters still to come in, and Hardeep Singh, he's probably itching to get out there. Yes, well as the likes of Azam Johnny. You've got good guys there that can smash the ball pretty well. Okay, goes up again, and this is going to be 4 runs. That's a good hit. So Mohan certainly playing his part. I like the way that he gets right under these. It's a difficult guy to set a field to, because the way he stances, you don't think he's going to play too many shots out on the offside, but he adjusts pretty quickly and he clubs it, he hits it on the up. But if you get it wrong, you know you can crack it out on the leg side as well. See that stance there, so you wouldn't expect him to be pretty strong on the off. This one should have been straight down the ground, and it's a great bit of fielding. Really well done. Delightful to watch. Asim Sawa. This is more like it. Sawa, remember, he was a man who was guilty earlier of trying to stop one with his feet. Well, why would you do that when these are the sort of standards that you should be setting and applying? Really good stop. Well done. I know it was hard on him before, but this time, well, take me out of here. Sawa, well done. Floats it up. More work to be done by the fielder. And this time, the man who comes across is Waleed. He loses it. And then the batters decide, yeah, we can take 2. So after giving congrats to Sawa's stop, Waleed gets this one completely wrong. And I think it's all because he's looking to see what the batters are doing. Look, he just looks up, doesn't he, before getting the ball into his hands. And, okay, he's gone. Nicely done. And it's great bit of bowling from Singh. The quick hands once again. Here we go. Goes down. Beautiful take. Absolute top draw. That is fantastic. Lightning quick. And the more I see this man, Roshan Singh, the more I'm liking him. And he rewards Amandeep Singh with a wicket. And I don't think that's bad wicket, you know, to be honest. I mean, Lalit Mohan is hitting it pretty well. I think Rahul Kumar is chewing up too many deliveries. They're another team for me that need to have a quick look at their batting lineup. I know that a couple of teams that I was talking to saying, look, we've got a lot of matches. I think they play, what, about 10 matches, don't they, before we get to a point with 7 teams. Yes, 7 teams out of the 11 will not make it into finals day. So they want to make sure that everybody gets given an opportunity. So I can understand that. But you've got to have your key batters, your big hitters out there first. They go with Hardeep Singh. I don't mind that. I think he's probably a little bit more aggressive. That's Azim Johnny. Let's see Hardeep, how he gets on here. I'm pretty sure that he's going to be taking on Amandeep here at the very first ball. Gets ready, gets set. It's not a good delivery. Oh, well, this is just an outstanding. What a stop. What a stop this is. Oh, just superb. Superb. The amount of runs that man there behind the stumps has saved already. Well, I reckon you're already in the double figures. And Amardeep Singh does get his line right eventually. He wastes one, doesn't he, to Hardeep Singh. Now he's looking to finish the over well. Flights it up there, and it's been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And ball, Jadi full sigi, full tossiga, but ke maria Hardeep Singh ne shakka lag gaya. And nicely hit. Well, this is some of the upcoming events. Of course, we've got 2 weeks here at the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SGG, and loving every moment of it. And then after that, we pack our bags and we get bizzed away to Cyprus. 2 weeks of competition in Cyprus. Looking forward to going there. There's some very good teams and hard hitters in Cyprus as well. Then, of course, we've got the ECS in Milan. And in between that, we've got the ECN T20Is in Gibraltar, where, of course, Charlie Hunt will be. So plenty of action coming your way. As we return back to the action here in 58 for 3. So 18 deliveries to try and really get that score to, well, I think you have to be looking to try and somehow get to the 100. So you're looking to get 42 runs of these 18 deliveries and the rest, because you're seeing the sort of scores that we've seen today. So they will go with Yasser Sabir. And, well, this is going to be well fielded. I thought maybe you're going to get a fortuitous 4 leg buys, but it will just be the single. So 2 batters just coming together here, having a little bit of a chat. And the only thing you can, I don't know what they're chatting about there. Is the only thing you can be saying is, Yar, the ball long in but ke mari. That's the only thing. You've got to smash it big. Sabir now to Hardeep. Hardeep, we know he can give it a big crunch. It gets a wide. Oh, this guy's a genius. This guy is just absolutely fantastic. I said double figures, and I reckon it's close to 18 to 20 runs he's saved. Just watch this. He's just so good. Ah, terrific. He's made some stops today. Outstanding. Can you give somebody a player of the match award just for being a superb keeper? I think you can.
I think you can.
He's been outstanding. Hello, welcome
I love that
back.
I'm back, and just had fantastic lunch. There you go again.
He's asking the question. He's very confident.
This is not as convincing, his body language. He says, I wish it was out, but I don't think it really is. Maybe he is. Nope.
No.
Again, he's just wasting everyone's time there. But that's fine. Yeah, but I agree. Some of the ones down the leg side have been so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important. I don't know if you could... He has taken some fantastic stumpings, that's true. But I don't know if you get a man of the match just for fixing bowlers' errors. Some of it has been a bit like that. So Bien out with the ball.
That's what... Ooh, tight call. The swing's late. But the umpires have been pretty strict on this. And...
It's a tough one at the crease, but you can understand what's swinging around. Bowlers rarely get the benefit of the doubt with those. So yeah, it's really on them to straighten it up a bit.
This one will definitely be another. Once again, good take from the keep. What I like about him as well, Roshan, is not only the work that he does, the way he liaises, if you like, with the bowler. He's always giving signals, bowl it here, do this, do that. He's giving little signals to the bowler to say, right, he's out of his crease. He's just all-round quality.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
This one's been hit fairly well. There should be no issues from the fielders. There isn't. The ball comes back. And at the moment, you'd have to say that Marlowe all over good. It's been a really
put the choke on, really, haven't they?
It's been an eventful knock, really, from Gurukha. And maybe we're just spoiled because of what we've seen already in the day. Well, this one he can't stop, and this one will be a minimal He's unfortunate. He throws himself at it, but this is just far too quick down the leg side. And though he gets diving, he goes under his body. It's not a good delivery. Look, it's just getting away from him swinging. So that's one he can't stop. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, all the ones that he has dived and stopped, what the result would have been.
Yeah, it's to be frustrating for him because any time you let anything get past you, that is on the bowler. It's really on the bowler.
Oh, it's a terrible delivery.
But yeah, he'll still be frustrated. He'll wish that he'd moved a bit quicker, but you're really testing the limits when you fire one that quick and that far down leg side.
Yeah, I mean, going back to good, as in Johnny hasn't come in, Hardeep Singh comes in so late. They just haven't got their batting lineup right for me. Okay, Sabir needs to get this back on target. And, well, talking about target, he's found the middle of the bat. Well, that comes right out the middle. He gives this the full boom right out of the middle. It springs and it goes all the way. That is sweeter than a bowler. Rasmalai, a big hit. That's what they need here now, and helped and boosted by that 5 minimos. All of a sudden, this becomes the best over in the match so far. 15 with a couple of balls to go. They've got to make it count. Lalit Moman wants to go big again. And he gets a fair chunk of this, and he will go all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona. Shakalagya. And just like that, we have another magical over. It's just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, exactly. Needed a spark and they get it. They get the gift of the 5 wides and they cash it in with the 6. So we've seen some big finishes to innings. I'm sure Gawker would love one right here.
Well, this all of a sudden puts them back at 10 and over. They looked like they were going to struggle around the 90s. And this has been met pretty well, and the fielder gets under it and takes a very good catch. No mistakes there at all from Amandeep Singh. And Lalit Moman, well, I suppose he had to go for it. It was the last ball off the over. Hits it pretty well, but unfortunately for him, it goes a little bit more area than distance. But still, a very healthy 32 of 16 deliveries from him before Amandeep takes the catch. So it's an expensive over. It is magical, but yes, Sabir does pick up a wicket. 1 for 21 for him, as the score moves to 80 for 4 at the end of 8.
Yeah, you can see that run rate's been climbing and gets a bit of a boost that over, but let's see if the wicket throws them. But I think they've got the wickets to play with. They might as well use them. And so, yeah, nicely taken. Now we head into the last 2 overs now. Time for the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. Walker, I mean, it's not a terrible score, 80 off 8. You just feel with Marlow and their batting, they'd want something. They would have wanted something kind of 130-ish, 140-ish, but I think right now they'd probably settle for something around the 110 mark. And there's a very good bowler still to bowl. He's only going to bowl the 1 over. It surprised me slightly, Said Maisa. I think that's just because I think some of their slower bowling options have been pretty useful that they used up front. So here he is bowling to Hardeep Singh. Ties him up first ball. They don't get a run.
Yeah, no run. So Hardeep Singh, remember the first time we saw Gurkha, it was his 49 of 15 that got him the Player of the Match award in a 27-run victory, 129 to 102. So we know what he can do, and that's why I'm a little bit surprised that he does come out pretty low down the picking list. He came out at 5. He's joined out there by Absat Alam. Well, he hits it pretty well, and it stays hit. And the umpire will put him up like he just don't care, because that's 6 more. So they're getting there, aren't they? They're getting the acceleration going. And that takes him closer to 90. This is a good hit because it's a fair distance outside the off stump. So he absolutely clobbers it. There's power in that shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Again, Mason doesn't quite get length right. Hardeep hurts him. 13 and counting.
To the pads, asking the question, but I mean, there's a run there. You're a little bit lazy there. There's no backing up at all from Absar. Absar should be charging down the other end and saying, Chal, let's go. Let's make this count. We need the runs.
You see Watson, Hardeep doesn't really respond. I'm saying, hey, what you doing? Hardeep saying, well, didn't you see that 6 last ball? Leave me here and I'll give you another one. Well, let's see. And Mysam again doesn't quite get the length right. He's just lucky that he cramped Hardeep for a bit of room that time.
So it will be a wide, and just trying to put a little bit too much effort in my son in the bowling here. So that's that dot all of a sudden becomes eliminated by the extra, the wide. Now where can they get to here? I mean, I think with 3 balls to go in this one, if you can finish this over, so to say around the 94 mark as a score, and then of the last over try and take it to the 115, it will be a good comeback. This is another wide that helped, because remember at the halfway point they were only on 32. So they really started slowly and only had lost 2 wickets as well. So maybe Gurkha, another team that just a little bit too preoccupied on preserving wickets when really they should be looking to be hitting the maximos.
Yeah, well, I think Misa also doesn't give you too much. Normally, you're looking for one that you can get under. He bowls that good line. Not afraid to bowl a wide out there.
I mean, they've been very tight on these, the umpires. You can see Misa, he can't believe that one's been called. I must admit, if I'm bowling this, I'll be very disappointed as well. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes back a little bit. I guess the question the umpire's trying to answer, I mean, our angle is actually better than their angle because they're a bit closer. They're looking at that line on a bit more of an angle than we are because they are close to the action. But, yeah, benefit out goes against the bowler. If there's a little bit of it that touches that sideline on the way through, talking the outer edge of the ball, and they will normally call it. But, yeah, probably a tight one. But I suppose you say to the bowler, well, you got that much to bowl with. Why are you bowling that wide anyway? And they'll say, because I'm scared of getting hit.
You know what? I just realised what really helps us, doesn't help the umpires because they don't have the luxury of the replays. It's the shadow.
Yeah.
The shadow of the ball.
Yeah,
you can see the shadow of the ball, whether it's hitting the line or not, because the sun is right above us now. And that one is a wide.
Yeah.
You don't need the shadow or anything to tell you that one.
He's sticking to his guns though, Side Meisom, isn't he? He's determined to keep it out there, and he doesn't care how many wides he goes for. But has to be a bit careful now because there's only 1 minute left to bowl these 2 legal balls. So yeah, he might have 1 to play with if he bowls an extra ball, but I don't think he'll have more than that.
Shot. Fielder is there though, and deals with it well. And he's a bit unlucky, I think, the batter, Singh, because he plays a really nice shot. He'll only get 1 from it. He was looking for a boundary. Hey, there's been 17 extras. I think 16 of those in wide. So that's why they're cutting it fine here with the time.
That's right. And I'll tell you how many extra deliveries. There's been 11 extra deliveries. So you might say, well, how can you have 16 wides when it's only 11 extra balls? It's because, of course, sometimes you get a wide that'll go to the boundary. Sometimes you'll get extra runs off a wide as well. Okay, needs to bowl a straight one here. Oh, he gets in just. I tell you, that might be a big call because that could have been a 6-run wide because they're going to sneak in with 5 seconds to spare. And, well, this is the one that mattered. I reckon it's the exact same one that we saw last time, but this time he gets the call. And after 9 overs, it's 91 for 4.
Yeah, and of course, Gurkha, a team that will know all about penalty runs. Remember, in that defeat to Lisbon Capitals, it was the penalty runs that went against them that helped the Capitals win in the end. I mean, I'm not saying that the Lisbon Capitals wouldn't have got there otherwise, because they would have meant that they only needed, I think at the time they needed 4 of the last, but penalty runs came on and that was it, end of the match. Okay, speaking of this match, well, there's 6 balls before this comes to an end. I was saying that they need to be thinking of trying to get to around about the 94, 95 sort of mark and have a big push in the last. Well, they get to 91, but they still need a big push. Let's see how many they can get at the last. That starts with just a single, but Hardeep Singh will go back on strike.
Yeah, so a second ago we were talking about, could they get that 110 or so? It's looking pretty unlikely. 1 or 2 sixes though. You never know your luck. Hardeep facing up.
Well, it's in the slot, hits it pretty well, but finds the fielder. That's a very good catch taken on a ball that's dipping quite sharply. Yeah. And it's Amir Zahib that takes the catch. Well taken.
Yeah, very well taken. There's no easy catches here because of the way the ball kind of springs off the bat again, because we're kind of elevated. It goes into the sky straight away. That was well taken by Zahib. just looking at these extra deliveries, we had a 10 ball over in the 8th, a 10 ball over in the 9th, but the 9th over critically only goes for 11. So it's more or less a draw, I think. And so yeah, Rizwan comes on, and that's a handy wicket to get, and they might still have visions of keeping this below 100.
Yeah, because we've got a new batter that will go on strike. I wonder if it doesn't look like it's the left-hander that's gone out there, so they're holding back on Johnny. The new man will be Singh that comes out, Samanjit Singh. Rizwan. Nice start from him, and this one will be a wide.
Yeah.
But once again, good work by the keeper, getting something behind it, doesn't let him get past him.
Yeah, it's good movement. I mean, even though this ball is, it's what we call an old ball, but it still is only 9 overs old. So if you get it right, it still moves around.
They're going to have to run hard here, and this will be a single. So still not quite at the 100 mark, and running out of balls as well. 3 to come in the over. So it's a batter who's only faced just the one delivery as Alam. Let's see what he can do. Can he
Boundary to get him over 100, I think.
Oh, this is so close to knocking the off stump out of the ground.
Yeah, so again, I'm going to talk about the keeping of Roshan. He never expects the ball to hit the stumps or anything. Look who he takes that. If that does hit the stumps, he's going to have his gloves right behind it. And that is a really practical tip to give keepers. So many times we see keepers holding their head, doing all these things. That's not your job. Your job is to catch the ball and forget about everything else. And this is one that he can't get because it's French cut away, and it's a nice little 1-2. And they kick it back into play and prevent a boundary through non-standard means.
It's one way to do it. Says, right, I'll pass it back to you. There you go. That's a nice little side foot.
Would have been nice if he kicked it back to the original fielder. But anyway, 97, so they need 2 to set Marlow 100. Here's the last ball of the first half.
It's not. It's another wide. It's another extra. 97 becomes a 98.
Creeping up there. Just feel like 100 isn't enough on this field, considering the quality of the opposition. But we have seen these kind of totals win matches. This would have been a big wide and would have tested Roshan. Instead, what's happened here? It'll be a leg by, so they will get to 99. But I want to know how many legs that this hits on the way through. Hits the. There you go. Have a look at this. have a look at this. He kicks it up and then he kicks it again.
Oh dear.
I'm going to show you this, Rico, because I know you're getting ready for the half time. But it came off his pad, it went up in the air, came down, hit his pad again, and then went to the bowler. And so, well, there's a little bit of hacky sack about that, but it'll be 99 for 5 after 10 overs as we go back. And it's a pretty quiet start, wasn't it? With just a pair of threes in the first 2 overs. Left armers doing the job. But I think Roshan Singh, he's been so good. And you see, this was a really good replay that showed that Amandeep Gumant was kind of hanging over the line but had nothing grounded. And then this almost was another opportunity. So pretty quiet power play that set the tone, although they did get a few more in the third. But I think, the decision to bowl those 2 left armers early paid dividends for Marlow's skipper, Mian Shahid. But they did kind of get a little bit going towards these middle overs. You can see this one would have been out if the bowler took the ball. He wasn't able to. And then the chances started coming, and Sawa got good reward for his tight bowling. And didn't even get hit to the boundary, Nazim Sawa, in his 2 over spell. But we knew something would probably turn around, and it did through these middle overs with Amandeep Singh and Walid Amjad going for a few. And there's some nice shots played. That one was a real tease. That would have been a one-hand hanger on the point boundary. But there's no easy stops here. So it really kind of puts into context how good some of the fielding was from Marlow. This was a great bit of work between the batter and the stumps, and that's probably the second hardest stumping you can get. again, he's just always tracking the ball. He's not worried about where the stumps are or where the batter is. He's always tracking the line of the ball. And he was my player of the first half, even though he couldn't quite stop this one. Roshan Singh, he's a very good wicket keeper. Late in the piece, well, they need a Maximo. They got one there. They're a bit hard to come by. And Myson also went the journey in a 10-ball ninth, but he only yielded 11 runs. So the 6 as well as the 4 wides and a single. And then Rizwan, he didn't get hit to the boundary in the last over. Only going for 8, and that got them up to 99. So an even 100 will be required for Marlow if they're going to keep their undefeated tournament alive. 32 to Lalit Mohan, played some nice strokes while he was out there. He scored 3 Maximos and 2 4s in his innings. Apart from that, double figures for Gamire at the top, as well as Rahul Kumar 13, Hardeep Singh with 14, and 22 extras though. That's something I think has been plaguing some of these more experienced teams that should know better. Okay, it's one thing to have the plan, but they went very close to getting done for time. It was only about a few seconds in it towards the end of the 9th over. Single wickets for Asad Mahmood, as well as Sawa, Hardeep Singh, as well as Yasir Sabir and Mohammad Rizwan. But for me, I'd have to say Azim Sawa was my pick of the bowlers. 1 for 8 off his 2. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the second half. And Marlow, like I said, there's a healthy rivalry between these teams. Marlow would love to stay unbeaten. To do that, they'll need 100 runs. Gorka, they'd love to knock off Marlow, because there are always spicy contests between these two teams. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full will be back with me shortly. We'll see you around the corner for more ECN cricket. The second half on the way. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back, cricket lovers, and welcome back to this magnificent view. Not a bad little house we got here. With this view, it's quite glorious, really, on a lovely sunny day. It's a pleasant breeze that is helping the batters as we get ready for the reply from Marlow. 100 exactly needed for victory. And this is played out nicely. It's Hardeep Singh. He comes on to bowl, and single straight away for Amardeep Singh. These two have had their own battles, and well, not too long ago it was the other way around. It was Hardeep Singh doing the batting and Amardeep Singh doing the bowling. He was victorious, getting the wicket of Hardeep. Okay, so let's see how this reply goes. Well, this one goes straight through Mian Shahid. Well, this is just a little bit too good for him, and I think if you're bowling here and you're looking at the lack of foot movement from Mian, you're just thinking to yourself, right, I want to hit those pads, because you hit those pads, I think everybody's going up, and I think you'll probably find the umpire's finger will go up as well. 99, only Lalit Mahan scored any real valuable runs, 32 off the 16 balls he faced. The rest just weren't able to get going. And talking about get going, this one is half stop. It's a good bit of fielding. The batters do come back for two. It was a nice shot played by Shahid, the captain of Marlow. He cuts it nicely. He gets a fair amount of body to it. He will be happy to get off the mark because he has got 9 ducks, 9 quacks in his career. So yeah, it's good to get off the mark. And that's probably one of the highest, not a record they'd be pleased of. And oh, that's a chance. That is a genuine chance. It gets dropped. And well, Saman Gamiri sits on the deck and hoping that the ground could swallow him up, because this is one you got to take. I think he's a little bit too acrobatic with the dive rather than focusing on the catch. He wants to try and make it maybe look a bit more exuberant than what it was. That's the difference, isn't it? That's the difference between having a... I'm not saying that Saman Gamiri is a bad keeper, but that's the difference between... Let me put it a different way. That's the difference between having a keeper that's having a good day compared to one that's not. Because you saw Rushan Singh was absolutely superb. I was talking about their score, 99. If there was another keeper there, that score could quite easily have been around about 120. I'm not exaggerating. He made so many stops. He was sensational. But that's a big opportunity. And we were talking about Mian Shahid and how many ducks he normally gets. Well, he did get 2 on the ball before he was dropped. And that one's pretty full. It could have gone anywhere, and it will somehow go to the boundary. How this gets there, I don't know. Is this the back of the bat, or is it a very thick inside edge? Trying to play it down the leg side, and somehow it loops over the infield. It goes to the boundary. So Hardeep Singh's over comes to an end, and he's probably wondering to himself, well, what does he have to do to get a little bit of luck on his side? It's the end of the first over, and the score is on 8. 45 matches since the golden ball, and well, I wouldn't have said that this is a sort of a golden ball sort of score on this pitch. I think it's probably more around about a 115, I would say. However, stranger things have happened, and a lot of people will remember on the chat that I was saying that I think we'll get the golden ball before we get to the 50 mark. Well, let's see. Oh, that's a good delivery. Put this bat on this. That's where you have to be aiming. As the throw comes in. And this guy really impressed me the other day with his bowling. Gurjeet Singh. He's got a bit of pace about him, but he gets the ball in the right areas as well. Bowled again this time. No, oh, and he's overcommitted. And well, good heap. If he could have got hold of this and thrown it in, would have been a chance. See the captain grabs hold of him straight away, and he's having a chat with him. He's Thapa. this one really does swing late. Good take this time from Saman Gamiri. He's just got to put that one behind him, hasn't he? And Mian was the man who was dropped by him. Liking this, that players are consistently coming up to the bowler and just encouraging him and saying, yeah, well bowled, keep it there. They all know that if they get a couple of really good tight overs in, pick up a few early wickets, that they're right back in this match. And that's a beautiful delivery. It's sort of half an appeal. And, well, I think because it's half an appeal, it's not convincing. I mean, it's the movement away. The thing is, I'm going to look at the batter. He's looking behind and looking at the umpire. Well, I don't know, is there anything on this or not? I think there is, I think there is. I'm just looking, surely, but then I'm also thinking about the ball before and how much the ball moved after it goes past the batter. But looking at that again, I think there may have been a touch in there, but I just don't think the appeal sold it to the umpire. It's played into the deck. They take the single. What are your thoughts on that, people on the chat? What are you thinking? One there or not? A few people have got mixed opinions on it. Ball to go in this over. And Gurupajit Singh probably thinks he could have and maybe should have had one. And this is down the ground and maybe he will get one. He will. That's an easy catch taken by the fielder. So Hardeep Singh, we know he's a class act. And he takes the catch. So the two Singhs combine. And there will be a reward for the bowler in the end. And going for the big shot, Mian Shahid. He will go for 4 of the 5 deliveries that he faces. And though he did get a chance on 2, he's not able to make anything of it. Hardeep takes what, well, for him is a very straightforward catch. And Gurupajit does get the wicket that he deserves in the end. So Mian, the captain, goes. And his job really, I think, is to try and get them off to a good start. So if he's not clicking, I think you're better off. See him at the equation. 3 teams on 6 points. Warish, Marlow, Punjab CC of Amdora, Gurkha. They're looking to try to get there as well. And of course, Marlow, they know they get a victory here. They go top of the pack. And that's what it's all about. And remember, then Marlow have an opportunity to increase that lead later today when they take on the Gamblers, the very last match of this day 4. A bit of conversation there between a few key players. And Lalit Maman looks like he's going to get the ball here. So they're not going to go back to Hardeep Singh straight away. Score 10 for 1 after 2. Keep the pressure on, trying to get that rate to climb high. And at the moment, they take it to 11, just over 11, 11.25. Wanting a good over here. Oman to deliver it. The batters, well, they want to try and go after this. And Amardeep Singh is being joined out there by Shah. Singh hits this well, he's trying to get it past the fielder. He does. Nice shot played. Hardeep Singh is in that zone. And he is a very good fielder. There's nothing that he can do about this one. This is well struck. Not a bad delivery. I just think that Amardeep had already made up his mind that he had to go for it. Well bowled, better areas and lack of foot movement from Amardeep Singh this time. So Mohan gets the dot in. Mohan, of course, he knows get a good spell of bowling here, and he's got a very good opportunity to get player of the match award as well. Oh, that's really well bowled. So unlucky. Just this is sometimes when you don't want the movement. It gets a bit of late movement. It could have been curtains. If that had gone straight on, it probably would have shaved the off stick. Just noticed the corner of my eye that looks like Farooq Hussain is warming up as well. This time he uses his feet and comes forward, misses. Don't want to dwell on it, but another reason wicketkeeper is so important is see what the batter's doing here now. I think a good keeper at the pace that Mohan is bowling is going to stand up and say, okay, you want to go out your crease. He's sort of started, he's taken a guard outside his crease anyway, then he's coming down the track as well. The keeper will just stand up and say, okay, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm going to take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not going to give you that freedom. And he does come up. Well, there you go, right on cue. So, well bowled, wicket to wicket. That sometimes could be the issue. There's a lot of bowlers that I know that when the keeper then does stand up, they don't like it. They find it off-putting. Some bowlers I know will refuse to bowl if the keeper's standing up. So no, you go back. Some bowlers will think that if the keeper standing up means that they're a slow bowler, so don't like it. But just lose his shape. Well, this one's not a good delivery. It's Gandhi, is too wide, and doesn't quite get the areas right. And the batter is using the width, flashing at it hard. It would have been a wide anyway, as you see there. But nice looking stroke, nice way to get off the mark. Blazing shot. That was in fact that was Singh, that was the last ball off the third over. So 18 is the score, 18 for 1. So Amardeep Singh is doing all the scoring at the moment. Shah is now about to face his first delivery. He's the left-hander. And after all of the warming up, it is not Hussain that's going to be given the ball. It's going to be Azam Johnny. So Johnny, a man that, once again, I get surprised by a lot of teams the way they deploy their batters. And this man, for me, I mean, he batted beautifully the other day. He'd got the Player of the Match award in the win, 120 to 110 against Punjab CC of Amdora. He made 40 not out, 25 deliveries, batted beautifully. Put a good partnership on with Absar Alam as well. Doesn't get a look in. When he gets a chance to have a bowl, and he starts with the Gandhi. They take on the keeper, who after wearing it to stop it going to the boundary, I would say, and has to chase after it. Yeah, does well. Good footwork there from Suman Gamiri. But the batters turned that one wide into 2. That's left-handed, Johnny, but bowling right. The wind just picks up a little bit now. And the thing with this wind is it's blowing, well, I was going to say downhill, but there's a downhill is all round that pitch. It's blowing into us, so it's blowing straight into mid-on, mid-off. So anything goes up in the air will get taken by the wind, but this one gets taken straight into the hands of Hussain, who takes a good catch. What I liked here about Hussain, when I saw him earlier and he looked like he was warming up for me, he didn't have a hat or shades on. He's now decided that because of the way the sun is now moving from left to right, so it's going to become quite awkward to catch in those areas. He's got the hat, he's got the shades, and he takes a very good catch. So that's a wicket that falls. It is 20 for 2. And, well, it's a good man to get out, isn't it? Amardeep Singh, he can be dangerous, but he goes a runner ball for 14. They're getting wickets when it counts, and they're making this hard for themselves. Good catch from Hussain. So Johnny, I don't know why, I'm always tempted to say Little Johnny. When somebody's called Johnny, you always call him Little Johnny. So there's probably some big Johnnies out there as well. But Johnny does take a wicket. He doesn't start with a good one. And maybe the extra they ran from the wide there was probably not the best of choices. Anyway, he's ready to go again. Wait is the call. They just want to, I think, just wants to make an additional change in the field. So what happens is square leg to the right hander goes back and the man on the 45 comes in the circle. And it's cut away straight to the fielder. They'll take the single. It's a wild throw that comes back. He should be looking for a second. The ball is still moving around. Well, there's a little bit of tennis going. That's 15 love, I think. Bit of tennis happening there in the middle. Goes from one side of the field to another, but only 1 run. Probably even got time to show all of this replay to you because it goes from here to the other end. Oh, well, what a leap that is from Gamiri. Then from the other end, it goes the other way. Well, it's a Gundy delivery and is played pretty well by Shah. He gets off the mark. He just sort of helps this along. It's sort of a sweep paddle, isn't it, to a ball that's down the leg side. There is a fielder out there. He's jumping high to see if Manjit Singh can get anything onto that, but he can't. Ball Gandhi Sigi choka lagya. And Johnny has been a little bit of all sorts here. And, unfortunately, though, for Gurkha, it's been more bad than good. Can he change that here? Better areas. Bit of a false strike from Zulfikar after hitting a boundary. He wants to go for another. He gets a little bit of something on this. Not quite where he wanted it to go. It's very well fielded and well attacked as well. Not allowing the batters to go for two. And yeah, Zahib is the batter that has joined Shah out there. Once again, big welcome to everybody in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. Hope you're enjoying the conversation. A big shout out to the moderators as well. Nicely played. Single will be taken. Yeah, I always like to say that the moderators always bring some cheer to the proceedings. They keep it clean, enjoyable, entertaining, and most importantly of all, respectful. So well done to all the moderators on the chat. And remember, if you are new to it, why don't you get involved? Give us, if you haven't done so already, give us the thumbs up, spread the word, tell your friends, tell your family, and enjoy the action, enjoy being part of our European cricket family, and send us a message. Let us know where you are tuning in from. Over comes to an end, 27 for 2 or 4, and that rate just keeps climbing up little by little. It's now at around just over 12. That's well bowled. Liking the areas that have been bowled here by Mohan. To basically challenging the batter to say, well, I'm getting the ball right up there, so if you're not going to get bat onto it, if you're going to let it hit your pad, then you're going to be in trouble. Okay, left-hander now. Zulfikar Shah. Oh, well, there's nothing anybody can do about this. This is a genuine French cut, a big swing. The wicketkeeper just left stranded, and it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 carreras. Hay mucho de suerte ahí por el batador. And, well, they do say fortune favours the brave. Well, he was brave. He went for it. Gets the edge, gets 4 runs. And now he's, oh no, oh no, oh no. And कितना तो तू की कर रहे कि मैं की करा इतने लग उधर चल गई मैं इधर गया ball इधर चल गई. Yeah, I know what he's saying. He says, what can I do? It hits the deck and deviates sharply to go the other way. Oh, madre mía. No puede, no, yo no puede. No mi culpa, no mi culpa. Es culpa del suelo. Not me fault, not me fault. It's all down to do with the floor, he says. Yeah, you could agree with it. There's not much you could have done with that. And this time, well, we've shaken it to the left, we've shaken it to the right, and this one goes right through the middle into the gloves of Suman Gamiri. And I think there's a song that goes a little bit like that, isn't it? Okay, so where's this going to go? And this one to the fielder, gets a good throw in, and fires it in at the keeper. They'll take a single. That will be a ball to go in the over. So it's been a better over. Maman. It's gone for 18 in his spell. Okay, what can the right-hander, Amir Zahib, do? Well, he plays this really intelligently. He's quite happy to take another single. So the 5th over has come to an end. And the 11 come off that one as the score moves on to 38 for 2. So even though it's a better over, it's still less than what they need to get to. Remember I was saying they were just over 12, so it will stay at that, so they're not able to sort of get the acceleration in just yet. The two batters just had a bit of a chat there with each other. I think they're keeping an eye on the scoreboard and thinking, hey, when do we go? So as I'm Johnny, it's a real mixer from him. He's going to bowl another. Short, it's pulled. Goes to the fielder, who makes no mistakes. So that's Singh out there. So, I think in his last over, Johnny, he bowled 3 half-decent deliveries, probably 3 bad ones as well. I think what they're trying to do here, I think Johnny's a slower bowler, just deploy the slow bowlers. Launches into this, and he's going to get 4 runs. I think he's decided, Zulfikar Shah, that if it's there or thereabout, he's got to throw everything at it, and he does. Everything, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink, get thrown at this. And the fielder, despite the effort, cautious to Kafi, get the field in there, but Joka Lagia 4 more. I think you've got the likes of Johnny's that come on to bowl. You could probably say maybe he's an also bowled. Well, you got to go after him. You got to. If you lose your wicket trying, it doesn't matter. You've still got plenty of batters to come in. You only lost 2 wickets. You got to go after him. Cuts. This time it would just be a single as the throw comes in. It's nicely taken from Gumiri. So, he's got a good strong arm, isn't he? In comes the throw. Batter, though, does get in quite comfortably. Of course, the keeper, Gumiri, doesn't know that. The umpire puts the stumps back together. Umpire butts. Zahib goes for the sweep, doesn't get it right. He's going to have to hurry here. Well, this is going to be close. This is going to be close. At first glance, I'm going to say out. Let's have a look. Here comes the throw. We already know he's got a good arm, and yeah, he's gone by a long way. So he's going to have to go. And sooner or later, pressure was going to show, and it will be a valuable wicket. Now they get the breakthrough. And just chancing that arm a little bit too often. I think just waiting for the decision. Well, I think it gets his marching orders now. That's Zulfikar. I think just wanted to make sure that everything was taken cleanly. Yeah, no issues there at all. And well done. I'm liking that call there from Bucks. I think what he was probably looking at, or what he wasn't sure about, is whether the stumps were broken before the ball went into the gloves of the keeper. But Saman Gumiri does really well. And that means that Zulfikar will have to do part. He's going to be a little bit disappointed to got himself run out. But he'll be run out of 19. But he adds to the score. The new batter makes his way out there. It's Asim Sawa. And, this man was 59 not out of 22 in the victory this morning against Punjab. He's here for Amadora. So once again, another team that is just taking the opportunity maybe to just chop and change the batting order, and wonder whether it's because they've now got so many matches to play that they just want to give everyone a chance. It's the first time they're probably playing in the season. It's pretty early on. Season hasn't really started yet, so it's all about giving everyone an opportunity to see who can find form, who can't. This one just gets played away by Zahib. On strike, of course. Went out there. And into the left-hander as well. This is swivels on this nicely. The fielder makes the stop. And Gurjeet Singh there making sure, being very cautious that the ball doesn't go to the boundary. I think he's probably thinking, I'd rather be safe, and if they want to take me on and take 2, fair play, but I'm not giving 4 away. and he's got a very good arm as well. I wouldn't be taking his arm on. So here's the end of the over. And the scorecard came up there and went away very over when I give you the score. 13s. So I think here now you got to get something going. You really do. They're going back to, and I'm liking this also from Gurkha. They're going back to a man who's been pretty good with the ball. It's been very difficult to get anything away from Gurjeeb. That's why he's been given the ball here. I think this is basically the captain saying, okay, right, let's really try and tighten the screw. A good over in here, maybe a wicket or two, but more importantly, not so many runs. Gets that rate even higher. Let's see if Gurjeeb Singh can do what his captain wants. He starts with a dot. The batter, I think, almost pleading with the umpire to say, hey, how about that one? Give us a wide. And well, our umpires are too experienced to fall for that. It was a good delivery. And Gurjeeb will probably try in the same areas once more. Yeah, he does, and it's the same result. He's too quick, isn't he? He's too quick for what Zaib is trying. Okay, will it be 3 out of 3 in the same area, or will he go for the Yorker length delivery? If he has a slower one, that wouldn't be a bad option either. The non-striker, Sawa, goes and has a chat with him. Well, he moves across, hits his hard, and it absolutely disappears. What a hit this is. Well, I think this one could have been going up into the scaffolding where the cameras are. He absolutely launches into this. Hey, are you all right up there, guys? Well, it just drops to the foot of that scaffolding tower. And this is a really good hit, but that's the thing here, isn't it? I mean, do you keep with what's dots, or do you go for the stumps? So Gurjeeb there decided that he was going to go a bit fuller. It ends up being a mistake, so big hit from Zahib. So whatever Sawa said to him worked. And this is nicely played. That's a very good, intelligent shot. Goes a little bit shorter this time. And Amir Zahib plays this beautifully, intelligently. Lovely shot. 4 runs. It's a shot that a lot of batters haven't been able to deploy or execute. And it's on this pitch, it's a good shot to have, because you can really deploy it many times, because the quicker bowlers go for that, go for the extra bounce. And if you're able to get back, you're able to play that away. And he plays that beautifully. Singh. And this has been well struck, but it's in the air. It's a chance, and it's been grabbed. A very good catch. Nicely taken. No mistakes from Lalit Mohan. And he is becoming quite a key in this match, isn't he? Just when the acceleration comes, they manage to defuse it with this wicket. And he gets tucked up there. I think once again he gets beaten by the pace. And Gurjeeb, after being hit on a couple of boundaries, does pick up the wicket. So he isn't able to apply the pressure in terms of slowing down the rate even more, but he does pick up a wicket. So it's probably was a good move to having to come on. 56 for 4 now, and it will be Zahib. We've got the acceleration going, so he makes a healthy 16 of 12 before being caught by Mohan. And it's Gurjeeb Singh that picks up the wicket. You bat it. Misam comes out, takes guard. Looks like he's taking leg stick. And well, just before this delivery, it's fine. Fine time to welcome back into our commentary box Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, been lurking. Interesting game. Even more interesting now. As one brings 2, and Misam, who is a guy who could really change the game here. He's just been rock and roll, top of off stump, and well, we wondered if 99 was enough. It's looking that way at the moment, Rico.
Well, this is the quick, fast delivery. What a way to end your spell. Well, that is the duck. The ECN duck comes on to the screen because that will be a duck. And nicely done there by Spring Productions. They're getting more creative and adventurous all the time. I'm loving it. I absolutely love it. What a crew we got here.
Yeah,
well done to
well,
Elsa, Helsinki and Martins.
It's not a duck that anyone wants following them. But, yeah, how about that? I mean, yeah, Mysom gets a really good rock first ball. So what do they need here? They need 44 in 3 overs. Yeah, it's like the car's never started here, really, for Marlowe, who are in grave danger of losing their undefeated record. And if Marlowe lose this, again, this whole table is thrown wide open, isn't it?
Oh, big time, big time. Well, what a delivery. And I was saying there that he's been brought back on to try and seal this match. And the way it started with those boundaries, I thought, okay, this is going to backfire. But like all big players do, they find a way to bounce back. First, the catch taken by Lalit Maman. And then that one, it was just too spicy. The boogie oogie grizzly fireball knocking the stumps over. So 56 for 5. Really got some work to do here. That rate, Minnie, no, just under 15.
Yeah. Anyway, 1 over can turn it all around. Fakrul Hussain is going to bowl. And just needs to keep it tight. Sawa, he's a game changer. Now they might get a break here because Gamiri can't deal with this. It Yorks him, and that's going to be 4 byes, 4 bonus runs.
Oh, that takes a little bit of the pressure off, doesn't it? Which is, this is big in the moment of this match. Sawa, we know, can turn it on. He misses it. The ball goes through the keeper, and it ends up being 4 valuable byes.
Yeah, so, well, how do you get, 16 and over or so, 15 and over? You need a couple of boundaries. There's one they didn't even hit. Oh, no, he throws the bat at this, and this is going to fly away for 4 more. They are very, very capable of doing this, but they cannot wait. They got to go, and yeah, again, the pace on the ball just throws the bat at it. Well, no one had a shot at that. That was always running away down the hill, and it's all downhill, isn't it, from the middle?
It's all downhill from the middle. Well, Hussain going on to bowl here. I mean, there are other options, of course they are. But the captain decides to give the ball to Hussain in the first 2 deliveries. Well, the first one, not his fault. But that's 8 of 2 balls. So now's the time to go. Now's the time to get that good over into to put them back in contention with this one. I mean, Gurkha themselves struggled out there with the bat, and it looks like Marlowe, they've had their struggles as well. But this one could be a low-scoring thriller. Into the pad. Sawa will be disappointed, the left-hander, that he's not been able to get bat on this one. He's in the area where lefties like it, so it's a pretty vital dot ball from Hussain.
Don't forget how good Sawa was earlier as well. But can he produce it at the key moment? Sawa 59 this morning. Oh,
what a stop. What a good bit of fielding this is from Hardik. First of all, everybody's in danger of being wiped out here. The bowler, the umpire, well, the reflexes from Bolo Gutamatsi were sensational. Watch him, he's ducking and diving. But look at this stop from Hardik.
yeah, and he's kind of slipping as he does. It's a stop, drop and roll job, isn't it? But yeah, just hanging in the game at the moment, Marlowe.
We're saying, I mean, that's an important bit of fielding, because if that went to the boundary, they're looking to be where they want to be. Okay, 3 balls, 10 runs. They're needing over 14 and over. Rizwan, he can't hang around. This one goes straight through him.
Yeah, good comeback. He does have a bit of pace on the ball, doesn't he, Hussain? But I suppose, that, like I said, that can work against you as well with those little edges, because this field is lightning fast. It was a brilliant stop down the ground. But yeah, that rate hasn't moved for a little while now, around about that 14.5 and over. A couple of important balls to finish the 8th.
Well, this gets worked away, and it's not going to be stopped. That's a really nice shot. It just strays a little bit onto the pads, and it gets worked away intelligently. Look, just using the pace of Hussein against him. They haven't got a square leg back there, so they have made a slight change to the field as well. Just looking around to see where that man's been deployed. Well, he's coming back into the circle, and I think that's all to do with them pushing back the third man on. So they've got third man on the boundary, got a sweeper there on the point area, the 2 men straighter back, including the mid-wicket, so that's why there's no protection out there.
It's brilliant bit of timing, really, from Rizwan. So it's over 14, plus the 4 byes, don't forget.
And gets the dot ball in. That's quite an important one, but yeah, you're right, 18 do come off that one. And at the end of 8 overs, the score, 70 on the board for 5 wickets down.
So yeah, these two kind of traditional rivals in a way. It's a rematch of a previous final as well. Oh, it's like seeing them going head to head. Right now we might have a close contest. I mean, it wouldn't rule out the you-know-what at this stage as well. Let's just have a look where we're at with the red line. You can see that they're approaching it, aren't they? But still a little bit behind. They need back-to-back 15s essentially.
Yeah, new bowler is marking his line up, and they do now go for this important over to Hardeep Singh. So Singh going to bowl the 9th. We often say it all happens in the 9th. And, they need exactly 15 for over. So even though that over went pretty well, and this one has been clobbered, and it's Manos arriba, Bitro. 6 runs. Sawa, we know what he can do. Azim Sawa made 59 not out of 22 in the win against Punjab CC. And now he smashes this one for a big 6. I'm surprised he's come in as low as he has, but maybe it was all part of the game plan. Let's wait and see.
Well, going to the bat versus ball at the start of this game, it had Gorka winning 96-95. And we thought, oh, that's way too low. It's not going to happen. Well, Gorka made 99. I wonder if they hold on in this scenario.
It's a clever... Oh, well, I was about to say that's a clever delivery, but the wide has been signalled. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, let's get a better look at it. He does back away, doesn't he? And
I don't see that's a wide.
Yeah,
I really don't see that's a wide.
I don't think it is.
That's a
There's
very
lucky
tough. That's a very tough call.
I think the issue is you look at it there, and it is on the wide line, but I think it's probably already past the stumps at that point. So umpire only gets one look at it. Don't forget.
Well,
you're going to be consistent. That's what you want as well.
Now, you see, for me, the difference with this one is because it's fuller, it's easier for the umpire to judge. The ones that are bouncing and then going into this area, the umpire's then thinking, okay, when does it pass the line? In that case, there's no issues. The thing with Sawa here is he's got to stop backing away. He's got to go to the ball, not away from it. Oh, but this one is being met beautifully. It's a lovely shot. And Sawa, well, he knows what's coming, doesn't he? He knows what's coming. He knows what Hardeep Singh is going to try and do. And Hardeep Singh just gets a little bit too predictable. I often say that really bowlers, good bowlers in the shorter format of the game, don't bowl the same ball twice. Well, he's bowled it twice. He goes for the 3rd time. He doesn't get lucky 3rd time round. He gets played away to the boundary. That's 10 of this over. Sawa stands for him. Now he does move a long way down the leg side. It's high in the air. Where's this going? It's going. Gear. Shaka. Well, he moves and he wants Singh to follow him. Singh does. Well, if there was ever a delivery to go back to what he was trying to do before and sneaking it in the wide line, that was it, because he wasn't going to get back onto it. But I think Singh had already made up his mind what he was going to do. He gets smashed for a boundary, and just like that, 13 required of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, well, it's not over yet.
And well, this is going to be a wide, yeah. And Hardeep Singh just getting a little bit annoyed, getting a little bit frustrated, grits his teeth, and he fires down a quick short ball at Sawa, but is ill-directed. Sawa just gets out of the way and takes the wide.
Just launching at the right time. We're going to wicket changes everything. Edge of your seat stuff here, live from the SCG.
We haven't seen those Yorker length deliveries, have we? We just, all day we've been saying it, they've been few and far. high in the air. Massive moment. He normally doesn't drop them, and he doesn't drop this one. And I'm loving that he's saying, well, just in case you're going to say anything about this one, in case for some reason you're going to call it a no ball, I'm just going to make sure that is out, because not only does he take the catch, I told you don't drop them. It's a great catch. And just watch a little back flick here. He's not even looking where the stumps are. That's quite sensational.
I'm going to say.
Well, that is quite sensational.
That is about as cool as it gets, isn't it? And, yeah, he just knew exactly where he was, tossed it away. And that could be a match swinging kind of a delivery. What great work that is by Hardeep Singh. That's class.
Yeah, Hardeep Singh. Okay, now it's 88-6. New batter comes in. And the thing here is now, okay, the non-striker batter is Mohammad Rizwan. He's faced 3 deliveries for 4. New batter is, well, our man. He's, you know what, I love him to finish the game off because he's already my player of this match, is Roshan Singh. He's been sensational. But look, thing is though here, I reckon the plan is, well, you got a ball to come from Hardeep Singh, throw your bat at it, try to get something on it, and then leave. Not that he's had too much time out there, has Rizwan. Leave Rizwan to face the last over. But anyway, I reckon he's got his own ideas about it. He's a good guy, a nice guy. He's a calm guy. Let's see how he deals with this. A ball of Hardeep Singh to face. And here we go. And he's just going to squeeze in this ball as well.
Yeah, just. Unless it's a wide.
Oh, class. Absolute class. Well, sexy cricket. I like it. It's showtime here at the SCG. He goes down on one knee, puts it away. I think it does go, well, just one bounce perhaps before the boundary. They're having a check. So I think it's 4. And still haven't seen the signal there, but of course we got the graphic up for the golden ball as well. Let's see if we can pick this up again. I think it just bounces in front. Yeah, that's 4 runs for me. 4 carreras. Well, what a game we got. And we saw the golden ball graphic there. So far this year, 3-3. It's tied. And how's this one going to finish? It's 8 runs required of 6 deliveries. Quite amazing. What a match. And are we going to see a golden ball here? Who's bowling the over? Who's going to be able to keep his cool? They go with Absa Alam. I was just wondering for a moment whether they were going to go with the captain, whether the captain was going to take the ball. Sometimes I know Thapa comes on and bowls the last over. He can really get the swing to work in his favour, but he's probably saying, no, I don't want to take that chance. So he goes with Alam. Well, alarm bells are ringing for a golden ball. Let's see.
Well, one boundary you feel is enough.
And when he makes contact, he chases after it. Will they try 2? They decide not to. So that's 1 off the 8 required. That takes us to 7 or 5 for victory.
Wow. This is a really, really good contest.
We're just moving around. The chance, you got to take it. Singh hits it well. And one Singh to another. Easy to say. Here comes a throw. It's not an easy throw. It's been fired in. So that's not what easy means, as everybody has a look at the fielder. So who is that fires that in? I think that is probably Hussain. So it's just another single. That's what the thing is, though. You just got to keep going and run a ball. You don't want any dots at the moment. 6 in 4 balls. Rizwan on strike. Rizwan swings hard, gives a dot away.
What a match. This is such a good match at the moment.
6-3. Anybody got a tingle? Anybody out there with a tingle at the moment? Okay. Rizwan swing again.
They can win a game with a Maximo here, Marlo.
Oh, it's another dot, and Rizwan, well, I think he's trying to do it just with one shot. Well, now they will need to find a boundary from somewhere. 6 required of 2.
Yeah, and the fact they couldn't even get ticking just has put a lot of pressure in the back end. I think this is going to be a 4, and I think we're going to have a 1 to tie 2 to win off the last ball.
I think you're thinking.
I think it's going to be an edge flying away for 4. Here's the crystal ball.
I don't know. They'll get the single. So okay, we want a 4 here now. So it's 6. Well, 5 to win. So you need a 6 to win
tie.
it.
4 for a golden
tie.
ball. Well, this is going right down to the wire. These are our golden balls over the lifetime of ECN. Will we have a golden ball tiebreaker here? So, yeah, how's the pressure? One up's our alarm. So, 4 to tie, 6 for a golden. Oh, so 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win.
Yep.
And the ball stays in the ballpark. I think that Gorka hold on. Here we go. Last ball finish coming up.
He hits it. Where's this going? Where does it go? Does it go all the way? It goes for a maximum. They've won it. Oh, they've won it. And look at the celebration. It's not a good delivery. And who wins the match for them? My player of the match. I'll give it to him now. Give him the award. It's the maestro behind the stumps himself, Roshan Singh. Well, this is how he started things. He says no pressure, no pressure. He gets the hugs and the jumpies from everybody. We go to the last, and he hits the 6 for victory. It's his shot, is in his zone. He goes down and he smashes it away. There we go, job done. And Roshan Singh is the hero for Gurkha. They didn't look like they had enough runs on the board, did they? But they get the victory. And well, what a match that we've seen here. Marlow have done it, and brilliantly done. And as we have a look at the highlights here, they just couldn't get going, did they? It was a slow start. I mean, you had good bowlers coming out there, especially Gurjeep Singh. He bowled beautifully. And also Lalit Mohan. And every time that looked like the batting side was putting something together, then, well, Gurkha came right back at them. They needed something to give, something they had to give. I think the batting order was, well, we were saying maybe it's not quite right. Catches were being held at the right time as well. There were some Gandhi balls as well. But you just knew it. You had the feeling this is going to go all the way down to the wire. A little bit of luck when it was required to. That was when Zulfikar was out there. And this one was 2-2. And he said, "Main ki kare yaar, ball aa rahi thi idhar, jai udhar." And a couple of big hits at the right time for Zulfikar as well. I think it was quite important, the little innings that he played. But he then got himself run out here and on 19. And when you see the replay, it's actually, he was a long way out. And was that going to be the decisive moment? Well, we didn't know. Well, we thought this one was, because Gurjeep was brought back into the attack to try and get the wickets. Well, it started off with him being taken to the sword, but then this catch, a great catch from Moman, and then the very next wicket was this. It was the old, the old duck from his arm.
The literal duck. I mean, but yeah, what a finish. And yeah, Roshan, I mean, ends up doing it against his old team as well. You know, he's playing for Gorkha 11 last year. And yeah, just obviously wanted opportunities behind the stumps. He gets one here. And yeah, if there was any doubt, we talked about the man of the match just for the keeping. Well, he does every little boy or girl's dream, doesn't he? And he smacks the last one out of the ground. I mean, late on there was drama, and you can see they just needed to get those boundaries from somewhere. Yeah, but this is where it all kicked off. This was with 8 to come, and it's a little bit of the old caught bowled, and just a little flick on the middle stump if you don't mind, and then he tries out the scoop, and he does straight away. So don't forget that shot.
Oh, yeah.
And then more drama to come with 8 required off the last. He needed 4 to tie, 6 to win off the last ball of the game. And he hits it out of the ground, Maximo time. What a finish between two traditional rivals of Portuguese cricket.
Yeah, what a finish indeed. And Marlow, well, they keep their unbeaten record intact and winning that one by 4 wickets. Well, what a match it was. I'm just trying to find if I've got any info on the player of the match. I don't think anything's coming through yet, but you gotta give it to Roshan.
You gotta give it to Roshan, and his glove work was outstanding. It'd be a travesty if it wasn't.
Just having a look at the scorecard there. Amandeep Singh gave him a start, I suppose. So run a ball 14-19 for Zulfikar Shah. That was an important innings there as well. And I think Sarwar's contribution, 26 off 10. But did he come in too late? Well, we thought perhaps maybe, but don't worry, because Roshan Singh came out, scored 11 of 3 balls, including hitting the last ball for 6 to win it for Marlow. What a match that was. The bowlers, well, 3 wickets for Gurjit Singh. He was sensational, 3 for 12. And, well, everybody else chipped in as well. A little bit expensive, I thought, this time round, Hardeep Singh. But he did get the key wicket at the right time as well, didn't he? He was the man who got Sawa out, which took it into that last over. And, well, it wasn't to be. And what a game it was. We thought it was going to be close. We thought it was going to be a classy encounter. And it did turn out to be. Well, Neil, just coming through, the next match is going to be slightly delayed.
It's not often you don't see the player of the match on that graphic, but I think there's no doubt for his keeping and for hitting the 6 off the last ball. You've got to give it to him. Anyway, we'll have... The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the middle of the SGG cricket ground. What a ground and what an atmosphere around the ground as well. We've seen some very good cricket here today, some exciting games. I think this one is going to be an exciting one as well. Gurkha are taking on the Gamblers. Let's join the two captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Your call, Jitsu. Head. Here's the call. Here's the tail.
Gurkha 11 winning the toss and deciding they're going to have a bat first. Well, there's back-to-back matches for them. One thing that I noticed is that with the batting, they were a little bit light. They didn't really make use of the power play. We didn't see too much aggressive hitting from them. Only Lalit Moman performed in that last match with the bat, and I think they have good batters in there, but just coming too low, or we didn't see them at all. So I think I'm expecting them to just change their batting order slightly. They're going to need to, because one thing that we do know is that the Gamblers, they certainly do have some big hitters in their side. What a match they were involved with against Punjab CC of Almada. That match, 321 runs were scored in that one, and from the Gamblers' point of view, though they fell short on it, there were some superb knocks from Anush Kumar. He was sensational. He got a half century, and also Kuldeep Gulaya is in very good form as well. This is going to be a cracker. I reckon we're going to have a little bit of a run feast in this one. One man that likes to see a little bit of fireworks and firepower out in the middle is in the commentary box waiting for the start of this one. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo for the start of match number 19.
Thanks very much. Great job, Rika, for once again. And we roll into the fourth match of the day. 4th of 5 today. Two teams desperate for some points out of day 4. Pretty competitive group of teams here today. You look at the fact that we had Marlow and Gorka just have a bit of a thriller. Gamblers had a high-scoring thriller. Really, it's all been thrilling. Just the scores have been up, they've been down, but had some really close contests. I expect this to be another one between Gorka 11 and Gamblers. And earlier in the day, we saw some interesting stuff, didn't we? Back in match 17, we saw Gamblers going down 168 to 153. And that was the second match of the day. Third match they just completed. It was 101 to 99. Marlow snuck in off the very last ball, so Gorka have to pick themselves up and dust themselves off. And well, we almost have a proper clothesline job here. The clock hadn't ticked over. I'm still waiting for a bowler to lose his head, and that's Naeem, who sticks his hand out here, and whoop, you don't want to run straight through the stop sign. Didn't Cambosh. He's fine though. Yeah, what a game that was. 97-95. So this is another low-scoring one, and it's interesting that both these teams 122 to 114 their average runs for and against in the series. So, yeah, pretty interesting that one, isn't it? So yeah, almost ready to go. And so we're up and we're away, and it's going to start with a boundary. So, well, there's a fair bit going on. No ball called as well. I'm not sure what this is for. Maybe it was for height. Well, that's what it was for. I didn't realise originally that one hadn't bounced, but it does skate to the boundary pretty quickly. Now, big swing and a miss. So, you're welcoming everyone back as well. You're watching on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Great to have your company. A very sunny Thursday. We're up to about 23 degrees at the moment. Give me a rate. I always love watching at the moment. He's got his hands full. And this pitch is talking, isn't it, for Cambosh? And so, It's going to be a pretty interesting one. I mean, I have a feeling it could... I would have felt if I was choosing, it would have been a higher scoring kind of game. This is driven, well knocked down in the infield. Again, same with these ground balls, not particularly easy. So, Cambosh got his hands full here. A bit of a spicy one for the bowler to take back. Cambosh likes to go around the wicket to right-handers. When it goes wrong, goes very wrong. Oh, they're backing up there. And they have gone for Johnny at the top of the order, which is something that Rico Full was calling for, to see him a little bit higher. This one gets him reaching, will be called wide. Well, Rico's just popped off to have a spot of lunch with it, which he thoroughly deserves, but maybe it's a great time. Maybe a bit of a lurker call out. If you are lurking, why don't you jump into the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, say hello. Beautiful day in Portugal. See some of these little flowers on the outfield as well. It's a nice little touch. Spring is in the air. This one, again, whistles past the outside edge of Gamiro. He's having a real rough time, and I can understand why. I mean, Cambosh, just watch that angle in. And this is why he's around the wicket, because he's hoping that he can get the ball to change direction. So he's angling in and moving the ball away. Yeah, so please jump in and say hello. You can send me a message on my social media as well if you like. Not much enough saying champion teams find ways to win, just like Marlow just did. Yeah, they found a way. The very last ball. This one's going nowhere fast, so pretty good first over in the end from Cambosh. It does cost him 9 into the first. It's 9 without loss. And if you would like to send me a message, you can always do so on my social media. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. I'm going to open my Instagram now, and anyone wants to send me a message, I'll be able to read it out on air. You can also get Rico at Rico Full. And don't forget, if you follow the European Cricket Network social media pages, you'll have an endless array of entertainment. And it's going to be Srifal Mata to bowl over number 2. He looks better in his shirt now. And this is worked around the corner. It takes a bit of a Tortuga, but he does well to knock it down. And yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. And so, yeah, it's just a fast scoring ground. Tell you what, you'd love to be in on this. And I've got John Zinkus that has messaged me as well. And nice to hear from you, John, as well. Looking forward to seeing you here shortly. Thanks, cricket for the Indian Royals. Knocked to the offside and scramble through for a run. Hello to Neville. He's watching from Harvey Bay. Let us know where you're watching from. And it's been a lot of cricket going on recently, but there's no end in sight. I mean, what do you think about the 5 matches a day in the ECS? Normally used to be the last match of the day. We've still got 2. And again, that's all because of the demand for the cricket and the cricket entertainment. This one just goes straight across, so you can see that there's a bit of a natural variation. And you can You can see that Mata, he's trying to create the angle, almost like a fake right arm bowler across the left-hander. Mikey asking about the provisional ECN dates and venues. Well, it's because we never advertise too much in advance in case things change. This one is going to go all the way from Johnny. Here's Johnny Maximo. What a shot. It was ill-directed from Mata in the first place, but he just flicks that one away. And look, that one made an explosion when it hit the turf. This is so hard. It's a kind of clay underbase to this surface. And that's why it is quite hard underneath, and you see the ball running away really quickly. Well, Mikey, if you do have specific dates or venues, you can ask me now. I'll tell you what the draft schedule says. But yeah, we only really advertise a few weeks ahead, just in case venues change, and they do sometimes just for logistical reasons and practical reasons. This time he goes up and he goes over the field again. Maximo! Back to back for Johnny. And Tripol Mata just drifting onto the pads. And you do that at your own peril. As Johnny goes large. Yeah, so Mikey, if you let me know what you're looking for, I'll be able to point you in the right direction. I was just working on a few things in the background. Scheduling for this year. Now it pushes it further down the leg side. So, yeah, it hasn't been the best over from Mata. Hopefully he can sort themselves out. And so, a lot of people taking the opportunity to send me a few messages, and Viradash has elected to do that as well. Now this could be out. It is out, and you can see, oh, what happened here? It was up in the air, and we've got another one of these catch and run out attempts. So we saw this earlier, didn't we? But you can see it's a leading edge. Johnny, he's kind of racing the ball. It's taken. He says, well, I've got you out. I want to get you out as well. And in the end, oh, you've been out? Yeah, he would have been. Like it wasn't a no ball. But of course, the court happened first. So it does finish with a wicket. Johnny comes. Johnny goes. Johnny doesn't go lightly. It's 24 for 1 after 2 overs. Having a look at this table, I mean, Marlow held on. If they had lost that, it would have really thrown it wide open, but right now they are in a really strong position. Still, every team will play 10 matches, so it's early days. And yeah, you feel like that kind of 50-50 record probably isn't enough to push you up into the top 4, because only the top 4 will get to make the semi-finals. So it's going to be a very competitive series and lots of teams in with a chance. Swing and a miss. Camboge comes back in over number 3. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of this pitch. Yeah, Viradash is watching from Goa in India. And I just want to say hello to all of our Indian viewers, of course. This one around the corner, handled. Gamire still on the rack, isn't he? Can't quite manage to find the normal fluency. And so, yeah, thanks everyone for chipping in, and also got Ashlan who's watching. Viradash is saying he's watching right now. Hello to you. And Nitin Camboge bowled well without taking a wicket so far. It's a really fine slip, I'm going to say. I'm still a bit curious about it, but it's almost like he's in the keeper's pocket. Also want to say hello to JD and also to Arslan and to Nair as well, and everyone who took the opportunity to message me. Viradash, been watching for a long time, and so we're really thrilled that you enjoyed the cricket. We are doing something unprecedented on ECN. something like 1,500 matches are scheduled this year. Yeah, but Mike, I know you're out there as well. And you were asking for some potential dates or schedules. Let us know. This one's pretty quick with down the leg side. Change of angle, but Cambosh just loses it down the leg side to the left-hander. Left-hander on left-hander action. Yeah, two teams that lost their opening games earlier. Here on day 4, they are fired up because it's never a great feeling if you go 0 for 2. Of course, we'll see Gamblers again in the last match of the day. That will be a pretty interesting one against Marlow. Drags this. Won't be an easy one. Good pick up and throw. A well-judged run. And so, Farouk Ahmed gets off the mark. Yeah, mind seeing him trying to hit that one through the covers. Might be a slightly easier shot, slightly lower risk shot. Let's see if Gamiro can get himself out of the hole he's dug for himself. I will say he's had to deal with some pretty good bowling, and meanwhile, some John at the other end before. He didn't get the best bowling. This isn't the best either, as it's wide outside the off stump. So what's a good score? I mean, I don't really have an answer to that now. After seeing 99 win a game in the last game. But it did drag down the run rate for the day. Well, 99 didn't win a game. It was competitive. Went to the last ball, I should say. And so, yeah, run rate today, 12.9 and over. We've sorted out a slight issue with the ball, but good to continue. This one tests the umpire's patience, but he gets away with it. Cambosh. He just seems like a really reliable performer for Gamblers. And Gamblers are a fairly new team. Pretty close-knit group, you can tell. Had some success almost straight away with a win in the night series last year on ECN. A bit short. This is pulled away. It's a chance, and what a brilliant catch that is. Well, maybe that's his lucky red hat, but I got to tell you, this was an outstanding bit of work. Check it out here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. But he had to make his way in. Went on the knees as well. And I've got to say, that was a fantastic bit of work. And so, Gamiro has a pretty miserable time here. It will be the second wicket as well. And it's going to be 28 for 2. At the end of the power play, Gamiro goes for 7 off 12 deliveries. And well, they say catchers win matches. Gamblers, they'll know that. And I say, that was a brilliant catch by Nishant Verma. He summed it up really quickly, came in. I like the way he went to his knees as well, just to keep his head down a bit closer to the height that the ball was coming through. And so, I think they're going to stick with what's working here. And Cambosh, I think that's the end of his spell. So I think, well, unless I'm missing something, because, yep, no, that's it. That's the end of the over. So it is the end of the power play, 28 for 2. It means that Farouk Ahmed will be facing. He's been joined there by Lalit Mohan for Gorka. Yeah, so this has been the highest scoring day so far as the run rate has gone. Yeah, we've already had 776 runs in the day. And actually, with that 28 already in the power play, we've gone over 800. So we've already seen more runs today than we saw in the whole of yesterday when we had all 5 games completed. So, time to start new over. It's going to be Nishant Verma that just took that wonderful catch. Now he gets an opportunity with the ball. Here is over number 4. And We're not going to start it yet, just losing the run. Yeah, just looking at the wins batting first versus wins batting second so far in this series. And it's fairly even. At the moment it's 10-8. Wins batting first versus wins batting second. Slides in. So I think it doesn't make too much difference, except whoever bats better will win. And sometimes we see some dramatic trends like that. Gorka. 2-run favourites is what we saw at the start of this game. There's not too much in this at all. That one really swings out of the hand of Verma. Swings right to left. This one, more just angled than anything else. This will be a tough one to stop, and it won't be stopped. And you can see this outfield. I mean, that's the kind of ball, probably on a more orthodox field, it'll hold up and the fielders will have a shot at this. But it just gains speed because the pitch is the highest point in the field. It's like you're hitting it down a ramp. And yeah, neither fielder had any chance of saving that 4 runs to the total. Verma pushes this to what? It's called no ball. And so yeah, let's have a look at the feet here. Must have been that front foot. You need to have something grounded behind the line at the moment. Well, not grounded. Something behind the line at the moment your foot is grounded. Probably would have been a wide anyway. Difference is that this will be a free hit and a chance for Mohan to free his arms. He does. Pounds it down to Mata, who should handle it. He does. So just a single. And Gorka. It was a funny little game last time in their innings. They were 32 at halfway, and they did improve a lot in the second half. Ended up scoring 67 in the second half, but they don't want to wait that long. They were only 2 down when they were 32 at the halfway point last time, and that 99 didn't stand up. They were beaten off the last ball. This one is Gundy. It was down leg side and well handled down the leg side by Kuldeep Golia, who I think is going to be a pretty important player in the second half of this game as well with the bat. I mean, how about that game? Gamblers took on Punjab CC earlier, and Punjab CC scored 168. And look, I suppose the difference here, the Gamblers, they knew that they had to try and chase 169. They gave it a good shake. Well, this is up and out of here. Maximo! What a shot by Farouk as he just elevates and goes pretty straight. Yeah, liking that shot. Holds his shape, gets it out of here. Yeah, so that unsuccessful chase earlier from Gamblers SC, they did have 101 runs in the first 5 overs though. But they'll look back and things really went off the rails when they were bowling, Gamblers CC. Particularly over 7, 8, 9, a combined 85 runs in those 3 overs, the biggest 3 overs we've ever seen at any point in the innings. This is a top edge hanging in the air, but it'll be safe. A little bit of pressure on the fielder to make the stop, but he does, but can't prevent the 2. Varuk gets a couple. Yeah, you can see he just misjudged the direction of that ball. Ranjit Narayan need to go back a little bit. I don't think he could have caught it anyway. Might have got a little bit closer. This is a brilliant piece of work in the infield, but it can't prevent the single. And at the end of 4 overs, the score is 45 for 2. Having a look at that, you can see he took a bit of a dip in the third, but got back on track in the fourth. So, Kumar is a pretty interesting player, isn't he? Ankush Kumar. He looked so good with the bat earlier today, and they needed something magical. And they came up with it, to be honest, but they just couldn't keep that momentum going through the second half. That would have been the biggest chase we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network, attempting to chase 169 for victory. So I guess that what they will think is, you know, right now, at worst, can't imagine they'd be chasing more than 130s. And they'll feel they've got the batting to do that. Kumar comes on, bustles in, gets hit for a single first ball. And Udash also asked me to say hello to Rico. I will. He's just popped out for a bite to eat, like I said. He certainly deserves it. He's been holding his end up over the first period of this tournament. This is pitched up and out swinger. Takes the proper Tortuga on Ranjit, but he does well to go back and knock it down. Just a single. I've got to say, big shout out to our friends at the Transcontinental Times as well, to Roshan and to Russell and the whole team there. Been loving your articles. Been covering the ECN over the last couple of weeks. This one worked away off the back foot. It'll just be one. Gamblers, I've got to say, I'm enjoying that kit. You can see it there. And yeah, sometimes you see them with the little card motif, or the playing cards motif. It's a good job from Collier behind the stumps. Getting a little bit low, but he made it look easy. He's a class act with the gloves and with the bat. Big swing and a miss from Mohan. How slight miss hit this time. How far is it travelling? It's going to be gone. What a really good catch that is from Mata. And I was a bit worried because he misjudged it slightly. He seemed to come in a step or two, and he had to stick it in reverse. And I was worried this was going to take him over the rope. But he knew what he was doing in the end. He digs in the heels and says, yep, I've got that one. Throws it in with glee. And so it's going to be another wicket. Mohan can't get too much swinging his way in match 19. He'll go for 6. And Ankush Kumar with the wicket, but an excellent catch from Sripal Mata. And the score is 48 for 3. Rahul Kumar comes out in the number 5 spot. So, yeah, left-handers. Been a few of them today, haven't there? Oh, he's bowled him, and it's 2 in a row, and he says, yeah, how you like some of that? Ankush Kumar, suddenly he's on a hat-trick. He will be, but I'll have to wait for his next over. How about this? Rahul Kumar just goes all around it. Just swung across the line. And so, yeah, you miss, I hit. And a very, very good piece of bowling. Again, probably not the best shot, to be fair. But ultimately, if you hit it, you look like a millionaire. If you don't, then you don't. As we get to the halfway point, 48 for 4 after 5, Gawker 11. And look, I suppose there's more runs they had at the board at the halfway stage last time we saw them. But they have lost a couple more wickets as well. In Gawker, we saw them 32 for 2 at the halfway point against Marlow. Ended up putting on 67 in the second half. But yeah, the key difference here is the amount of wickets. Having said that, I mean, they do bat deep. They will kind of mix up the order a bit. Thunder watching from Bangladesh saying, well, we are all gamblers, so we should support gamblers. Yeah, well, I suppose it means, depends what you mean. There's different types of gambling. Not literal gambling. It's more a way they approach the game, I think. As Ranjit Narayan comes on. Well, he starts with basically a bouncer. We know that Ranjit did have a bit of a rough time earlier on. One of his overs went for 29. It has to be the one for the over. I think it's over the shoulder. A bit of a surprise ball. Now he goes over the wicket to the right-hander. Yeah, pitched up. It's a really good shot. It's going to be 4. And there's just a nice, free, easy swing of the bat. Hardeep Singh, he's a class act, isn't he? No matter what he's doing. And he just punches this down the ground. That's a really good piece of cricket. And what a way to start your innings. Narayan. Okay, one boundary you can handle in the over, but you don't really want to go multiples. Don't want to give Gawker a look in here. Oh, well, this is an edge. And it's a difficult one for the keeper. He gets knocked up there, and now he tries to react. And the batter, he doesn't do anything deliberately. It actually comes down and hits his pad, but he had no idea where it was. Golly, he does the right thing. He knows it's gone up. He just has to try and look for it. But yeah, couldn't find the handle. Anyway, the next one could be another one for Mata. Does well. Wow. And it's going to be gone. So, again, what's with the double plays today? I think Mata, he hurls it back in. Again, it's just brilliant fielding. He knows he doesn't have to rush in this time. He stands his ground. He knows he's got a bit of time. And, well, if it wasn't caught, it would have been run out. So, yeah, maybe there's a conscious shift from the players. Say, look, you never know when no ball might be called. So if you do take a catch, fire it in. Let's make sure we get a run out. Make sure we get a wicket either way. But, yeah, it will be caught. Some brilliant catches from Sripal Mata. And don't forget, he took one off his own bowling to get rid of Azam Johnny. And then, well, since then, he got Moham with a catch, and he got Hardeep Singh. And Hardeep's a guy who's a pretty dangerous hitter. We saw that first ball when he banged the boundary straight, but they're the only 4 runs he'll make. Amdeep Gumman comes in a bit lower than we saw him last time. And remember, we saw him joining the team today for the first time in the series. He opened the batting, was stumped by Roshan Singh for just 1. Ranjit. There's no ball called. Might have been probably, well, dubious with the height, but the bowlers and umpire called it pretty quickly, so I think he's just responding to what his colleague at square leg told him. And this hangs too high. And so free hit coming up. Gumhunt will be happy to be off the mark. But Farooq Ahmed gets the opportunity. He doesn't quite get all of it. It just dribbles down to Sripal Mata for a single. So let us know what you think about this contest. Who's ahead at the moment? Imagine Gamblers pretty happy where they're at in the contest. Yeah, well bowled, 6 that one through. So Narayan, I said it's okay if he goes for 1 boundary. He dodges a second and also dodges a free hit on the way to 8 off the over. And after 6 overs, the score is 56 for 5. So Ankush Kumar looks like he's going to come back for a second over. Let's have a look at a brief overview of the innings. 14 for Farooq Ahmed, currently the leading scorer. There's some Johnny Quickfire 13, but no one else hitting double figures yet. No one's really taken responsibility to take this innings forward. I wonder if Farouk might be able to do that as you get ready for over number 7. Pitched up, nice looking shot. I was going to say can't beat the infield. Kind of did. Make an extra run as a result. Yeah, really good looking shot. But yeah, if this was around the fielder, I think it probably gets to the boundary for 4. And Ryan does well to at least make the block. Now, launches it, but it's high. Fielder goes back, has to watch it fly. Maximal! Well, Guman will feel that's a long time coming. I suppose about 4.5 hours after he started his first innings of the day. Finally gets one out of the screws and out of the ground. Good batting. Cork need a bit more of that. We'll say they did very well to restrict Marlowe as long as they did. But, again, you need to be making the big scores to put yourself in the position to win games and not need your bowlers and your fielders to present miracles. Now we see another misfield. Well, Rajit's saying, oh, don't worry, I know what that feels like. In the end, they decide against the second. They're happy with 1. Kumar has been really handy. Remember, the first ball this over was actually a hat-trick ball. Just jogged my memory then, but didn't take that. But he still he's performed very well. When you consider he's only conceded 12 runs off the 10 balls he's bowled so far. So finishing's important. He's done all the hard work here. And Kush, 2 to calm. This one's clonked to the leg side. There's a bit of protection there. It's just a single, that's fine. Yeah, so gamblers, like I said, have had a bit of success in their short time on the scene, as a team at least. This is an edge, it's going to fly away down the hill, that's going to be 4. And so it'll be the end of the 7th over, the score 70 for 5. I suppose a bit of a lucky one. Yeah, these two, they did meet in the T10 final, the final of the night series last year on the 3rd of August. On that occasion, Gawker 11 made 73 and Gamblers overhauled it off the second last ball. It was a very good game. Charlie Hunt was there talking us through the action. Charlie will be back actually in the T20 International Series, which is coming up in Gibraltar starting on the 4th of May. Rico and I will take you through Portugal, of course, which does finish in some T10 internationals in the ECI. I know that Nish will be back as well. Nishay and Rico to take you through Cyprus. I'll be back for the very end. And Danny Hudacek will give Rico a breather in Milan. So it'll be nice to have Danny back behind the microphone for ECN. Right now, 70 for 5 after 7. So on target for that 100. You feel like they'll need more than that, but anything can happen. This is going to be Jai Prakash to bowl over number 8. And starts with a pretty good looking cut shot. He finds the fielder, just knocks it up and gets it on the second bite of the cherry. Guman gets out the way over to Farouk Ahmed again. And Gawker 11 got to that final in the T10 because they were able to beat Marlowe. The first time we've seen Marlowe beaten in a finals match. This is a ball that's miles down the leg side. I've got to say it's a really good bit of keeping from Kuldeep Golia. I think he's been outstanding in this innings so far. He gets there because of his footwork. And he picks it early, starts making his way down to the leg side. This is up and, well, a bit of a Tortuga, but a pretty good stop down there That's Jitu Balkrishna. You've got to be ready for anything, I think, on this surface. You get some that'll jump at you, some that'll spin a bit sideways. You've just got to keep your eye on that ball and try and read that last bounce. And Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna did well on that occasion to knock it down. Full toss. More work for the boundary rider. This time again, just a single. So plodding along, and yeah, Prakash being used in the 8th. They've got a few options, don't they, gamblers? Prakash being used as the 6th bowler, which really opens you up now. This one will be called a wide. Yeah, they bowled out Cambodge early. You've still got Sripal Mata, who took 1 for 14 of his only over in the 2nd. And Nishant Verma as well, potentially to bowl. You've got Narayan as well, potentially to bowl. And 2 more bowls will be required after this. He tries to go with the angle, but not really off the middle. Again, that's good fielding and a good throw in as well. So Prakash, well, he's been brilliant this over so far, just 6 off 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN joining me once again. The commentary box is Rico Full, and yeah, once again a bit of an arm wrestle. Yeah, Gorka Marlow played a close one in the previous game, and yeah, so far pretty much the same. Although this might help because it's a thick under edge. It's going to run away for 4. Well, the French are everywhere at the moment. They won the ECL, and the French cuts. But once again, they just keep on coming, Rico.
They keep on coming. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Gurkha. A team that, well, by their standards and the players they have in their lineup, they're falling a little bit short on the runs that they were hoping to get on the board. They fell short, of course, against Marlow. And here, once again, it looks like a similar sort of score, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. Prakash gets out the way in plenty of time to avoid the umpire clothesline. Oh, that'd be a WWE kind of wrestling move as well. Let's ball the 8th. It's short, it's high, it's cut in the air, and it's taken. Brilliant piece of catching from Jitu Balkrishna, who's running back over the shoulder. And Gumad played some nice shots. And he knew this is a tough shot, but he goes after it anyway. Yeah, he's right on his tiptoes. It's on the uppercut. And so, yeah, pretty nicely taken by Balkrishna. And that ends the partnership. And a slight resurgence. In the end, those two put on 27. And at the end of the 8th over, it's 80 for 6.
Yeah, needed to try and get something going, didn't they, Gurkha? Can understand them throwing the bat at this. But, hey, listen, either my eyes are deceiving me or the gamblers have got to change the kit.
Yeah, didn't see the cards there. I didn't know if that was just the shirt that I was looking at.
Different tops here, because as I was walking back, I'm thinking, well, they've got the black armbands on here, so there's definitely a kit change.
Maybe they're keeping their cards close to their chest. Same as the previous
coming.
Version. But yeah, we've got multiple games. Yeah, maybe that's a conscious thing. Anyway, this next one is dug out. We're into the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. Gorka looking for a decent finish, and we've seen some decent finishes today to innings, haven't we? We've seen some pretty high scoring ones.
Yeah, but are they going to get one here, Gurkha? Because otherwise they're going to be a little bit disappointed the way things are going here at the moment. They're just batting just hasn't clicked.
On a length and whacked away leg side. That is going to be 4. Picks the gap, and Hussein's off the mark. So yeah, that's the thing with Gorka. They've got batting all the way down. I think for the most part, gamblers haven't let them score too quickly because the bowling's been right on, and there's nothing too wrong with that, but he just picked the gap, and there's a little bit of length to work with from the bowler, Nishant Verma.
Yeah, that's nicely played. Nice little shot. Well timed.
This one curves out, and he goes with it. Oh, it's almost pulled out of the sky by Balkrishna. But Hussain survives. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, that's it. This one almost sticks. We just see him take a good catch already. This one would have been an amazing one. Would have been a one-handed humdinger of a catch, a jalebi catch maybe. But he does save the ball from going to the boundary.
This time he goes with the angle, and that's, well, I was going to say a brilliant piece of fielding. I mean, they might run for the way it's going. They're going to actually get a 3. This is an interesting one for me because he pulls it back, but where's his feet and where's his last step before he touches the ball? Let's try and work it out here on the replay. That's going to be 4. Because if you go back, it was a good stop, but you can see there that that's, well, it's actually in contact. But even if he'd been in the air, because his last point of contact was outside the field of play, it will be 4 runs.
Yeah.
So you run so hard. 3s are rare. They're even as rare now because they don't get 3, they get 4. And I think they've just been communicated that now. So Farouk is going to face up again. Good work from the officials.
Yeah, that's good. Because the batters have to go where they should be if it is a 4.
That's the sort of one that the fielder there, he probably has no idea. So in an actual game, that might not have been given a boundary because the fielder, in all honesty would say, look, I know, I think that's fine. He's gone. We haven't seen too many LBWs. And the extra run turns out to bite him, doesn't it? Farouk Ahmed, because that's why he's back on strike. Let's check it out in the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument there on a couple of fronts, but I mean, is it hitting in line? Is it hitting? They're the 2 things that name says yes to. And so it will be the end of the... In fact, it won't be the end of the over. Still one to come, but it is a ball to go in the 9th. It's 90 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's an umpire's call for me. I think you've got to decide if he's going to go and hit the stump. He does come a long way down as well. The ball's got a long way to go. But you can see the umpire, Naeem Akhtar, is pretty confident. It takes his time, doesn't he? He takes his time and decides, yep, it's going to go into hit. So it's a good wicket to get because it was a fine knock, wasn't it, from Farouk Ahmed, 27 of 17. So he sort of held the innings together. The question, of course, here is who can finish it off? Ula comes out and slices this past the bowler. He'll get a single. It looks like he'll stay on strike for the last one.
I mean, Ahmedullah's an interesting one because we have seen him playing in Croatia for Zagreb Sokol. I remember he played for the Indian Royals last year. I believe he might be living here now. Yeah, certainly something maybe to check up with him where he makes his residence at the moment as we get to the end of the 9th over. It's 91 for 7.
91 for 7. Remember the last match that they played, the one before this, they got to a score of 99 and it almost was enough. It went down to the wire. Marlow, thanks to a superb performance from Roshan Singh, hits the 6 of the last ball to give Marlow victory. And this one looks like he's headed to the similar sort of score. He's absolutely whacks this. 4 runs. What a shot that is. He's almost thrown himself off his feet hitting this.
Yeah, well, it is time to throw the proverbial kitchen sink, and that's exactly what the batter does. Yeah, he really put all the body weight into that, didn't he?
4 runs. Just what they need here now. Need a big push. So, 95. They were unable to get to the 100 last time, so they're going to time the assault well here. Mata is the bowler. It was no hesitation in him taking his hat off and wanting to have a bowl. Well, this has been absolutely hammered. And just like that, they do get past the 90s. 101 with still 4 balls to go. What a hit.
Yeah, it was time to put down the hammer, wasn't it? So, yeah, they're really making a charge towards the end. Yeah, took a while. Now there's more runs coming. This is slashed away over the offside. And they're going to ask for some assistance on this, but this is certainly a boundary.
That's 6 runs. I'll tell you that now. This is 6. It's an absolute delightful hit. He gets right under it. It goes all the way.
Oh, yeah.
And it's 6 by a long. I mean, that's an amazing shot. Hit 6 over point. But what an over this is. And all of a sudden, look, this is the reason why you really, in those early overs, you've got to throw everything at it. Don't worry about the wickets because somebody will come along and have a blinder.
Yeah, so how about this? Ahmedullah. He's loving his time out there at the moment. Yeah, there could be more runs. That'll take some stopping. And, well, nice bit of work. Bit of team field. They'd love to get him back on strike somehow, but they won't. Just a long single.
Verma does really well here, the fielder, doesn't he? Comes across. He's got some ground to cover. We know that this ball, once it starts going, it just gets quicker and quicker. But he does so well.
He does. Yeah, what a little impact innings from Ahmedullah, hey? This is another slash. Should be 1, but watch the spin. I think I'd be happy just with 1, considering how well Ahmedullah's looked in the 5 balls he's faced. So he'll get to face the last. So 109, certainly competitive. Still feel it's a little bit unders. But Gamblers are going to have to bat very well. I wonder what approach Gamblers will have. I mean, they went pedal to the metal from the start when they were chasing 169. See if they stay that attacking. Goes for this last ball, hangs in the air, an opportunity, and take it. That's really good hands. And that is Amadip Kokar that takes the catch. So Ulat goes for a fighting 18. He drags his team up past the triple digits, and in the end, Gorka 11. They elected to bat after winning the toss here in match 19. They put 109 for 8 on the board. Pretty competitive match, I think, and one that could go either way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but you're right in terms of the question you asked about Gamblers, their approach. I mean, if they go out with the same approach that they did last time we saw them when they were, in fact, chasing 167 for victory, they got to 153. We saw some amazing hitting, and, you know, if I'm their captain, I'm saying to them, you know what, go out with the same mindset and not try and win this match, but try and win it quickly, as we see the highlights here. Some nice shots played on early on. It was a good start, wasn't it, from Gurkha?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's a high-risk, high-return kind of game that Gamblers will play in the second half, no doubt. But you'd have to ask, well, firstly, that was pretty funny. It's a double play day, so we've seen a few of these today. We see two even. We see a third attempt as well with people taking catches saying, well, I'm not actually just satisfied getting one person out. I'd like to get both of you out at the same time. But, yeah, the fielding was important, I think, and just keeping things down under control. Meanwhile, Gorka was swinging away. You see that I think that the catching from Mata was excellent, and that was one that he took. Just had a good understanding of where he was, and then there was 2 and 2. Ankush Kumar skittled the stumps of Rahul Kumar. So he was on a hat trick. He had to wait. He wouldn't end up making the hat trick, but still, they slowed things down to Ryan. Well, he ended up going for, you know, this boundary, but apart from that, he bowled pretty tightly. He's a guy that certainly could use a couple of cheap overs. This is another one where he just catches it and throws it back in like it's a free hit, but it wasn't.
Yep.
It was a clean catch. Yeah, but then the boundaries started coming, and if you look at the splits, 48 off the first half, 61 in the seconds. They do pick up the pace. Whether that's enough or not against this Gamblers batting lineup, we'll have to see.
Yeah, you'll have to see. And I know that Ankush Kumar, we see there picking up a few wickets, he's going to be pretty key as well. He's an explosive player, and the man who was very good behind the stumps as well, Kuldip Walaya. But they were holding the... You've got to say that some of the outfield catching here from the Portuguese, from all the team players, have been really good. Because one thing, I mean, me and you have been saying, it's not that easy to pick the ball out there, is it?
No, it's not. That's what makes it even more impressive. But yeah, the ball really flies. I mean, you see how fast it travels on the ground. These balls, once they reach the boundary, they don't slow down. They are motoring along. But yeah, I've got to say, Ahmadullah deserves a lot of credit as well for his 18 at the end. I mean, without that, I don't think they're making 100. But he does swing away, and yeah, this is a really good stop. Yeah, all these runs could be crucial in the wash-up. And Ahmadullah, he got caught very last ball of the innings, the 8th wicket to 4 and the last wicket to 4. Kokar with a nice catch. But yeah, like I said, his 18 does drag them up and into the 3 figures. As we look at the scorecard, Farouk Ahmed top scores with 27 off 17, but for me, Ahmadullah at number 9 gives us a sign of what he can do. Perhaps he could get a few more opportunities up the order after that knock.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, it wasn't slogging, was it? It was pure clean hitting. I think maybe that's what the issues that the captain has there. You know, he doesn't really know who to use and where. I mean, see Lalit Mohan this time, he doesn't quite click. Hardeep Singh always seems to be a little bit, I think, too low the order for me.
Yeah.
When you consider how he started this series with that fine 49, so just haven't quite got the batting where they want at the moment.
I think there's probably a bunch of guys knocking down the door saying they want a chance. So you can understand you want to give opportunities. Plenty of wicket takers there, 6 in total, 2 for 17. Kumar, for me, might have been the best of the bowlers, although I think that Nitin Kamboj was very good early, 1 for 13 he took. Also 2 wickets for Sripal Mata and singles for Nishant Virma, as well as Narayan and Jai Prakash. We'll take a break. We'll be back. And in about 8 minutes, we will take you into the second half of this game. Again, it's up for grabs, isn't it, Gamblers? They'll be hoping to take some points away from this match. They'll need 110 to do so. Gorka 11, this is their last match here on day 4, and they don't want to go away empty-handed. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico 4. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, or good evening, or perhaps good morning, wherever you're tuning in from. Hope you're enjoying the action that's coming your way from this FanCode European Cricket Series in Portugal. We're just an hour outside of Lisbon, the capital here. This is Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG. And getting ready for the reply here from Gamblers. Gamblers, they've restricted Gurkha to a score of 109, so 110 required for victory for them. And one thing I can tell you about the Gamblers is that if they're going to do this, then they're going to do this in a hurry. They're not a team that like to hang around. They like to go out there and play their shots. And they're exciting to watch. And Kuldeep Gulaya will be opening up, and he's going to be out there with Amandeep Kokhar. And the first man that they're going to have to deal with is the bowling of Hardeep Singh. They've got some very good bowlers in their side. So Gurkha 11, though it's not a big score, you've got to get past Hardeep Singh and Gurjeet Singh as well. Those two are the opening bowlers. And you've got a bit of spin in there as well. So here comes the first ball. And it's a good one. Nice tight. And liking that little bit of action there. Smiles all around as this one is played into the... Of course, the ball is here now, is dead, but of course, just a little bit of play acting here, saying, okay, catch it if you want. I'm not going to give it to you. He quickly puts it down on the floor. So there it is. I like it. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo with his handy.
I always think it's funny when batters like, you're not going to get me out caught. But technically, if the ball wasn't dead, they've just handled the ball and they would be out anyway. But anyway, it's deep. And yeah, we've seen the opening bowlers getting a fair bit of bounce with these new pills. And Goliath and Kokhar out there. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't get Ankush Kumar out there first up. Just considering how well they batted those two together, opening up, putting on 101 in 5 overs. If you do that, you've just killed the game. But I think, yeah, Gurkha 11 will be keen to restrict, and the Gamblers will want the power play up in the 30s. I think sets them up. Probably a lot more than that. I think they'll feel that they've got the batting to do this and do this pretty quickly. But yeah, pretty interesting contest once again. We've had some close games today, haven't we?
We've had some close ones today. We've had some high-scoring close ones, some medium-scoring ones. And once again, I remember saying that during the last match, in the halfway point, that I personally thought that a score in the 90s, so I would say 100 score, was probably a little low to be talking golden balls. This one's been, well, he's a bit worried when he plays this. He thought for a moment he was going to chip it into the air to a fielder, but he gets away with it. But I think this sort of score, Vinny, 109, 110, yeah, this isn't that territory,
yeah,
right?
You think it's in golden ball territory?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I know that a lot of people say, nah, the Gamblers, they get going, they knock this off quickly. But you've got some good bowling to deal with from the Gurkha 11.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, the average run rate up to this game.
Yeah, tell me.
I think we're at 11.6, so 116.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a few shy of that, but this is hit pretty well. This is going to gain pace. That's going to be 4. So Goliath off to the races. And almighty surprises it took him that long as he gets the 5th ball of the innings. And he pumps it straight back over Hardeep's head.
Kuldeep Nagoli Mari. Yeah, Goliath puts it away.
So what I would say as well is there's a big kind of difference in between some of the top teams in their run rates and some of the teams that are new to the competition. So I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown of that in a second. But first, here's Hardeep with the right of reply, but he's got it wrong here. This is hanging a long time. Someone's got to get there surely. And wow, you wouldn't read about it. How has this landed safely?
Yeah, it's a few times that Hardeep Singh has hurried batters, and he's hurried the likes of Kuldeep here, so it goes high up in the air, but nobody could get hold of it.
It's a classic Bermuda square, although it's more of a diamond. Now coming in from all angles anyway. It's the end of the first over, 7 without loss after 1. And I'm not even sure if they ran there, so maybe it's only 6.
I don't think they did.
Yeah,
no.
so it's only 6 after the first over. 46 matches since the Golden Ball, that's what we're talking about. You know, we were talking about past scores, weren't we, or average scores. So you got likes of Awaris, they're going at 132 an innings. You've got Marlow 127, Gamblers 137, Punjab CC, Amadora 135. But then you've got some of the new teams and not so new teams. So Indian Royals, who aren't new, but they're going at 87. We saw them earlier in the week. As this is clipped away nicely, this will take some stopping. He's not going to stop it. See how that ball just keeps running away and accelerates. It actually accelerates because it's running down the hill. And yeah, nice shot by Coker. Gets his first boundary. He had Team Tigers Portugal 84. And what's the other one? Elizabeth Supergiant 70. So you can see how the average might be 11.6. I think the average amongst these top teams is probably a bit more than that.
It's a nicely played shot, 4 runs, but you're absolutely right. Once it gets past you, forget chasing it, because it ain't going to slow down.
Especially the fielders that don't dive to stop it in the infield thinking, oh, I'll catch up with it. But guess what? They never do. In the air. And this is, oh, that's a proper Tortuga. Well, I suppose the only thing that Farouk Ahmed can be happy about is it doesn't jump, because I think it would have hit him in the head. Have a look at this. This is like the equivalent of getting a ball shoot through and hit you on the shin and be given LBW. Only thing is, his leg before boundary. He's LBB.
Yeah, he does actually very well to get anything on it to try and stop it, because he's expecting the ball to shoot up off the ground. It does the complete opposite. He's unfortunate there, the fielder.
Coker making the most of being at the top of the order. Now, knocks it away. We'll get a single. So, yeah, I mean, I often think I'd like to see the best fielders in the world on some of these fields. By no means is this the worst field that we'll see in the European Cricket Series, but just its nature, the fact that it does slope downhill towards the boundary, the fact that it has this hard clay composition underneath, it has a few cracks, that means that you get a few dodgy bounces. I would like to see some of the best fielders in the world take this on and see how they go. There he goes. Up and over, he tries to, but it's a bit late on it, so it just turns out to be one. Yeah, because like, you know, in the golf or whatever, as the players get professional, and the best golf in the world, they play on the most difficult courses, don't they? You know, whereas I think fielding is the opposite in cricket. You get up and you get to play on a billiard table. Yeah. And that's, I mean, anyone can do that. I want to see, like some of those fields in Italy that we saw during the summer last year.
Yeah. But it does also, as Gurjeet Singh bowls this one, it also does, that's a beautiful shot. That is first class, top draw, it's all timing and placement. You don't have to hit it too hard all the time, and this is such a good shot from Amandeep. Just watch this. Gets into position and says, I love the way he holds the post.
Case in point there. I mean, that wasn't that far from the fielder, but then he had to run about 100 metres to fetch that because that's gone like a bullet.
But the point I was going to make, sometimes, I mean, I think I'm guilty of it, I know a few of us are, when we see some of the cricketers, maybe when they go to a place like Cardamom, and we see them not diving on, you know, we say, oh, if he dived forward, he would have taken that catch. If he dived, he could have. And the reason why a lot of these fielders, the European cricketers, don't, because those places you've mentioned, some of those grounds, you just wouldn't. If you dived on some of the grounds that we've seen cricket being played on, you would, you'd be going to hospital because you'd be cutting yourself up big time. So you can understand why they don't.
It's not a habit. So end of the second over, it's 20 without loss. Having said that, when we played in Split in Croatia a couple of years ago, Ahmedullah played in that series, and there was gravel on the outfield, and I did see a fielder stop a boundary by putting his face in the gravel. I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, here is where we're at. I mean, these guys smack bang in the middle of the table at the moment, but it's a bit of a logjam, isn't it, Rico? With only 4 teams that are going to make the semi-finals, and the cut will be made. The bottom 7 are out of here at the end of match 55. I think it's going to be a very competitive couple of weeks.
Yeah, it really is. Gamblers, of course, you can see why they want to win this one. They win this to go level on points with their opponents. So a big match for them. And don't forget, then they are up again in the next match against Marlow. So they have the opportunity to actually go from where they are now to sort of finish with the teams at the top of the table. So it's a huge battle.
So new over. It's Lalit Mohan getting a ball. Yeah, right in the balance right now. I mean, you've got to take wickets. You've got to take a lot of them, I think. The Gamblers bat pretty deep. We saw how a couple of key wickets just derailed their innings earlier. I suppose you've got Ankush Kumar kind of lurking in the shadows as well, ready to come in. And this has worked away through the offside, and Golia gets 4 more. So you can see he's just playing the ball that comes to him. He's not really rushing at it. He's not really premeditating. He knows if he hits the ball correctly on this field, he gets into a gap, he's going to get runs.
Yeah, and you think about the field that's been set. They've set a field to, if you like, a more of a more traditional European cricketer. So they got the long on back and mid wicket. But I think to good batters like Kuldeep Goliath, you've got to be thinking about protection out of the off, especially on this sort of outfield, because he's playing shots on merit. He's going to be eyeing up that area. Just wonder if they make a change here. They do now, yeah.
This time he just muscles it straight and it just gets over the field. It's 4 more. Goliath is motoring now as this power play starts to gather some momentum.
Yeah, but he's playing it with the toying with the field. You see, they put a man out on the offside, so they bring the man who was on long on boundary in, and it goes over him. So this is very good batting.
Yeah.
And he times that to precision as well, just over the outstretched hand of the fielder.
Yeah, mentioning that we have the internationals coming up at the end of this series, and I might take you through a few names there. There should be a good series. We've got Portugal, obviously the host, but we've also got the Netherlands and we've got Gibraltar. So yeah.
Who we got? So what are some of the names for the Netherlands?
Pick a team, and I'll.
Right, Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Because I like to know, because what sort of players we got coming here from the Netherlands? Because remember, we're talking about the champions of Europe, aren't we? If this is played out, it's up and over. It will be 4 runs. You can chase it. Doro, pajo, put it the ball and a ball नहीं फरुंदी ज़्यादा ball जा रही है ना बस गई चौका लग गया. Good shot. And look at the way he opens the face of the bat as well. He knows exactly what he's doing there. That's a really good shot from Kuldeep.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, they'll take it. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. The European champions, and yeah, looking forward to seeing them. And it looks a pretty strong squad as well. I'll give you a little bit of a scoop after this ball from Mohan. Now this is a miscue, hanging and gone. That's a really good catch at a very good time for Gorka 11, because Goliath just didn't get on top of that. Maybe it bounced, got a bit big on him. But what I really like about this catch is he takes it two-handed, but then he protects the ball. And he does that by twisting. Look at the twist.
Yeah.
And he lets the kind of shoulder take the impact. He wasn't going to let that ball go free. Watch him come into screen there. That's a brilliant catch by Rahul Kumar. And an important man is gone. And they'll feel that's just as steadier as Gamblers lose the first wicket, 33 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket. I mean, that's one of the danger men. He slices it up in the air, but that's not an easy catch. We've seen a lot of these particular type of catches drop because you're off balance when you're going forward. And what you then have to do, we've talked about some of the surfaces you play on. What you've got to do is you've got to get the dive in, and you've got to be prepared to soften it with the hitting the deck and getting the rolling. And he does it all really well. It's a big wicket again, and it is Lalit Mohan that gets the breakthrough. Mukesh Kumar, though, replaces him. One dangerous batter after another. Oh, you can see Mohan there. He's ready to appeal because Ankush, he plants that front foot of his right in front of the stumps. Unfortunately for him, he gets bad on the ball. That will be the end of the over, and it finishes 34 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, so pretty much right on the rate at the moment. We were to see the run rate kind of tracker and pretty much on that red line. Okay, so Netherlands squad.
Yeah.
Led by none other than the European winning captain, Sebastian Braat. You've got Rafa Alphonse in there, the keeper. You've got Aryan Dutt.
Yeah.
Okay, I know he's been having a few issues bowling, but hopefully he's all right. Olivier Ellenbaas.
Yeah.
You've got Tim Atman in there. Clayton Floyd, of course, former MVP of the ECC. You've got Boris Gorlay as well. He loves to scoop. You've got Udit Nashia. He's a man that we saw doing some really good things with his spin.
He bowled well, yeah.
You've got Gert Svanpol, Mays Van Vliet, as well as the Zulfikar triplets, all three of them.
Wow, that's a squad.
And Sikandar. Yeah,
that is a squad. Oh, he got him. And that is a ball and a half. What a beaut this is from Gurjeet Singh. This is an absolute sensational delivery. And it's a big one because Ankush Kumar, we know he's a dangerous player. This goes right through him. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly chakte fatte, fire ball. What a delivery, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolute seed, wasn't it? And you need someone to step up with the game on the line. And this is just what you're after. I mean, that was just too good. And Ankush Kumar, he's a guy who was banging the ball all over the place earlier, but now he's going to have to go. And this innings hit the skids. And once again, those two, they get dismissed in quick succession, Goliath and Ankush Kumar. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets stunned by pace. You saw the ball before when he got off the mark. I mean, that was only second ball. The ball before, he plants that foot down, and just gets bad on the ball. So he's probably one of those, I'd like to say, nervous starter. He does that a few times, then afterwards, once he's seen the ball well, he stops it and he starts moving his feet around. He goes to do the same here, but he gets done by pace. I told you, these two, Hardeep and Gurjeeb, are really sensational. Rips through his defences, and you're right, it was an absolute peach. A new batter comes in, 34 for 2, both danger men back in the shed. Just offers the bat onto this and takes a single. The wild throw comes in, and yeah, just to let you know that we do have, once again, behind the stumps, it was Suman Gamiri. He wasn't listed, I don't think, behind the stumps
what happened
because of an injury.
In the warm-up, Waleed Imran sustained a hand injury, so Gamire does have the gloves back. No confirmation about whether it was Gamire that threw the ball that injured Waleed Imran's hands, but yeah, Suman is back in his customary position.
Just gets played out. The fielder has to come from the boundary to get there. So where are we at here? So that raid around about 11. The 2 danger men have gone. So we're going to have to see somebody else who we haven't seen play a bit of an innings here now for the Gamblers. I mean, this morning when the 2 batters that have already departed went, that's when things came to a bit of a go slow. Yeah, because it was, like we know, Kuldeep Gulaya 42 of 11 and Kush Kumar 53 of 18, but then after that nobody else was really able to get motoring. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Gamblers respond with those 2 men back in the shed already.
Extra bounce again. This is a really good over at the moment. So, and we've seen all kinds of thrillers. This is probably more of an average scoring thriller. We had high scoring thriller, we've had a low scoring thriller. Just think that the next 3-4 overs really puts one team ahead. Pretty much, we'll see the red line in a moment. I think they're pretty much right on it. Maybe just going just below. This will help. Some runs on the way. That's pretty well fielded again. You saw Azam Johnny just backing off. He knew that ball would motor to him off the first bounce.
Yeah, what we're starting to see also, though, as teams start to play more matches out there, they know how this outfield behaves. They're respecting it, and they are starting to get the balls, which, well, in the first couple of days, were finding their way past them. Lovely bowled, and a bit of pace here. This one takes off, hits the seam. Not only does it take off, it swings late as well. You know, he doesn't look it, does he? Because he's not exactly a huge fella, but he gets some speed through and he gets some bounce, does Gurjeeb Singh.
Yeah, very, very good stuff from Gamblers as they storm back into contention. It's 37 for 2 after 4. So yeah, just in the course of that over, they take a dip below the red line. Let's have a look, because they were pretty much sitting on it, but that very good 4th over. Just getting him below again, that white line. So will they be able to lift it back up? That's the question. Good game.
Yeah, good game. We're going to have a pattern of diamonds maybe as we go along that that tram line with that the peaks and the troughs. And bowler to come and bowl this one. It's going to be Amandeep. Come on. Yeah,
Amandeep gets his opportunity. I feel like one bad over though for Gorka can undo all their good work. This is hit, and it's hit straight to the fielder. So Guman comes to the party with a wicket first ball. And yeah, it was just a kind of it was a little push really. Now Krishna hopes to get it in the gap, but he doesn't. He hits it straight to the fielder. And the game again turns again slightly towards Gorka with those runs on the board, 37 for 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, this man, the captain, he did play some nice shots, didn't he, when the 2 key batters was gone, the captain, Jit Balakrishna, but he now has to go, and he's probably disappointed. He thinks he's probably hit this quite well, but unfortunately for him, he's put it straight into the hands of the fielder, and the man who was celebrating big time was Amandeep Guman. And yeah, why not indeed? Bowls his first ball, picks up a wicket straight away, and it's a wicket off the captain of the opposition.
Yeah, maybe a bit of luck factor in that. I mean, it could have gone into a gap. It might have gone for 4 if it did, but he picked out the fielder, and Waleed Imran did the rest. Well, might not be up to keeping, but certainly had no problems holding on to that one. Fairly regulation chance.
Yeah, so well done to
the bowler. And Amandeep is saying, okay, that's good. This isn't too bad. I can maybe have another. And Maniak Darji comes in now. He's another one that's sort of been up and down the order. It's the left-hander. It takes a while to get going. The thing is, though, with the rate the way it is, it's not a bad option if you can get going. Just steady the ship a little bit, playing a few shots. It's going to rely on someone like Kohar, who we know can bat. We've shown already that he's more than capable of holding his own when need be. So let's see how this works.
Yeah, should be interesting. It's not a crazy rate they need. And this one's on the hip, and he'll just summarily smash that one away to the leg side. It wasn't a good ball from Guman. He doesn't adjust for the left-hander. The result is a fence banging 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I think if he, again, you've got the left and right combination if they can get a partnership going. So if he's able to play each ball on merit and put away the bad ball, then that rate is well within sight, and so is victory in that case.
So yeah, I might take through the Gibraltar team as well next, if you like. This one's worked away nicely. So Darji, if he's not hitting boundaries, he needs to at least be getting ones.
Yeah.
Coker has been doing pretty well, though he hasn't had too much of the strike through the first half of this innings. Yeah, so Gibraltar side, not sure who'll be captaining. I would imagine it would be Avinash Pai.
Yeah.
You've got Sammy Boda in there. You've got Louis Bruce, or Louis the Bruce as we call him. You've got James Fitzgerald that we saw recently.
Yes.
You've got Julian Freona. You've got Jack Horrocks, so you've got some pace there as well. You've got Ian Latin, of course. You know, he had a great series earlier in the year. You've got Kabir Mirapuri. Again, we saw him recently. Well, is this out?
Pad, I think.
Well, they were pretty excited.
It's a good
I can
stop,
see why.
but pad.
Yeah, Gamire. You can see why, allegedly, he broke Waleed's fingers so he could get the gloves back. That is off the pad, but acrobatic. You can also tell by how slow it went to him. He didn't make it look slow. Got Ken Roy Nesta, big K Nestle there. Will be there. Philip Rakes, who we haven't seen on ECN, but he has played Gibraltar before. You got Andrew Reyes, Alex Sawyer. Again, he's one we haven't seen before, and Karen Stagno as well. So this is short, and it's lifted up in the air, and I think it's knocked back into play. Probably just check the footing, but it looks like a very good stop.
It's a good stop, you know. I'm just having a look at some of the fielding stops have been done. This is another one where the fielders, he's never given up. Look, the bounce is a good one. It doesn't outfox him, and he does really well. Clubs it back inside, and then comes back in, tidies it up, and gets the throw in. So nicely done there. It's always good to see a fast bowler prepared to put the effort in the field as well. And Gurjeep does. This was an interesting pickup.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to do a forward roll as he stops this one.
It was like the batter threw a Hadouken at him. Any of you guys that are a fan of old school video games, down he went.
He was
throwing himself at the ball when he was batting, if you remember, Ahmadullah. And so the Gamblers got some work to do here. It's 44 for 3 after 5. That means they will need 67 in the second half. That's very achievable. Well, let's just see if they can go at the rate required. Okay, Portugal squad, you ready? Drum roll.
Yeah.
Of course.
Portugal.
Pretty sure all of these, maybe except for one name that stuck out, we'll see in this ECS.
Okay, go for it.
Kuldeep Golia
is
in there. Suman Gamire is behind the stumps right now. It's actually both keepers in this game are in the squad. You've got Conrad Greenshields, who'll be leading the side. You've got Miggy Machado from Werash. You've got Faf Stoneman. You've got Najam Shazad back as well. You've got Amandeep Singh.
Yeah.
Talked about him earlier. We've got Syed Mysam from Marlow. You've got Junaid Khan. Parveen Singh, left armour. You've got Mohammad Siraj Nippo, who will be back for it. Yeah, we've got Nippo back. And Amir Zaib as well from Marlow. And the one name that I didn't mention yet, Shan Gomsh. Shan from the ECC. And he was instrumental when they beat Portugal. Now, he isn't based in Portugal, but he qualifies on citizenship. So he'll be here for those ECIs. Yeah. Plays the reverses. Remember that innings that he actually did some crazy stuff that to even qualify for the finals in that ECC first ever. Portugal, they had to knock over the Netherlands, which they did.
Yeah.
And then in the 3 versus 4, it was an 8-over game. They put on 150. Which was crazy stuff.
Yeah, he went through a period, didn't he, during that where, was it 3 or 4 50s on the spin, which was the revival that Portugal needed. It was an incredible set of results that they put together.
Ahmadullah gets his chance with the ball now. This one jumps a bit on the batter and doesn't quite get it where he wants. It's a slightly dodgy too. Now I'll tell you what he does here. He takes his glove off, and I don't know why. Gamiro, have a look at this. He discards the glove, but you should only do it if you think you're going to have to throw.
Yeah, why has he not got a glove on here?
And you know what happens when it comes in? He misses it. And I think if he had 2 gloves, I think he'll, more often than not, he takes that.
Yeah, that is a missed opportunity by far. Good. Naeem Akhtar is probably ready to put the finger up, and he says, well, hang on a minute. He's made a bit of a hash of that. Now, listen, all of those 3 squads, and of course we know that the Netherlands, let's face it, they probably will be favourites, I have to say. But, I mean, look at the squads that you just called out then. Oh, got him. A beautiful delivery, just flights it up in the air. And Amandeep Kahar, I think his eyes light up. He doesn't know what he wants to do with it. In the end, he misses it, and he goes straight onto the stumps. Brave bit of bowling, actually. And if you don't use your feet, you're going to get out. And you can see he's disgusted with himself, is Amandeep.
He uses his feet to stamp pretty hard on the ground. But, yeah, I mean, Amanullah just essentially beats him in flight there, doesn't he? He has him kind of losing his shape and trying to hit the ball too hard. So, yeah, Coker, he is distraught with himself, as you'd imagine. 47 for 3.
Yeah, so yeah, going back to that, I mean, isn't it nice for us as Spurs, particularly when we go to play? I mean, here at the moment, we're seeing a lot of great players.
Hold on a second. Well.
Oh, no.
Oh, well.
Oh, I want to see this delivery
again.
again.
Like, I think they're trying to say there's something suspicious about that.
No, come on, what are you talking about?
You can't. No, you can't call that on the field. I mean,
the arm's straight. Yeah, well, what's wrong with this? The arm is straight to me. Okay, there's a bit of discussion going on here now. I wonder if we can slow this right down.
Okay. Is there a slight bend in it? I mean, if there is, it's slight. Okay. But it's slight, and maybe within the tolerance. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
The thing is, though, look where it straightens. It straightens at, if you like, 12 o'clock. So I don't see how that's giving him... And also, with a delivery like that, I would understand if it was a quicker delivery. I'd be saying, oh, yeah, he's... what are they deciding here? They're saying not out?
They can't do that. I mean, unless it is a completely obvious, deliberate throw, which it isn't.
This is very controversial, isn't it? Very controversial. Now, okay, we will say this. We don't know the background to it. Maybe there's been other conversation before. Maybe the captain's been told about this at some point. I mean, that could have happened. But I've got to say, if I'm being honest, I don't like it.
I don't like it because it's also, he's quite risky. I mean, the naked eye can't. No, I don't like this. If this has been no balled, I mean, I don't know. Did he bowl earlier in this series? Did he bowl on Monday, Ahmedullah? Yeah. I wouldn't be happy. There's a procedure in place, which is at first there's a warning, and then they'll have a look, and yeah, it's a controversial one anyway.
It certainly is. I mean, the thing is, like I say, the other thing could have been we don't know if anything was said after the first ball that was bowled, but yeah, that is pretty controversial. I just don't see it there, you see. I don't see it. Now, what's going on here then? Now they're giving him his cap. Are they saying you can't bowl again? I think they're saying you can't bowl again. But this is just...
I don't like that. I don't think that's really what our sport's about. You know, Ahmedullah, he's bowled before on the network. I know that. I've never had any suspicions about his action. He's got... Okay, you could argue that there's a partial straightening, but it's very slight. You know, and there's a degree of tolerance. And so, yeah, I just think they take the wicket away.
What's happening here? Now, what's going on here? Has he been given the ball back? Oh, well.
They're trying to say that it's only the second time that you're out of the attack. That's not good.
Okay, so he's now being given the ball. So whether that was a decision made, I don't know. Well, listen, what we will do, I'm going to try and find out more about this because I certainly don't like this at all. But maybe there's more to it. Maybe there's more behind the scenes to it. This one gets played, and the thing is, how different is this to the ball before? That's what I like to see.
This is what I mean. I don't like umpires guessing with legality of actions because the ramifications are huge.
Let's see. Well, there's no difference. There's no difference.
And it's taken a wicket away. You know, it's taken a wicket away from him. I've got to really feel for Ahmedullah here. Now, it's up, it's in the air, and it's gone. Well, that's justice, I think, even though it's not Coker, it's going to go. And, yeah, I just got, like I say, I wasn't here on Monday, so I wasn't sure if there was there was anything back there.
There was
But
no
yeah,
issues. There was even if he did bowl, there was no issues. Nothing that I heard. Well, maybe that's a bit of karma. Yeah, it's not the batter that he had first time round, caught hard, but he has got Darji here. And I'm going to say this. I reckon if you were to get analysis done on every one of these balls that were bowled, there's no difference between the last two than the one that was
and
called.
not just that, it's that, you know, it's physically impossible to keep your arm completely straight throughout a bowling action. That's what scientists know now. So it comes down to degrees. Yeah, I just, it doesn't leave you a good feeling in your mouth. But I will say Amadullah does come back and, you know, must have thrown him a bit.
Credit to him.
He's bowled pretty good over here.
Yeah, credit to him. It didn't let him throw him. At one moment, I thought he was being taken out of the attack, but they came to the senses on that. He carried on, and he's picked up a wicket.
The chat sprung to life. Stuart thinks old man Rico is going to go on the rampage. Hasn't gone the full headset throw yet. Anyway, Cambodge comes out at 6. And this could be another wicket. It's hanging in the air. It's not an easy one. It's a steepler. Well, he did well to touch that in the end. Now it's going to run away for 4. Well, I said did well to touch it. He probably worked against himself as it ran away to the fence, and the 50's up for gamblers. Well, they certainly were gambling here. This is touched more or less on the circle. Oh, he heads it. I think it comes off his head.
No, does it? No.
It bounces and then comes up.
Does
and
it?
And he just knocks it forward.
He heads it to the... Well, I like the way he took his cap. The thing is, though, if he didn't spend that split second taking his cap off, he might have got both hands to it. But, okay, here we go. Got him. This is out. I reckon this is out. I don't think he gets back here. Let's have a look at this side on. So, well, I was saying karma. You know what? He's had one wicket taken away from him. He has got one. Could have had 3. But this one, it's got to go. Yeah, yep. I reckon he's got him. The bat speed is quick, but not that quick. And just, if we go back a frame here. Just go back here. Yeah, there's the bails going off. That's out.
Yeah, we'll go. You can tell he's just beaten the bat of the punch there. So Cambridge is going to go. Look, credit once again to Amadullah, who comes up with the goods, comes up with 2 wickets. And so Gamblers, after 6 overs, they are 53 for 5.
Yeah, and it's another one that has to go. So, well, yeah, absolutely well done to the bowler, because when something like that happens to you, it does throw you. He's done okay. Good work also from Saman Gamir. So it is Nitin Kamboj who gets fortunate getting a boundary of his first delivery, but he's out of his second. He goes for 4 too.
Yeah, so a bit of discussion. Hello to everyone out there. Hello to Bajendra. Hello to Kitty. Nice to see you in the chat as well. And Wayne didn't like it. Yeah, I suppose the issue there, and we're not saying this, but it seems to me, well, I didn't see when the no ball call was made, but was it before the ball hit the stumps or was it after? I mean, that's the question. And look, I can't answer that because I don't really know. But this one is just whipped away off the pads. This will be 1. Coker's still there. Kind of on borrowed time, I think, at the moment. Some people have unusual actions, and there's different joints involved as well. There's the shoulder, there's the wrist. So I think there's been a couple of times recently, and we saw it with AO as well in the ECL.
That's correct.
That just gets you see a few things bending that you can trick yourself into seeing something that's not quite there. So some bowlers, especially faster bowlers, will have a even spin bowlers when they're bowling a quicker ball, they'll have a real wrist flick.
Yeah,
which is completely fine, because we're only really worried about the elbow. And then, as brought up in the chat as well, there's a degree of tolerance which with a naked eye you can't really make that call. 15 degrees is the number that people normally talk about. And if you take, say, a right angle, it's basically if you were to cut it in half and then cut it in 3. So it's a 1/6. Okay, so that's pretty hard to visualize.
Gone. This is out. He gets an edge. He doesn't want to go, but he's going to have to go. And it is Lalit Mohan who picks up his second wicket. The thing is, though, I bet you any money, if we analyse the delivery from Mohan, if you want to do, or any bowler, there's always a little bit of a bend up. The question always is for me is, being a bowler, you're saying to yourself, well, at what degree does having your arm slightly bent give you an advantage? It certainly gives you no advantage if the arm is slightly bent when your arm is not even into the process of delivering the actual ball. And there's a lot of common sense that you got to use when you're applying this. But anyway, there's another wicket. And the Gamblers, they're struggling here. 6 wickets down. And at that rate, keep an eye on that rate now, that goes up to 15.
And the thing is, it can potentially have big ramifications for a guy's career as well.
Oh,
If
big time.
If you start, if you start doing that, yeah, you'll see what you look for. There's a bit of confirmation bias that comes into it. If you really want to see something, you'll see it. This is another one. And he's going to be 2 and 2 as a little edge. And how about this? I mean, ever since that's happened, everything has rolled Gorka, hasn't it? And suddenly you got Lalit Mohan. He's on a hat trick. So 2 wickets in the 6th, 2 wickets and 2 balls in the 7th. And right now, Gamblers are falling apart. Snake eyes.
Yeah, falling apart. Here we go. It's another one. It's as well. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it is another duck. And we have a man that's also on a hat-trick. So new batter goes out. And, well, who's going out is his Mata.
Yeah, Mata is gonna have a bowl. Yeah, Louis happy to see Hamidullah get some wickets. I think most people have a bit of sympathy for him. And the other thing is, the benefit of the doubt in this case, I think, has to go to the bowler unless you have something a bit more conclusive than we've seen. 6 hat-tricks in 2023. We haven't seen one in an ECS match at all. We had 4 weeks in Malta. Didn't say hat-trick, except we did in the ECI, in the internationals, at the end of that, or during that series. But here's the hat-trick ball, and it's another kind of edge, but it won't go to the keeper this time. Mata is off the mark. I'll say quick hello to everybody else that said hello to me. And I think it might have been Duralove that said hello, as well as Louis Bruce. And I mentioned John Gray, I think, as well, Chris Smith, and everybody else. Nice to see you popping in. So, I mean, for all that drama, Walker well ahead in the game now.
Yeah.
Gamblers could be bouncing to back-to-back defeats.
Yeah, back-to-back defeats, but, well, they will have an opportunity maybe later in the last match of the day to put it right. It's been a big day for them, hasn't it? They had a difficult yet probably pretty productive game against Punjab CC Amdora. It was an exciting one. Then with this one, looks like it's going to be a bit flat, but can they come back strong against Marlow?
Yeah, Marlow versus Gamblers in the last game of the day. And you can see Marlow won the toss, elected to bat. So, yeah, Roshan Singh listed at the top of the order there. I mean, wonder if he will. He was the hero, wasn't he, when we last saw them hitting 6 off the last ball to win the game. Amir Zaib and Asad Mahmood round out the top 4. So I wonder if Said Myson will get a bit more of a go with the bat. I'd like to see him maybe up at 3. But, yeah, Gamblers, they'll have to pick themselves up from this. I mean, barring something remarkable, I can't see them getting the 3 a ball they need to pull this off.
Yeah, and I can't see Hasim Sawa also coming in at number 10. If he does, I'll be absolutely surprised.
Exactly. Beam is in the chat saying hello to you. Beam has chosen to throw in a couple of bucks every month to be a subscriber. So you can say hello to Beam, Rico?
Yeah, hello Beam. That's absolutely fantastic. Loving it.
All right. Here's Hardeep. Swing and a miss. So yeah, things falling apart at the seams for Gambler. What I would say is, apart from that 101-run opening partnership in 5 overs, their batting hasn't gone very well today at all. And you saw the importance of getting Kuldeep Goliath, and then they got Ankush Kumar soon after. Kokar had a bit of a lucky break when he was bowled, but he wasn't out. And then now that he's departed, yeah, it's hard to see Gamblers putting too many or more on the board. Tripal Mata might want to do something about that, though.
Well, this is a nice hit, and this will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrrr. Yeah, hello to everybody in the chat. Buhinda Yadav, Beam, yeah, hello again to you, Beam, to Wayne, and to Kitty as well. Chris Smith is saying hi. Hi, Chris Smith. Hey, I hope you like the duck that walks onto the screen as well. That's great work from Spring Productions, from Elsa Martins and also Helsinki here. And let us know. Let's have some feedback. Do you like it? Do you not like it? I love it. I got to admit,
Yeah,
I love
like it. I want to say a special hello to Bajendra Yadav, who apparently I left out. I thought I mentioned him first, but hello, Bajendra. Always great to see you. Oh.
Ouch. This is on the chest. And that's going to leave a bruise for
sure. I like it that Mata acts like he's not hurt by running like everything's fine, but I think he takes 2 steps and realises this really stung.
Yeah.
And he says, you know what, I'm going to head back.
Yeah, we're talking of heads. No helmet there either, Vinny. I mean, Hardeep Singh is not the slow bowler, so he's being a bit brave here, Mata. Well, maybe he's too brave for his own good.
Yeah, the line between brave and head injury is not always delineated. Wow, now that's a swing. This is called 360. We talked about angles in this innings. This is 360 degrees of motion.
Well, look at this. But he swings
physically
so hard.
He couldn't keep two hands on the bat because it was travelling so fast.
I thought he was going to come around and skip his own bat. It was coming back down again. Well, he's probably thinking, well, okay, you hurt me, I'm going to try and hurt you. 11 another go, you know, I bet you.
Wow, this is smashed. That's 4. I mean, that was probably 3 metres from the fielder, but he had next to no chance because when you're swinging the bat at supersonic speeds, then it's going to travel, and it certainly does. What a shot.
Yeah, tu Maria Menu, Mahun, Marunga Tenu. 4 runs. He's absolutely belted that. So, Hardeep Singh walks back to his mark. Hasn't had it all his own way here today, you've got to say. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, the ball to go. He's gone for 16, though. It's healthy enough, I think, in this format, especially on this pitch and this outfield. If you can bowl and your 2 overs and not go for more than 20, I think you've done very well.
Really well. I mean, I pretty much called this game about an over ago, but Mata is going to have the final word potentially. It is very much swing and hit or swing and miss. That was the latter, and you get to the end of 8 overs and need to do something magical from here. Gamblers, they are 66 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, the chat. It's nice to have everybody involved there, having a great bit of conversation.
And I will say hello to Chris Smith as well. He's getting a bit of love in there as well. Well, Chris, if you like, let us know how that goes. But,
I've just seen that, yeah.
It's got a fan. Anyway, we're going to move into the 9th. This is where they really do need something magical. Is there a late twist here? And we got Ranjit Narayan out there. He's only faced 2 balls. But I think, yeah, Mata is the ultimate high-risk, high-return kind of batter, based on what we've seen last time.
Hey, they are the gamblers. They gambled on a new kit. It hasn't worked. Do you think they'll go back to the old one for the next match?
I don't know if there's time to change, actually, because they had the 1-game break. Maybe they thought, we'll get into some fresh kit. Very organised, I like that. Is Amandeep in over number 9.
Trying to give it a wallop, but slices it. Fielder has a charge in from the deep to keep it a 1. It will be just 1.
Yeah, so, well, that's the 1. Now Mata has to hit a raft of boundaries. So, pretty much 4 a ball required. The only way that rate comes down, boundaries and wides or no balls. That's neither. Big swing and a miss. I would say he actually hits the ball pretty well, but he's not great at watching the ball, Mata. I mean, he doesn't have to hit it this hard on this field.
Yeah.
I think he just has to try and hit the ball a bit more correctly, and then the ball will fly. We've seen that.
We'll have another go here now for sure. Oh, well, this one I thought he was gonna swing all the way around and catch Suman Gamir there behind the stumps.
Yeah, and I thought it was a top edge that might have hit Gamiro in the helmet, but no contact. Now he does get a piece of it. How much? Well, he gets plenty. Well, I'm loving this. And he's dropped it.
Shame on you. Oh, this is a highlight and a half. Well, he pushes.
And
that's upset. He pushes the 12th man out of the way, saying, I'm going to catch this, and he spills it.
Manjit, again, doesn't he get a chance to field, but he gets pushed out the way, and maybe he should get a chance to field. Because, yeah, well, upset. Now this is going to be flying and no one's catching this on the field. So is there late drama? Maximo! Mata goes large twice in a row.
Well, it's swing or miss. When he hits it, it stays it. But what I like about this one, he's actually holding himself back. But I thought that's a lovely moment. I think that's great. You saw there, Upside pushing the guy out of the way and then dropping the catch himself. Well, let that go viral, please. Okay, here we go. And you get another one of there. It's a bit of an edge. He doesn't carry to the fielder, but he does well. And he's showing his experience and saying, hey, just keep it cool. Tandaro, cool, stay cool. Let's try and win this match. But that was I don't mind that in a way, because I think if any one of the two is going to hit boundaries is Mata. It's the end of the over, and it is 80 for 7.
Yeah, so need something supersonic. And so let's have a look. And what's required? 30. So supersonic finish I think that Mikey, he's loved the duck. He says he hopes Spring Production have the sparkly diamond duck ready as well. Chris had a bad day at work, so he said he could use some of that attention. And he also said if he connected with some of these swings, Mata, this ball would be off to Lisbon. We're about 45 to 50 minutes away from Lisbon. But all right, here we go. Last overtime. Fakarul Hussain is going to bowl it.
Launches into this. Oh, wow. Well, he's pressed the turbo button as Mata. And Mata says, I've had a few, it's like a golfer. He's had a few practice swings, and now he's doing it for real.
Yeah.
Oh, this is absolutely horned this. What a big hit.
Yeah, well, they need 5 sixes, essentially. There's one of them. So, for me, I'm not running a 1 here. I think that Mata has to hit boundaries. He's got one ball that he doesn't have to hit for 6. The others he does. 1 out of 1. Well bowled, hit hard, 4. Okay, well that's a boundary, so it keeps him in the contest. And I like this shot, he goes with the angle. Nice batting.
Yeah, he absolutely swings hard, doesn't he? And I like it because he's not swinging wild. Look at the head. The head tells you he's not swinging wild here now. Okay, he's in the groove. Every ball, he's just got to be thinking, right, just forget the end result, ball by ball, every ball, take every ball as it comes. Okay, from 80 to 90 in just 2 deliveries. 20 required of 4 deliveries. The bowler starting to maybe feel a bit of panic here is Hussain.
Well, there's the one that's going to make it tough because now you need a wide and then maybe you can hit 3 sixes. Yeah, just going back to Ahmadullah, you know, they had a word to him on Monday, and there was some video analysis. You know, that gives the umpires the ability, I suppose, to call it on field. That's why it was called on field. I don't know. I think as an umpire, once you start looking for things, you tend to see them. Like I said, it's called confirmation bias. It's when you're looking to affirm what's a previously held opinion. But yeah, anyway, at least credit to Ahmed. He came back, took 2 wickets, and I think his action was a lot better today than Monday.
The eye up in the air, he gets ready to take the catch. He just makes it look so simple, doesn't he? Well, he's happy. They're all giving him some love. Well, we want to give some love as well. Look, I know a few people have some bad days. Yeah. Chris Smith, you've had a bad day? Well, we're going to give you some love. Come on, let's everybody give Chris Smith some love.
Well, I'm sure the positive feelings are permeating around the chat. I mean, Hardeep is pretty cool.
Come on, everybody all together. Share a little bit of love with everyone that's had a bad day out there. So, Chris Smith, it's a bit of love for you, a few hearts for you.
Oh, there you go. Well, probably not thrilled.
Ah, there we go. Chris Smith for you and everyone else that has had a bad day. We're giving you some love. And that's from us, me, Vinny, and all of the ECN crew here in Portugal. And I hope your day gets better.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, maybe they need some love, gamblers, because I think they're going to fall just below what's required here. So yeah, very much. He gets some hearts as he walks out. And yeah, gamblers frustrating. They're going to lose 2 games by similar margins in their first 2. They do have the chance to make it up against Marlow. But Marlow, while gamblers have been slogging it out in this game, they've been sitting on the patio, putting their feet up. And so they'll be ready, although Marlow, of course, it is their 3rd game for the day as well.
Yeah, that's big, isn't it? I mean, three matches in a day. It takes them to, and I know that I spoke to a few of the players after games, before games, and they're all saying, yeah, 2 is tough, but when you're playing 3, it's hard. I know you're not playing 3 on the spin, but still, you play 1, you have a break, you play another, then back to back. It does. So, chat, well, that will be the end of this contest. Well bowled to Hussain. He got hit for a couple of Marta, but he got his wicket and keeps it nice and tidy. 91 for 8 it will finish. And a victory by 18 runs for the Gurkha side. So they come back well, don't they? After tasting defeat against Marlow. It's all a matter of putting those extra runs on the board, Vinny, isn't it? Got those extra runs on the board towards the end, got into the hundreds, and that was enough because, once again, I will say with the Gurkha 11, they've got a very good bowling attack. They've got 2 very good pace bowlers. This is one of them. And I know that it doesn't always go your way, but when they get the ball on the money, they cause damage. Good shots, though. That was a lovely shot, beautifully timed.
Yeah, I mean, this field's lightning quick. It's pretty much like you are fielding on a fry pan and they've greased it up already, because these things are really, really gaining pace. Have a look at these first bounces. But look, really, I think Gamblers, they look at that and they messed with the opening combination that worked from last time.
Yeah.
And I think, but I get you want to kind of change things up a little bit, but with 10 games and with these teams so clustered in the middle, I would have thought, how do you go away from a 101 in 5 overs opening partnership? That was such a good ball from Gubej, wasn't it? That was probably the seed of the day so far. And knocked over Ankush Kumar. And look, to get good players, you've got to bowl good deliveries. And that was a good one, because Ankush, he's the guy that could have taken the game away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. There was 2 moments there, wasn't it? There was the catch by Rahul to get Kuldeep Gulaya, and then that delivery there that we talked about, that was absolutely superb. There was a few talking points in the match as well, particularly when the bowler came on, and that was Ula, and he was adjudged to have not bowled a legal delivery. But I think in the end, common sense also did well. They didn't take him on. They allowed him to carry on, and then he picked up a couple of wickets as well. So I like that. And, it'd be interesting to find out more details on that. Well, this is the man that we're talking about. This was the delivery. So this was called a no ball.
Yeah.
All to do with the action, I think.
So what happens, the umpire called it verbally, and signals after. So yeah, he does call it before the ball hits the stumps. He wasn't sure it was a legal delivery, and we've certainly improved a lot in the way that we've been handling these things. But I think, again, they'll pick apart the video and they'll kind of make a determination. For me, I think, from what I heard and what I saw, I don't think there's anything that's too concerning, but maybe it's just something he has to keep an eye on. Really slick work from Gamire as he stumped Kamboj. Yeah, that was 2 wickets. So, credit to Gorkha 11, because just when that incident happened, it could have thrown them. It went the other way, didn't it? They seemed to go up again, and there were 2 in a row for Mohan in the next over. They just left their run way too late, Gamblers. Even though they swung hard towards the end, they would fall 18 runs short in this chase.
Yeah, the highest scorer actually was the man that came in right towards the end of the innings, number 9, and that was Marta. He had a few swings, had a few practice runs, and then, well, that was a lovely moment.
That's amazing.
Me. I do love that. And, they say there's some karma, and, we've seen karma twice out there in the middle. We saw karma for the bowler, Ula, when he continued and picked up 2 wickets. You see karma there for the fielder, who pushes one man out the way to take the catch and drops it. And, that's one way to go viral, as we see the scorecard in this one. And I think you'll see exactly what I said, that really nobody got going. And that's going to be the problem here for Gamblers. If Kuldeep Gulaya or Ankush Kumar don't get going, somebody who is going to get going. Well, I like the way that Marta put in a bit of fight there towards the end, but it was too little too late.
You know what I've noticed as well? Teams winning games, typically not too many extras. 1 no ball, 1 wide. And that's been a constant hassle, hasn't it? It's been a constant hassle for teams. And yeah, if I looked at the extras in that game, just 2 in that second innings. The first innings, there were 13. So, I mean, you look, there's not too much in it. 3 for 17 for Lalit Mohan, stole the figures. Ahmedullah, well, I'm really impressed with the way he came back. 2 for 9 off his over. Also singles for Gubej. What a wicket that was. It was Amrit Kumar and Fakrul Hussain towards the end. Also, shout out to Hardeep Singh, who did take a wicket, but did bowl a pretty good spell, only conceding 16 off his overs. Now, look, we've got a slight delay because we're running a little bit late, so it'll be 10 minutes past the scheduled start time. So we're about 13 minutes away from the first ball in match 20, and that should be an interesting one between Marlow. They're taking on Gamblers SC. Both those teams playing their 3rd match of the day. Marlow trying to stay alive and trying to stay undefeated in this tournament. Gamblers, they just want some points out of day 4. We'll take a break. Back very shortly. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the wonderful Santarem cricket ground right here in Portugal. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we're getting ready for the last match of the day. It's match 20 in almost 4 full days of action. Let's have a look at these two teams. Marlow taking on Gamblers, and Gamblers without any points today. As for Marlow, they've got a perfect 4-0 record. Gamblers, they've fallen to 1-3 after that last loss just minutes ago. So, Marlow winning the toss, electing to bat. Got to say, Rushan Singh, this up top of the order there, but he was quite the hero, wasn't he, earlier? His keeping and his batting towards the end was quite amazing. And look, a little bit earlier, Rico Full took the time to speak to that man, Rushan Singh from Marlow.
Hello folks, and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of the day, match number 20. Gives me an opportunity to speak to the man who was the hero for Marlow last time round. Marlow, of course, playing Gamblers in this one, and it's Rushan Singh. Well, Rushan, he didn't get Player of the Match award for that one. It went to the batting of Asim Sawa, who batted very well as well. But for me, and for Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu as well, I think your input in that match, particularly behind the stunts, when I think you saved so many runs, was absolutely crucial. Restricting the Gurkha to just 99. Then, of course, you were instrumental with the bat when you went out there, scored 11 runs very quickly with just 3 balls to win the match. So well done, well played in that victory. I know you're getting ready for this one. Tell me very quickly, how and where did you start learning to keep wicket? Because you've been absolutely superb.
So actually I play for India under 19 domestic in Tripura, domestic under 19. And after that I play for UK 1 year, and every day try to hard work and practice, keeping drill some and try my better. Because this is a sport, sir. Sports, everything is possible. We can do it, we can try it, and everything is most important. We are team, our team is how to say, I say, sir, is very good side, our team, and everyone support each other. Yeah. And I love it, my team.
Yeah, well, you certainly had a lot of belief there. I mean, because even though there was a lot of runs you scored there, you seemed to pace yourself right. I think Sawa's innings was incredible, but the runs that you saved were outstanding. But talk to me, when you're going out there, you're getting close, it's close to the wire, then it gets to a point where 6 to win the match, okay? Or if it was a 4, we would have gone to a tie, a golden ball. What are you thinking at that time?
My mentor is MS Dhoni.
Okay.
Some decision with last 2 years ago, I teach how to play, brother. You can handle the easily, relax, calm, and focus your ball, where is ball, and calm, easily I can do it. So everything is possible. Nothing is possible, sir.
Yeah, I like that attitude, and I like your attitude. I like watching you and know myself and Vinny.
I can do it, sir. I can do it, try to my best, and our team also supports her every time.
Well, you've been outstanding. A good victory, of course. You've got this match coming up now against the Gamblers. Well,
what a great interview that was with Rushan Singh, and got to say, I'm going to cut back because we are about to get going in this one. Yeah, but what an enthusiastic guy, MS Dhoni. What a mentor to have as we get ready for the start of match 20. It starts with a wide from Cambodge. A bit of pepper on that. Not an easy one to take first up. Lucky it was wide of the mark. Amardeep Singh is out there with Ian Shahid. And yeah, again, persisting with the slip. No ball called. And this must have been for a front foot. Yeah, it's a tight one. But remember, the line belongs to the umpire. Probably was going to be a wide anyway. The difference is it will be a free hit coming up. Yeah, he gets on line. He gets whipped away. There's protection down there, just a single. Joining me back in the commentary box, Rico Full. And yeah, it's always great to have a chat to one of the players, and he is an inspiring keeper, isn't he? I love the way he goes about his work. And look, 2 very good keepers in this one, with Kuldeep Gollier behind the stumps for Gamblers as well.
Yeah, it was great to have a chat with him. Lovely guy. He's played a fair bit of cricket there. I was going to say this one looks like a no ball as well, and is being called by the umpire. So I think that's good umpiring there from Naeem Akhtar. Just watch this. I think this is probably bigger than the one before. And yeah, he's a long way forward there. And you can see, if you can see that line as we can there, then there's no part of that heel under it at all. And the foot's not in the air either. Sometimes, remember, if the toe end part of the foot is down, the heel is up, then people can argue and say, well, look, the heel probably could have, but I don't think there's any doubt about that.
The thing is, you shouldn't be getting that close anyway. The umpire's got to make a judgment call at full speed. This one's better. It's a big swing and a miss.
Yeah, so he gets away with this one. Have to make the most out of it. Marlow looking to keep their 100% record intact. They are sitting pretty at the top of the table. They've won 4 out of 4. Can they make it the perfect 5? Gamblers, they're desperate to get something out of the day. They've gone 2 without a win. It's been a long day for them. Can they get something positive out of it? Well, not at the moment, because this is a delightful shot. He gets this one to go the other way, does Cambodge, but he offers a little bit of width to Amandeep, and Amandeep plays a delightful shot. I like the way he gets down on one knee, and he says, Ale. 4 runs. Beautifully played.
Really good shot. Yeah, so Marlow, I'll be hoping they can do something similar to what Punjab CC did earlier to Gamblers. Put a big score on the board. It was a nice looking shot. Look how fine that slip is.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. As this is a delightful shot. We've seen plenty of big hitting. We've seen balls being muscled over the boundary ropes, plenty of power. But there's always time for a little bit of finesse and timing and stroke play. Delightful shot.
Here's the thing. I mean, I know social distancing is a bit 2020, but I'd be worried if I was the keeper that he's within my 1.5 metres, or 1 puneet as we call it sometimes, because he's right in my pocket. I'd also be saying, don't you trust me? I mean, goalie's a good keeper.
Yeah, I mean, anything going in that sort of it, oh no, oopsie daisy, it's going to be another boundary. And this isn't good. Well, I said that Gamblers, they're probably going to start to feel just a little bit tired. With that man there, well, he's tired because of all the swinging he was doing at the end of the last innings. That's Mata. And Mata, well, he makes a little bit of blunder here. Gets through him, 4 runs. The bowler is not going to be happy.
Yeah, not happy, Jan. Let's pull the over then.
They want to take him on, and Cambodge, he throws this, I think, more out of frustration than hope. The over comes to an end, and it finishes with 18 coming off it, and courtesy of horrendous misfield. Yeah, I mean, called it. With the slipping plays there, there's no way that if the ball is edge and going to the slip, Caldip is going to get there.
Yeah,
so he's standing in no man's land.
Good place to go hide. Maybe have a lolly that's in your pocket or something. Anyway, it's the last game of the day, so why don't you get involved in our DMs? Why don't you send us some random questions? Because it is the time that we normally do that. We can maybe go a bit of food chat as well. We're in Portugal, and I enjoyed quite a few nice delicacies last time I was here.
Well, in Portugal, there's only one thing worth talking about, and I know you like it nice and spicy. It's the piri piri. Yeah. You're going to have the chicken piri piri on a night out. And I keep talking about all the naughty stuff, which of course are the sweets out here, like the nun's belly, barriga de feria, the angel's double chin, papos de año, and also, of course, the tuchino de sui, which is the fat from heaven. These are all little pasties, or pastries, I should say. They're absolutely delicious. And the story behind these, of course, are, well, after the monks in the monasteries, they used all the egg whites for starching the clothes and preserving wine. They had an abundance of egg yolks left over. What do we do with them? They decided, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make some of these lovely pastries. They are absolutely delicious. And I have to say that normally for breakfast, well, I don't mind a nice fry up, me eggs, etc., etc. But I think when you're in Portugal, I'm just going for the pastries, and the pastillas de nata custard tarts are lovely because they're nice and crispy and they're baked nice and warm in the hotel. So you can't get away from the good food in Portugal. Slight delay because everybody's hungry now because I'm talking about food. I'll just be quiet and we can get on with the game.
Got to say the food's outstanding here at the ground as well. Aren't we so lucky to have to be looked after so well?
Shot. This is it's coming your way. Oh, Vinny, where were you to try and protect your equipment?
Don't worry.
I had you covered.
That was hit so well.
This is
we weren't in any danger.
This is only I reckon this is less than 2 yards from our right here. You'll just catch it on camera, maybe.
You know me, I'm very good at judging the high balls. That one was nowhere near me. And so I did enjoy watching it fly over my head, though.
Yeah, and you've always got the eye on the ball. I know that. As this one is going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. So 6 and 4 and hungry for more. Yeah, there you go. What's happened there? The camera got stuck on the European Cricket Network banner. Yeah, nice hitting. This is nice, isn't it, from Amandeep Singh? He's turning on the style. And gamblers, they need something to go their way pretty quickly. Otherwise, I think this could be pretty hurtful. The slip's been moved.
Yeah, that's much better.
He's been pushed away.
Again.
Why have him, though?
Hands in pockets time. Oh, it's clever. I mean, I think there's a little bit about on this. There's a little touch, and it's going to be a very fine leg glance. Same result, though, 4 runs.
Yeah, Kuldeep Goliath. He's not able to get anything on this, just bouncing before him. So the score just keeps on going up. Hey, listen, I've talked about the food. I mean, we'll talk maybe some more food chat, and I know people may want to get on the chat as well. Chris Smith is saying he has a particular brand over there next to him, extra hot with extra hot piri-piri sauce. Yeah, I mean, you can get piri-piri sauce now, can't you? You can buy it, but it's not the same when it's made there in the restaurants. I know that a lot of establishments do that chicken, and out here, I think they have a word for it. I think they call it, is it, I'll find it in a moment, yeah, churrasco.
Your churrasco is great.
And that's with the old piri-piri. But look, what about the wine, though? We are in Portugal, and this is the place where you get the proper wine, which, of course, comes from that particular very popular region. And, well, talking about regions, well, this is going into a region as well, and that's a region around about Cow Corner. Any cows left in Cow Corner? This is big. Whack. Holds the shape, holds the pose, over it goes, disappearing. Oh, there we just catch the end of it coming down. So, a little bit of carnage in the air. That is the end of the over, and, well, that one, it kind of goes magical. Marto was doing a bit of swinging and hitting himself. Well, he's been hit for 20 in that over. So seeing an over of 18 and of 20, the score 38.
Have a look at the table. I mean, with Marlowe 4-0, can really put some distance between them and the rest. Now this is a slightly false shot. It's an edge again. Does go to the slips. Persisting with the slip. Again, you wonder about the value of that, but yeah, with 38 on the board in 2 overs, I thought maybe. I suppose he did take 2 steps. I wonder what it would take to get him to take 2 more.
Yeah, the wine I'm talking about, people want to know, it's from the Douro Valley. And that's where all the good wine from here in Portugal come from. And of course, there is also the port, which is fermented wine. Big swing and a miss. It's interesting, isn't it? Unless that man's got an injury, I want to know why you got a man. When you got 39 has come off 13 deliveries, why have you got a man standing at slip? Surely he's better somewhere else, maybe even short mid-wicket.
Yeah, that I can't answer, but I'm interested to see how it works out.
And they do go back to Cambodge, who went for 18 of his first, so pretty keen to stick with a plan, even if it's not working perhaps here. Oh, that's Gandhi. That's a really Gandhi delivery down the leg side. Good work by Kuldeep Goliath to get there, wide ball signal. Gamblers look a bit ragged, look a bit tired. So it looks like they want to be getting back home under a shower, maybe having some piri-piri and some of those glasses of red that we're talking about. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay here again. Not sure what the issue may be, but the umpire standing in the way of the Cambodge Express. We'll have to wait. And maybe we can have a little bit more talk about food. Anybody out there can tell us a little bit about the food here in Portugal. Of course, we talked about the one thing I mentioned yesterday is that here also tempura is a favorite dish on the menu. A lot of people seem to think it comes from Japan when it doesn't, because this dish of battered deep fried vegetables was actually invented by Portuguese traders and missionaries living in Nagasaki. So the next time you're tucking into tempura, remember it originated from Portugal. The delay continues here. It gives me an opportunity to once again thank everybody around the world that has been tuning in and enjoying the cricket. Our global cricket family. We love having you with us. And thank you to everybody for being involved in the chat. And remember, if you like what you see, give us the thumbs up. share, tell your friends, tell your family. Let's try and get the numbers up all the time. And what are we at now?
We're about 342,000. So remember,
350. We want 350. Here we go. We want 350 by the time.
the end of this game.
No, yeah, that's going to happen. 350 by the time we finish in Milan. That's realistic, right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
because don't forget, Italy
yeah,
sets the standards.
Yeah.
So
that's where we did, and we still haven't worked out. At 400,000, we're going to have to. Maybe we'll ask the chat, what should we do? Last time we did the Ice Bucket Challenge, which actually the secret was it was amazing because it was so hot back then, and we were dry in about no time at all. But yeah, so what should we do? Good question. Yeah, so slight technical delay. Let me work out what this is for. And no, it's a bit frustrating.
Well, what we can maybe talk about is what's coming up tomorrow. Remember, the matches continue thick and fast. 5 matches will be coming up tomorrow. If you have a look at some of the landscape. Here we go. So tomorrow, match number 21. Indian Royals.
They're back. And I know that John Zinkus, he just sent me a message. And yeah, he said that he's in town. He might actually be starting at the staying at the same hotel. There's a few cows around here as well. Maybe a cow running onto the field has slowed the game. Friendship CC, I haven't seen them live yet. Lisbon Capitals as well. Fighters I did see yesterday live. But you can see that it's a pretty long schedule for some of these guys. There we go. There's the cows.
Bit of scenery with the cows. They're moving on. They do it in shifts as well, you know. Yeah. Some come and some go. But, at least the grass is greener on that side. I have to say, hey, listen, what can I tell you about what I normally tell people about what days are celebrated today? So, well, one day, I know that's big celebrations across India, especially for the Hindus, because it is today the birth of Lord Rama. So, happy celebrations in India. And another thing is, well, here we go. Who doesn't like spending some quiet time around nature? So, it is actually a day to be, well, find a walking partner, because it's all about walking in the park. So it's about National Day for walking in the park. And maybe I'll take a walk in the parks around here, find some cows and horses.
You've got plenty of park to choose from around here, don't you?
Yeah, World Bipolar Day as well. Educates and promotes the spread of information about bipolar disorder. And, of course, the international collaboration to help that. And how about this? Do you know what the Roland TB303 is?
Is it a keyboard?
No, not a bad guess. It is now legendary. It's a bass synthesizer that was instrumental in the development of electronic music as we know it.
There you go. Yeah, that's a keyboard. It's an electronic, piano-like thing.
Yeah, the bad boy was pretty much helped to lay the foundations of dance music for years to come. So yeah, there's a few big days to be celebrated. So, and by the way, I hope you realised that the other day was International World Whiskey Day. I hope you remembered to have a whiskey. I think it was the same day as Spanish Paella Day. I know you tucked into a paella.
I did.
But there we go. That's the keyboards now. I'm loving the
creepy
the
looking hands. That's
put
strange.
Put the hands next to the
They might
filter.
be my hands. They're my wicketkeeper hands. Look how many bends. They're not natural bends. Look how big that between the first and second knuckle on that middle finger on the right hand.
Could be your fingers, couldn't they? Could be your finger. Once again, folks, look, apologies for the delay, but it does give us to talk a little bit of rubbish and maybe give you some information about things here where we are. Of course, one thing about, I don't think you know this, because all
right.
Come on, move her around. Put a hat on Paolo. I want to see Paolo with that hat on. Paolo, the umpire. Yeah, to the right. Go to the right. Yeah, down a bit. There you go.
Nice.
Oh, he looks lovely, doesn't he?
Stay still now.
Paolo Buzzamati.
That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah,
it's like
looks
Sunday
the business. He looks the business. Yeah, look, this area where we are, this is Santarem. Now, Santarem's in the record books because on the 11th of August 2012, a group of locals, they were a little hungry. So right here, 55 people spent 6 hours cooking the world's largest omelette. They used 145,000 eggs, 400 kilograms of oil, and 100 kilograms of butter to make the 6,466 kilogram omelette. And, there you go. So Santarem, not only known for his beauty and his cows, and of course his cricket, but for omelettes as well. And on that note, we're ready to get going. Well, that's not an egg, that's a cricket ball. Here we go.
I wish it delay got a bit longer. Anyway, we're back to the action, and well, obviously, Amandeep Singh lost a bit of momentum, but he's still motoring, isn't he? 35 or 14. We'll make that 35 or 15 now. Yeah, this opening partnership continues to grow.
Yeah, well, let's hope that the delay is something that could help Gamblers, because they need help. They need to try and break this partnership. They need to get Amandeep out of the way quickly. It's nicely played. Well, the slip has forgotten where he should be, because he's right, well, almost right inside the trousers of Kuldeep once again. I don't know what I mean, look where he is here. I mean, let's see if we see him again in the next ball, if he moves or not. But he's encroaching on Kuldeep all the time. Maybe they have a thing going, those two.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's well, whatever works, I guess.
Let's see. Is he still pretty fine? Yeah, he is. Look. It's a bit wider, I suppose. He's getting even closer as we speak. This will be a wide. He's getting closer as we speak.
There's a bit of, yeah, want to tell a secret kind of thing about this.
Watch him here as the bowler's coming on the bowl. Watch him step. Watch. There he goes. He's getting closer all the time.
Just saying, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit too wide here.
Somebody should tell him that as the bowler's coming in, he should bend his knees and get ready to take a catch.
He's way too, even for a genuine first slip, he's way too close. Anyway, next one is worked away, and it doesn't really bother the batter too much. And it's going to be yet another boundary for Amandeep Singh. What a start.
Yeah, but see where this ball goes? There you go. Look where it's bouncing. Right before the ring, where a short mid-wicket would be. Move the slip there. He serves a purpose there. Hang on a minute. They're listening. They're listening. Oh, they're listening to us, Vinny. They moved him. He goes exactly where I'm saying. So, okay, this is better. It's come a little bit late. He's all lonely now. Lonely. I'm so lonely. I have somebody. Well, there he goes. He's lonely, but he's still working. He makes the stop. And that will be the end of the power play. And it's a pretty productive one, as it's 47 without loss. So Marlow looking to continue to pile on the misery over the Gamblers. Gamblers, though, look, whatever the score may end up, I'm not going to write them off, because don't forget how they performed earlier in the day in match number 2 of the day, of this day 4, match 17. Punjab CC Amadora piled on the runs with the, well, Sawa 59 of 21, player of the match performance from him to get his team to 168 for 4. But Gamblers, they only fell 15 short in the end, 153 for 8. And at one point, they were right up with it when they scored 101 of just the first 5 overs. So they have got it in them. The question is, though, they're looking a little bit flat. Are they going to be able to pick themselves up at the right time? They would love to. They would love to go back to base with a victory from today. So far, it's played 2, lost 2, whereas they're up against the team Marlow, who are, well, undefeated in the 4 matches that they've played so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a fascinating little battle we've had today between the teams.
Short, and it goes, disappears, and the fielder reluctantly has to jog after this. Does JP, because that goes all the way. Manos arriba on the arbitro, porque eso es 6 más, 6 carreras.
Yeah, nice batting. Again, just short. Helps himself, and yeah, not a good delivery. It's not his best effort, is it? Shader Rahman has come into the side for this game. Finds himself under pressure.
Batter waits, and this time it's a Mian that's getting going now. He hasn't always made good contributions. Well, he absolutely clobbers this for a man who's normally setting records for the number of ducks that he gets. And it's finally starting to find a bit of rhythm, and that's back-to-back boundaries. This one is a biggie. He absolutely launches into it, and it's, well, flies over the man at square leg for a big 6. His partnership now worth 59. This one. Why can I hear like a little baby's chime in my headphones? Well, we come back to that in a moment.
Definitely some bells going in our headphones.
Is it the ice cream van? Can I have a 99 flake, please, if that's the ice cream van? I'll have a 99 flake, but let's have a look at this. I think he just gets there. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if I think the
I think
base part of the bat is on the ground.
You've got to suggest that's in. I mean, of this angle, it seems like a pretty clean bat slide. Yeah, it's the church bells, I think.
And they've stopped. Because I mentioned I'd have an ice cream, it's stopped now. I bet you everybody else is having ice creams. I bet the people are eating 99 flake ice creams and they've left us out. Okay, so just moving the field around here. Get ready to continue as bowler Butsamatsa puts the stumps back together. Rahman, can he get a breakthrough? 12 off his over so far, 2 balls to come. And this has been whipped away, and he will get the breakthrough. There's a nice catch taken. It's nicely judged. And looks like it's neatly taken by the fielder. Just gets himself in a good position, Ranjit Narayan. Has to get the slide in and gets under it. Takes the catch. So that will be the end of Min Shahid. He goes, after playing some nice shots, he'll go for 15 off 7. So he's played his part in the power play. So hopefully, gamblers are hoping, right, we've got 1 wicket. Let's see if we can now, if that could start the rot. And that comes in is Zafar Ali.
Yeah, so you just have to say it's the wicket they needed. His run rate's still very good, over 150 pace, but you know how a wicket can just change things, and gamblers experienced that firsthand in the second match today.
Okay, so he does pick up a wicket. So can he get another? Can he be greedy? Come on. What do you reckon on the chat? I reckon let's try this. Everybody put your minds together and think wicket. You ready? You got time?
No, I don't know if the batter would be too happy. Zafar Ali.
It's okay. Next time he goes to bat, we'll do this, the opposite and think.
He'd probably say, can you at least
runs.
will us at 6 first? Anyway, 1 ball to deal with from Shada Rahman. Didn't try hard enough.
Oh, hang on. he's going to get a run. But first of all, it's not a bad effort from Rahman. Rahman is saying, hey, you're not supposed to block it. You're supposed to hit it. And he says, well, I'll get a run either way. Here comes the throw. Watch this. And he says, okay. I don't mind it from the bowler.
I think it's a bit crazy, but hey, each to their own.
That will be the end of the over. So he does finish with a wicket, but he gives an extra run away, probably unnecessarily, as the score at the end of 460. So at the moment, they're, well, on target to a pretty big score. But we've seen this before. We've seen how different 2 ends of an innings can be. And this one has started well, but maybe there's an opportunity for the gamblers to come back in it. But they have to believe here. I think they have to pick themselves up a bit. I'm not seeing too much motivational activity out there. I'm seeing players with hands in pockets. I'm seeing people reluctantly moving around. They just got to back each other and say, hey guys, come on. We can either go back home unhappy and sad, not getting anything out of the day, or we can pick up a victory, and we can get a victory against a very good team. But not bowling like that. He gets lucky because it goes straight to the fielder. I don't think there's any issue with the height, but the throw is terrible.
Yeah, literally throwing him away. This is classic game 5. We're going to see a bit more fatigue coming in.
Yeah, there's the height on that.
I think he's standing pretty tall, and I think this is coming down a bit. So for me, I think that he's...
I still would call it.
Okay.
And it has been called, yeah, because I don't think it's downwards. I think it's a fast delivery.
Yeah, that's true as well.
So it does get called.
That's one that could have gone either way, I think.
So, well, the wicket doesn't spark a comeback. In fact, the opposite. It was a Gandhi ball. It needed to be called. It does. So Verma, free hit. And it's been hit hard. And it will go to the boundary for more. And I think that what happened, I know it was a full toss, but what happened there when they got 2 runs from it, just again underlines what I was saying. You got fielders on the boundary, they're not moving, they're being a bit lazy, there's nobody backing it up, nobody coming in from the boundary to back up the throw, so they go and take 2. So not only was it just 2 runs, it was the 1 no ball as well, and now he has the right to go the full Monty, and he does, and he hits it to the boundary. Verma, 7 really off just 1 delivery. And now it's time for the French Cup. But there is a fielder there. We'll just keep it to 1.
Yeah, it's been an interesting battle with Amandeep. 39 off 17. He's been the real catalyst. If you can get rid of him, maybe you can still keep this down to something reasonable. They go upstairs, and Fenmo does it pretty effectively.
He gets one through. Okay. Slow walk back to his mark, isn't it? They're not rushing through here. They're looking like a team that have been tested today. Verma bowling to Singh, who he heaves this high in the air. It's a long way up, and that catch goes down. It wasn't an easy one, and now, well, it could be a run out, and now they could complete the run they wanted to get. They'll get to. It's all happening there at the moment, and the ball is still moving. They could have gone for another here, actually, if they wanted to, because this then ends up hitting the end of the pitch.
Yeah, that was a bit of a Benny Hill moment. We'll just take the run. There's been a few, let's just say, unearned runs in this innings.
Yeah, they certainly have, but they've got to wake up. It's like somebody's got to go out there with the, I mean, we heard some bells. Somebody's got to go out there with the gong and go boom, boom, and go walking around the outfield to wake up the gamblers and just say, hey, come on, get back in, spark yourself back into life. There's a match here. This has been hit well down the ground. Well met by Marta. He does good. And well, he's listening. He's heard the gong. Well fielded. Just a single. The score, though, has moved into the 70s now. 71 for 1 with the ball to go at the halfway point. So we'll see Marlow here line up another big score. Maybe hope to go bigger than the 132 they did in the first match they played today. Oh dear, this is going to be, well, a double whammy. That's bad feeling from both the fielders. It was first the fielder on the inner circle. That doesn't get down and doesn't stop this. So here's the first. Gets it wrong. And then the fielder who's doing the sweeping goes with the foot. And he gets it wrong. And that is Nitin Kamboj. So the over finishes with a boundary. 75 for 1 at the halfway point, so certainly are looking up to bring the 150 up here. Marlow.
Yeah, so you've got to get rid of him. If you don't get rid of him, it's going to be real tough. And so John Gray's been doing some invigilating. Do you know what that is? It's
No,
the people that sit around when people are taking exams and make sure they're not cheating or talking to each other.
All right.
I believe that's what it's called. That's the word he used, and it does ring a bell. So, yeah, it's tough work, that. I always wonder what happens when someone does get caught doing something. Never happened.
Did you ever cheat?
No.
You did. You had to think about it. You had to think about it.
No,
you did.
you know me. I'll try and, like, bend a rule. I'm trying to think of... I've actually read some great articles of ways people have cheated. Some of them pretty ingenious. I wouldn't say... I don't think I would ever cheat an exam. And also, you know, when this whole thing of copying people's work, I knew the people around me probably weren't getting them right anyway, so it wasn't much of an incentive.
Yeah, I tried once. I did
yeah?
try again. Yeah, I wrote things down on my hand, but then I couldn't read it. It was such a scribble, so it didn't really work. And, well, this works as Kuma comes in, Ankush Kuma, and he says, okay, you guys, sort it out, will you? Well, they're going to have to rely on him a lot. Ankush Kuma, not only has AK got to do it with the ball, that's a really good delivery. He goes wide, angles it in, he changes something. That's the thing, changes something, makes a change, changes the angle, gets the wicket. So that will be Zafar Ali that will have to depart. But yeah, AK is a big player, isn't he? Gets the wicket. But whatever, see, he knows whatever runs get on the board, it's going to be him and the wicketkeeper, Kulip Galaya, that are going to have to try and get the majority of them. So he's probably thinking, hey guys, we're just getting to a point where it might just end up being too many.
Yeah, that's right. That's yeah, again, Zaib comes to the crease. Pretty handy number 4. I mean, they do bat deep, Marlow, don't they? So, you know, he's a guy who we've seen do it at quite a high level and do it pretty well.
Yeah, but well bowled. I like that delivery. I like the way that he goes wide and just creates something different. So well done. Get another wicket, get a breakthrough. So maybe, I keep saying that we often see games of 2 halves. This one is a little bit too wide. We'll get called. I think what Cricket does well to get gloves to it, because he just takes the pace of it and then rolls it back sort of disappointingly to the bowler and says, hey, come on, you know you shouldn't be down the leg side. And then he freezes like a statue. Is he still moving? What's happened? He was holding that pose forever. Oh, I thought our robot was back for a moment. Okay, laced in the air, and the fielder, well done. This is better. Yeah, they're starting to move around now. So first of all, good stop there from that Verma out there. Then I like the way they got support from another fielder. They're just starting to wake up a little now, starting to show a bit more energy, a bit more purpose. Yeah, so just the one time I tried to do a bit of cheating and wrote things down on my hand. The thing was, I was too afraid, because I knew I was cheating, I was too afraid to have a look anyway, because I didn't want to get caught. And then when I did look, the first few times I looked, I looked, but I didn't really register what I was looking at. And then when I did look, I thought, I can't read this. So it was a waste of time, really.
Sweaty hands. It's always a bit of a risk. Anyway, this is going to be, he's actually kicked this into his other foot. It's a double foot fail. The first foot is actually successful from Sripal. Just check this out. I mean, there's footballers that get paid millions and millions of euros around the world to do these kind of moves. I just don't think it was required on the cricket field. And unfortunately, Mata cost his team 4.
Oh, Mata, may I? Well, that helps, because Amardeep Singh now is eyeing up a half century, just a couple away from it. And he plays this nicely. He'll get 1. Certainly will try and go back for 2. He will. And, well, as he sees the ball going to the non-danger end for him, he completes a half century. So it takes him 24 deliveries. And he's 50 not out. Well batted to Amardeep Singh. It's been a very good innings. And he's just, well, though other batters around him are starting to fall, he's staying there. And, well, you've got to say, with the time that he's got left, I know it's an early call, but he could go all the way and get the 100.
I mean, could do. That's a pretty good jinx to call it at the halfway point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do him a bit for the gamblers, really. But, yeah, it's a brave call so early. So I'll try again. So Amardeep Singh, he's on his way to 100. He gets past the 50. And he's got plenty of time to go. Hello to Ivan B. And a few other people getting on the chat. Some people say nice fielding, other ones saying good fielding. Yeah, and let's have a look at the scorecard. So Amardeep Singh 51, unbeaten on 25, on his way to 100. Me and Shahid, the captain, well, at least he did make a bit of an input this time. 15 of 8. Zafar Ali, he's been and gone. So now the new batter out there is Amir Zahib, and he can be useful if he gets going. He hasn't got the strike yet, as Amardeep Singh gets ready to take on the spin. It's short, so it doesn't quite get hold of it. The fielder does the work. He'll just get the single, so we will see Amir Zahib take guard to face his first delivery.
Yeah, it's been an interesting innings, and Zaib now, I think he's got his part to play, doesn't he? Because he's more than a second fiddle, Amir Zaib. He's a man we all see playing the internationals at the end of our 2-week journey here in Portugal.
Ranjit Narayan into the attack. And they're asking the question, they want it and they'll get it. There is an edge, and that will be the end of Amardeep Singh. So it worked, you see. I mentioned his 100 and he gets a snick behind. So gamblers, you can thank me later. But it's been a good knock, hasn't it? He's tried to hit this too hard, doesn't he? Takes his eye off it. And Amardeep Singh won't be thanking me later, but okay, don't be greedy. He's अच्छी सेवा की अपनी team. He's got his half century, and now he makes way for another batter to get the opportunity. He'll go for 52 of 27 deliveries.
Yeah, well batted. And yeah, the jinx works. A treat, always does. Yeah, Marlowe, I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Just look at the gamblers and some of the batters they've got at their disposal. You've got Golia. I think they've got to go back to Ankush Kumar as well at the top. But yeah, right now this innings, it does hit a crossroads, doesn't it, with that dismissal?
Yeah, things are just starting to happen, just starting to work. Things are working their way. That last over from Anush Kumar, it wasn't a bad one either. Going just for 11. So Ranjit moving his field around, wants to come around the wicket to the right, the left-hander that comes in. And the man that comes in is somebody that we know is, well, he doesn't come in at number 9. But he comes in here at number 5. He's a very good batter, as it is Nasim Sawa that comes in to see if he can continue the good form that he's shown today already. A bit short outside the off, so Sawa quite happy just to ping this into the deck and take the single. Gets off the mark.
Yeah, Ranjit slowing things down. He's had a bit of a mixed bag today, hasn't he, Ranjit Narayan? You've got to be brave to bowl at all, but particularly I think off spin to right-handers, but he gets this one up in the block. Cole does well. Zaib just works him away for a single. And look, Nasim Sawa, he was brilliant as well. He was player of the match in their first game and performed very well in the second game as well. So certainly the players to still take them to a big score.
Yeah, certainly. And the other thing what's interesting to observe here, as you see, trying to complete the over, and well, it's a swing and a miss, so he beats Sawa. So he bowls well, just 4 runs that come off it, takes the wicket as well, be 91 for 3. So well bowled to Ranjit Narayan. It's just we have a quick look at the matches coming tomorrow. Indian Royals, they're looking for their first victory. They're up against Friendship CC. Friendship CC, remember, got a great victory the other day against the Gurkhas. So they're on a bit of a high. Lisbon Capitals, they also did pick up a victory as well. The Fighters, they showed fighting spirit. We'll see them again as well. So teams we've seen already, and all of those teams have got, apart from the Indian Royals, have got victories under their belt. So are the Royals going to have a royal return tomorrow on day 5 of the European Cricket Series in Portugal? He picks this up pretty well, but just one bounce. He gets away from the fielder. They think about taking the 2 in the overthrow, and they do. And the bowler is not happy as he spikes it into the ground.
I love the raw emotion. Give me more of it.
Yeah.
It's been a frustrating kind of day for gamblers.
Yeah,
and look, gamblers, sometimes they get cranky when they lose.
Yeah, here he goes, look.
I know that. Double dribble.
Well, if he was disappointed about the one before, well, watch out what he's going to do when this ball comes back, because it's been smashed out of here. And that's a biggie. 6 runs. Here we go, wait for it. Boom. Shaka-lagia. Lovely shot. Yeah, what I was going to mention is, I keep saying about gamblers, they're looking a bit ragged. It's their 3rd game. It's also the 3rd match for Marla, but when you're winning, you want to keep playing.
And they've had breaks. They've had 1, 3, and 5, so they've never had to play back-to-back today.
Chops this down, tries to get it in the gap between the man at backward point and 3rd, but it's well fielded. Just the one, and now he's starting to push players back to the left-hander. Sawa goes back, comes back onto strike. Looking just to keep the attack on. The 100 also comes up on the board now. In this, the 8th over. High up in the air. Is it catchable? Is it going to go to hands? The bowler does take it. Well, he was frustrated before when he was spiking the ball into the ground. I would have wanted to see him spike that one when he takes the catch. That's a good catch. Actually, goes a long way up in the air. It's a good wicket to get. You know that Nasim Sawa, if he gets going, can certainly score pretty quickly. It's not to be this time for Sawa. He'll be caught and bowled for 1 off the 3 deliveries that he faces.
Yeah, nice catch. Held his nerve. I mean, probably looked a lot easier than it was as it went high and straight up into the clouds. Sad Mysom, he could use a few runs. I mean, he's a guy we've seen batting as high as 3. And they liked him up there as well, especially during that kind of ECL phase last year. And they were trying to turn him from a bowler that bats a bit into a genuine all-rounder. He certainly does have the ability to play some flashy innings. Let's see what he can do with the last 2 and a bit overs here.
Takes guard. That always intrigues me when batters go out there on an artificial, they take guard and then they use their foot to mark it like you would on a grass wicket. You're not marking anything there.
Just a habit.
Yeah. Up in the air, could be going first ball. He will be. And he will go. And let's have those ducks back again, because Maysam will go for a... Yeah, well, this is good. And he was wasn't happy, was he, when things weren't going his way? Well, come on, there we go.
Oh, poor Meissen. I know that's his second golden duck today, so collect the set. And, yeah, it's a sad little walk, isn't it?
Is it his second? We should have 2 ducks out there, really. The duck looks all lonely by himself.
So, yeah, let me just track it down for you. Slade Meissen. And he made 9 in the first match of the day that they played, but then he got an absolute humdinger second game, and he got bowled first ball by Gurubej, and then he just cracked that ball straight to cover. Well, that's the way it goes, I suppose.
That's the way it goes. That
Can't be good, be quick.
That means this, well, was that the end of the over? It was, wasn't it? So I don't think we are going to get... no, it's not the end of the over. So this is a hat-trick ball. Then it's a hat-trick delivery, a ball to go.
Yeah, still got 1 to go, so 100 for 5.
Kushkuma.
Could this be hat-trick number 7 of the season?
There we go. And it's on the money. Not a bad delivery. But Zulfikar Shah gets a bit of bat on it. Zulfikar was probably thinking, and as he's coming into bat, well, he'll go back and look at this and say, "Oh, Mac, you get that. I'm on my way into bat, and the duck is still on the screen." He doesn't want to see the duck anyway. It doesn't bring him bad luck. He gets off the mark, but well bowled there from Ankush Kumar. And I suppose so far we could say that the second part of the innings so far probably does belong to the gamblers a little bit, as that single takes the score to 101 for 5 of 8 overs. So 12 balls to go. And well, that's the hat-tricks that we've had so far. So we're looking to see if we can add to that here in Portugal. And that one there, and I know we've been to Gibraltar. Well, that little graphic there looked like the rock, because it resembled it pretty well. It started high and then started to come down. Stick with spin.
Well, Zaib, who's going to be on strike next ball, they call him the Rock. And it's a Saul-looking Narayan that does the fielding. Yeah, so Marlowe, I suppose they didn't have to play back-to-back, but I suppose they've had the longest day at the ground.
Yeah.
When you consider, yeah, it's about a 10-hour day, probably more if you factor in being a bit early. Hey, look at the clock here. Should be okay, but something to watch. Under 3 minutes to bowl these 5 balls.
Goes up in the air, catchable, and no, it's not. He's trying to bring this back into the field of play, actually. So I don't think this is a bad effort from Amdik Kohar. Just see, there's hardly any pace on the ball, so it's got to be a good hit. Just for me, though, I mean, he's probably not quite aware of the boundary rope. I think if he's closer to the rope, I'm not saying he's catching it, but maybe he's got a better chance to stop the 6. So, nice hit there from Zahib. And then he gets a quicker one. No run there. Well bowled there by Ranjit Narayan. This is what I'm talking about sometimes. As a bowler, you've got to have a plan, and you've got to be prepared not to bowl the same ball twice. And if you do get hit, well, what's your comeback going to be? Ranjit Narayan, he seems to have that figured out. This has been smashed hard. Fielded us well. They fielded well out there, I have to say, in the square leg mid-wicket region. If it's ever been near enough to them, they've made the stop. Couple to come in this, the 9th. Zulfikar Shah will be looking to get this one over the cow corner area, but that's well bowled. A good full delivery. I liked what Ranjit Narayan has brought into this. And then the fielder, well, I don't know what's going on here. He's fallen all over the place. Mata is looking like a man that's had a hard day in the office. He's falling around all over the place. He's saying, "I just want me bed. That's what I want. I just want me bed."
We've all been there.
Let's have a nice long sleep. Okay, last one on the 9th. 110 on the board. High up in the air. Mata, the one who wants his bed. He takes a catch. Well, now you can go to bed. Well done, Mata. Takes a catch. I'm liking that. So that'll put a smile on his face.
I mean, they do say go for everything you can, but Jitu rushes almost like a punt rusher in American football. He's coming. That's when he catches it, he's about to get tackled or something like that. It's good stuff by Mata, and a bit of explaining. I suppose when it's the captain doing it, just have a look at the way that Jitu looks like he's ready to lay a big tackle, a big hit on Mata, but he takes the catch, and so it will be the end of the 9th over. It is 110 for 6.
Yeah, and just bearing in mind, at the halfway point, it was 75, and at that time we were talking, well, scores around about 150. So I guess that the second half does so far belong to Gamblers. And like I keep saying, the Gamblers, don't let them fool you. They may look like they're not interested. It may look like they're out of this contest. But they've got a fair bit to give when they're out there with the bat. If things go their way, they can be pretty destructive. 35 has come off the last 4 overs. And let's see how they finish here. They're going to go back to pace, but one thing I'm noticing here, this is something that I know that different teams have done, and Marlowe's one of them. This has been absolutely crunched, and that is going to be a big 6. Balle, 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 as he goes all the way. And they go back to pace, and it gets absolutely creamed. And this is what I'm talking about. Marlowe are one team that have used the spin so well. Asad Mahmood, Amardeep Singh have kept the pace off the ball, and it's worked for them. And I just noticed there that little spell that went Gambler's way. It was when they took the pace off the ball. I just think whenever there's pitches like this, which has a bit of bounce on it, has a bit of pace on it, that's when spin comes to its own. I think Marlowe have demonstrated that when they're out there in the field. And that's what Gambler's going to get. They're going to get an all-out spin attack. Going to be interested to see just how they go, how their hard hitters go about it. That's well ball. That's going to be out. It's a faint little edge. So Rahman picks up a wicket after being banged for a big 6. And it's Zulfikar Shah that will go. He departs after scoring 9 of the 6 deliveries that he faces. So the fight back continues despite the boundary. Is a wicket and a dot. There's another bat that comes out, and it's a chance for us to see Popat. He comes out. Well, Popat is popping in to make a brief innings. He's got 3 balls. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, well, get a chance to try and lift him up over that 120s kind of target. I mean, they just seemed to get the wickets when they needed them, didn't they, Gamblers, to keep this from getting out of hand. They're still going to have to bat really well, but they'll feel like right now this is probably a 50-50 match.
Popat, left-hander on strike. And he gets back on the ball. He gets his first runs, and he hands the strike over to our man, who we thought were going to saw him come up the order, Rushan Singh, but for some reason he doesn't. You know what he's going to do here. I can tell you now. He's going to go down on one knee, and he's going to try to play this over fine leg.
He loves that shot, doesn't he? It was great that he had that chat with him, and this is where he loves to bat, isn't it? Right at the end. It's from listed opening, but we've seen him batting more or less down the middle to lower order.
I love the way he's looking out on the offside to make it look like that's where he wants to hit this ball, but he ain't going to hit it
He
there.
doesn't care where the fielders are anymore. There's only 2 left. Let's roll. Shada Rahman.
Okay, well, that's well bowled to him. Yorker length delivery.
Good
Haven't
ball.
seen a lot of these, actually, in the day. Forget about in this match.
That's one thing I think we haven't seen enough of. Just good genuine Yorkers or block hole deliveries. I'm surprised he doesn't go the ramp, because that would have been a good one to play. It is a good counter-attack to that block hole delivery. You have to play it well, though.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for it no matter what. Okay, 118. Last ball of the innings. And it's going to be a dot. Well, it might be more than a dot. They're asking the question. The umpire says it's not out, but it will be the end of the innings. And look, the way things were going at the beginning, when it was 47 at the first, at the power play after the first 3 overs, if you were to say to Gamblers, hey, you're going to be chasing 119 to win this match, you want to take it or not, they would have said, oh yeah, we'll take it. So they're not out of this contest. But the question for me is, how will the likes of Kuldeep Kulaya and Ankush Kumar deal with the spin that they're going to get from Marlowe? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Let's have a look at the highlights first. And like we say, beginning with the first few overs, it was all about the batters. There was a few mistakes. That's one that Marta won't be too happy about. They just looked a little bit sluggish. They looked like they'd gone out there and they hadn't woken up, but they had to wake up pretty quickly. And, well, a wicket helps you do that. That's what they were looking for. But for most of those first 5 overs, there was a lot of pain. There was a lot of carnage because the power play went for 47 and the halfway point, 75. But Verma was able to get the breakthrough, was able to get the wicket. And it was thanks to this catch from Ranjit Narayan. And Narayan played his part with the ball as well. It didn't stop the batters coming out playing their shots, but something had to give. But one man who held firm and he went all the way, was Amdeep Singh. He brought his 50 up, batted very well as well. That was a great delivery though. That was when Ankush Kumar came into the attack, and he knocked the stumps over straight away. And here's some more bad fielding, and it's Marta again, who was having a Marta type of day. But here's the wicket, and it was once again Ranjit Narayan who bowled very well. So once again, the slow stuff doing the damage. And then there was this one. This is a really good catch from AK. He comes on, Ankush Kumar. He picks up 2 wickets as well. And that little spell there was so important between Ankush Kumar and Ranjit Narayan. And the wickets were starting to tumble. There were a few big hits. This one was just out of the reach of Amrit Kohar. And Marta finally did have a highlight to celebrate as he does take a catch. Now here's another one, Marta. Do you just sort of say, you know what, rather than be predictable with who we're going to go at the top, maybe get someone like Kuldeep Gulaya a drop down by 1 position and just have Marta out there in the power play? I don't think that's a bad shout.
I think, it's an interesting one. I don't think I'll be messing with what happened earlier. I mean, when you score 100 off 5 overs against a very good team, I'm a bit surprised they messed with it already. But Marta is someone you can inject if you need quick runs. And also remember how Marta got his runs. He was a bit risky. See, the last thing you want is him to go out there and swing and miss and cost your balls early. Amrit Singh made a sparkling 52 off just 27 balls. Apart from that, you see the top order all contributing. But once they got him, they were able to turn things around a little bit. 3 for 21, Ankush Kumar. As much as the wickets, he's had a pretty good day. 2 for Shader Rahman and 2 also for Narayan. And he certainly has turned his day around after being quite expensive earlier. 2 for 13, his figures. We'll take a break, and we're running a little bit behind, but won't be too long before we're back. In about 5 minutes, we'll come back for the run chase. And gamblers, to take something out of the day, they need 119 off Marlow. Marlow trying to keep their undefeated run alive. Any sound to him is to Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you the other side of this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back for the final time here on day 4. This is the last innings of the day. And it could be a special one. Marlow unbeaten at the moment. They've got the runs on the board. It's, well, they have allowed Gamblers to sort of put the squeeze on slightly. They were going pretty well. They were at 150 pace at one point in the halfway period during this match. But they've been restricted to a score under 120, 118. So 119 required by Gamblers. One thing we know about Gamblers, I don't need to tell you this, is that if they get out of the blocks quickly, they can score runs at a pace. They've got some dangerous batters out there. I think Ankush Kumar and also Kuldeep Gullia are pretty special when hitting the ball. They've got the likes of Mata, who we've seen also today can hit it quite well. The captain can be pretty useful with the bat as well. But apart from the first time we saw them, batting has just sort of let them down slightly. So they need to try and come back strong. And they don't go with Ankush Kumar, which you heard Mr. Maxman say before we went to the break. He'd be looking for them to go right back to what worked for them in that high run chase earlier today when they were trying to get to 169 for victory. And got to 153, but they started with Ankush Kumar, who made a fine half century. But they stick with Kuldeep Gullia up there, but they go with Manak Darji. Darji, I don't mind him up here. He's a left-hander. He can create a few issues with the field, and he's more than capable. He can play some nice shots, but I just think he could really, if he doesn't get going, he can chew up too many deliveries and can apply more pressure on the likes of Kuldeep Gullia. But let's see how it goes. I don't mind it, but I think you've got to be prepared to be able to say at a point, if it's not working, to say, right, it's not working, let's make a change here now. And one thing that I was going to be intrigued to see is just how the hard hitters of Gamblers, particularly the 4 players I've already mentioned, deal with the spin. And it is exactly as I thought. They put the runs on the board, do Marlow, and they go with a spin attack straight away. Asad Mahmood. Darji. Okay, plays this out, and the fielder keeps his eye on it well. Once again, just to be a single. I mean, the rate is not bad. It's under the 12, or it starts with under the 12. But if you don't stay with it, it can soon creep up, and that's what Gamblers need to be sure not to do. Okay, high up in the air, and the catch gets dropped. Okay, this is a big moment, because that's Kuldeep Gullia that gets dropped. And just keep an eye on that moment. You can see Kuldeep Gullia, he's very annoyed with himself for playing the shot. But thing is now he's got to focus on the positive and say, right, I have been dropped. Now I've got to make it count. He gets dropped on 2. Darji now gives a chance, but he won't be so lucky. The catch gets taken by Asim Sawa. So the change, or the move to go for Darji to open up, doesn't work. But like I said, it's worth a gamble as long as you don't chew up too many deliveries, and he doesn't. He just faces 3 balls before he gets out, looking to get this one over the man that's at mid-off. But nice catch taken, safe hands there from the fielder. So though they have dropped Kuldeep Gullia, they do get one of the openers back, and no mistakes, as I said, from the fielder. So Asim Sawa takes the catch. Yeah, we just saw a number of matches with the golden ball just creeping up even more. We did say, though, that this could be, I think Vinny Sandu told us earlier before the start of this match, that the average score has been, or par score has been about 117, 118. So it's in that area. So it is on. Sawa takes the catch. And now it's his turn to come on bowl. This is nicely stopped. They don't take the single, which surprises me. You don't want to be turning down runs. It's nice closely watched, and this is just clipped away, so Kulit so far just singles, and they're not waiting anymore before Ankesh Kumar comes in, so I'm liking this. Kumar took 3 wickets, get a big score here, and not only could he get his team to victory, a victory that's eluded them today, but can also be looking to get Player of the Match award. Plays this away, but doesn't quite get the timing on it, and he's on his back foot, so Kulit Gulaya can't encourage him to take the single either. It's a slow start, and already, yep, you know what I'm going to say, that rate just keeps creeping up. Goes to play the sweep. Once again, it's not met with any real force. It just gently rolls to the fielder. They'll take the single. Edge, and well, it's been dropped by the slip now. It's the second chance that Kuldeep has given. The slip will get up and brush himself down. I think this is Amir Zahib, as he does. Yeah, there he is. Clearly see now. This is great angle of this one. Great work once again from Spring Productions. It's like a goalkeeper tipping it over the bar. Well, this one comes in a fair way. Gets played away. They don't take the run either, so you can see just like that the spin of Asad Mahmood, and now there of Asim Sarwar has really already put the squeeze on. Score is 8 for 1. This is where the gamblers are. They're trying to get themselves onto 4 points if they can and join the fighters there. Marlow looking to go to double figures and put a good, healthy 4 points between them and the teams there on 6 points. Unbeaten at the moment. And it is a case of spin to win. You've got to say the mood will continue. And it's not really the time you want to be playing defensive shots with the rate now getting close to that 14 marks, and the 118 now looks like a 140 score. Kulit Gulaya is probably now already accepted the fact that he's got to try and go after this spin. Slightly shorter, and he crunches this, and this will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So that's more like it, just a little bit shorter, and that's why he's able to get a good swing at this, and plays a nice shot. To hit it nice and straight as well, so even though there are fielders back there, they're not able to get into the play. It is the captain, Mian Shahid, that waits patiently to see if one comes his way. And well, one might do, and it does, but it goes through his fingers. It is an opportunity. It's another chance. Gulaya has been dropped now on 3 occasions. And well, we saw him dropped on 2. And we saw him dropped on 4 as well. And now we see him dropped on 9. He's not the man you want to drop as he makes his way to south to 13. Hit this flat and hard. The fielder can't stop it. That's a little bit disappointment. I think that may be Sawa. He's the man trying to stop this, and it's going to be awkward. But he needs to get something on this, and he's not able to do so. So 4 more. And just how costly will those drops be? Mahmood. Yeah, I think that look says it all as he looks around at the field and says, hey, you guys. Both mid-wicket. And oh, well, what happens here? I mean, he's very late to move away. I don't know if there's anybody walking behind the bowler's arm, but just at this point, he just takes himself away. Not really sure what the issue was here. So that one's called a dead ball. And you can see Kulit Gulaya saying, hey, people walking behind. I think it must be people walking behind the bowler's arm. I'm not quite sure what it was, but the ball does finally get bowled. It will be the end of the over, end of the power play. Oh, no, it won't be. I'm not sure what's happened here. probably didn't register dead ball, I'm guessing. So it does. Well, no harm done. The score does stay as it was. 21 for 1. So it's a low-key power play. And as a result of it, you can see they're a fair way behind where they need to be. Right now at about 13.5. I suppose the only good news for the gamblers is that Cornip Goliath had 3 lives as he's on 18 of the 11 balls at his face. And Kushkuma hasn't had too much of the strike. I suppose the other good thing is that they have seen out at least one of the spinners. It looks like Asim Sarwell will continue. I get the feeling that they're going to have to go after him in this one. You can't afford another quiet over. So I'll just make an adjustment to the field. We are out of the power play now, so both mid-off and mid-on move to the boundary. And also got mid-wicket back. Square leg is gone back as well, and then you've got a sweep around on the offside. So a pretty orthodox field. He wants to try something different here, Sarwat. He's going to come round the wicket, the left armour. It's going to go in between the umpire and the stumps. Oh, it's way down the leg side. And can't even believe that they're asking for this one. Just watch this. Watch the angle of this. If there's another set of stumps there, maybe. And I think there's a bit of bat on that as well. Kuma comes down and he hits this, but this time there will be no mistake from Mian Shahid. So all the luck seems to be going the way of Kuldik Goliath. And Kushkuma doesn't really get there, does he? He's not there. The shot isn't on. And he tries to whip it rather than hit it. I think this is here. If you're getting there, that blade has to come all the way over and round your shoulder. You've got to throw everything at it. And he doesn't do that. So he ends up just flicking it. That's going to be disappointment because he will go for just one. You see that? It's more of a flick than a hit. You really got to be trying to throw everything at it. And if he did, maybe he would get it over the captain of Famalo. But me and Shahid, he may have given a life to called it, but he's not going to give one to Kuma. And that's one of the biggies gone. And Kuma, disappointment for him. He'll go for one of just 6 deliveries. And it is Sarwat who gets the wicket. I did feel that they were going to go after this. Now they're asking for the question to side on. Wicket keeper seems pretty happy with it. So let's have a look. When the keeper's happy, you think that maybe it's close. I think the foot might. Does this foot go off the... He's in the air there. Ooh, very close, but I suspect he might have just got it back. Let's have a look. So keep your eye on the line, keep your eye on the toe. So just here. He's starting to go down, and I think he just gets down. It's not a lot in it, but great work once again from Spring Productions, from Elsa, and of course the 2 boys as well, Martins and Helsinki. So very, very close. So Amadeep Koha survives. Shuffles right across here, and well, he just paddled this up in the air. He's very lucky here. It's a nothing shot, really. This is what I'm talking about sometimes with the slow bowler. I mean, Sarwat, you can see there, he's a tall guy. He dwarfs the umpire there, Paolo Buzzi. But because he's bowling from that height, if you go back foot, the ball is going to rise on you, and it's very difficult to get it away. Amadeep lucky. Kuldeep. Well, now he... Surely not this time. Well, everything gets knocked over. Butsi gets out of the way. Sarwat runs into the stumps as he's getting to take the catch, but he doesn't get put off. And after having a few lives with it, here again, this is what we're talking about. Look at the bounce. He totally loses it. It just literally gives his wicket away. It's a disaster for the gamblers. They now lose the 3rd wicket. And with Kuldeep Goliath and also... and Kushkuma back in the shed as well as Darji. I just can't see how they're going to get back into this match. Also, the fact that the rate has moved to 16. It is the spin that causes all the damage. Sarwat picks up 2 wickets as well. So at the end of 4, it is 23 for 3. And now, if you think that the spin attack is going to come to an end, it is not, because now it will be Amandeep Singh to continue. And you can see here, they are a long way from where they have to be. New batter that joins Amandeep Kohar out there. He's having a look round. And it is Marta. Well, Marta, we know what he's capable of. I was sort of thinking that maybe he's a guy that perhaps could have been tried in the beginning. They went with Darji. Darji, for me, is not an all-out big hitter, but I think being a left-hander, they thought maybe he could give them some stability. That didn't work. Well, nothing's really worked. And now it's just, well, if Corey was here now, he'd be shaking his head and saying there's no intent. It's not good enough just to get the bat on the ball. You've got to try and work it hard and hit it hard. And, just not been their day, has it? And this is a big swing. I'm asking a question here, so we're going to have a look. I don't think it was such a convincing appeal. Let's see if there's an error here from the batter at all. Bat is down, so yeah, not out. I mean, the foot, if you go by just the foot, yeah, it's out because it's not past the line. But he does get the bat down straight away. There we go. And it doesn't bounce up. That's the other thing. Sometimes batters, at this point, see if he'd put the bat down and he rammed it into the deck and it vibrates upwards and the barrels come off just at that time, he's out. But he survives. Mata hits it firmly, gets it past Amandeep Singh. And Shahid, captain, is there. He's going to be a happy man at the moment, isn't he? Looking to make it 5 out of 5. Marlow, top team here in Portugal. Bit of aggression from Kohar. And liking this, as we see a little battle there of the two Amandeeps, Amandeep Singh and Amandeep Kohar. Back to Mata. Well, just totally, this must, I don't think he could do this again if he tries. I think this hits right in the bottom of the bat. There you go. We go back to the live action. This gets whipped away. No mistakes from the field. Nicely placed here now. That's that orthodox 3 on the leg side. And it's 27 for 3 after 5. Where are these runs going to come from? That's the question. The rate now is at that point of, well, Mr. Maxon would be saying, no return, exactly 18. Gamblers, they'll be disappointed if they don't get anything out of this day. I think the way they came back into this match was good. They restrict Marlow to 118. But what I'm seeing from Marlow, I have to admit, I like. I've been saying, when I've seen a number of teams going out there with good bowling attacks, but I've been saying one thing they're missing, spinners. One thing they're missing, spinners. Well, the reason why they're missing the spinners is because Marlow have kidnapped all the spinners that live in Portugal. They've got them all on their side. You've got Asad Mahmood, Asim Sawa, Amandeep Singh as well. Now we will finally see a little bit of pace. And high up in the air, is it going to carry to the fielder? And it does, but it gets dropped. And the man who comes inside, Maysam, puts it down. And, well, he's rubbing his chest, so that tells me that most of this made impact with his chest. Shati Tiaki Lagas, yeah, straight through the hands, right into the chest. So Marta gets a chance. This may not be so lucky. Well, hang on, it may be. Actually, it goes a lot wider than I thought. I thought this was going to be more in that third man area. Everybody shouts, catch it. But they're going to have to fetch it. Well, he gets a fair bit of power in this because it didn't look like this was going to go anywhere near the boundary. But it does. So 4 runs, not where he's looking to hit it at all. But maybe it gives Amandeep just a little bit of confidence. Rizwan now goes straight through his defences, knocks them over, juggle the Hutte style. Oh, that's another one. Another one bites the dust. And Amandeep Koha, after getting pretty lucky with the boundary, sees his stumps shattered. And he'll go bowled by Rizwan. And contributes 7 to the score of the 6 balls that he faces. Just falling like flies at the moment here. And Kuldeep Gulaya made 19. It was ball number 13 that got him out. I think he'd been out to ball number 13 a few times actually. But other than that, you can see Manik Dalji 2 of 3, Ankush Kumar 1 of 6. That's not like him at all. Amandeep Koha now just gets bowled for 7 of 6 balls. Mate is still there, and he's joined out there by a captain who's, you've got to say, it's going to be bitterly disappointed with the way things have gone here today. He goes out to the middle with the score 32 for 4 in this, the 6th over. He's gone. I think this is out. Well, they're all going up here. I thought I heard something. The bowler can't believe it. The keeper can't believe it either. The captain, Jit, stands firm. Oh, well, there is definitely a noise, but I'm not saying you can give it a noise alone. If the umpire doesn't see it, if the umpire's not convinced, then you don't give it. And that's exactly what bowler Puttamatsa has done, so not out. So, Balkrishna survives, the captain. Rizwan thought he had a second. He was convinced he had a second. Full toss. This has been swung and missed at. Straight into the gloves of the keeper. Yeah, it's a nice take, really. That hurts your fingers. Well, this time he does get a bat onto it, and he gets it over the fielder, and it goes for 4 runs. So, cuatro carreras. Well, Krishna says, I'm not going to miss out on 2 on the trot. And this one was a little bit wider as well. He gets a fair bit of bat onto it. Over the fielder it goes. And the wicket keeper saying, well, thank God that one doesn't go into my gloves, because it hurt. And of course, that's our friend behind the stumps, Roshan Singh. Ball to go in the over. It's another full toss. This is high up in the air. The catch will get taken. They're still running because, well, let's see what happens here. This is a proper wipeout. One thing to be checking, well, no ball is called straight away. So, no ball called. And the question is here, what about the run-out attempt? Are they having a look at this? So, first, the height. Okay, gets called. I don't mind that at all. You can see Paolo Buttamati having a look. So, the batters are running because I think they've seen the call. And then just here, I think he's out. I think he's out because the bat, where's the bowls coming? The bat there for me, I can't really tell properly in this angle, but I don't think it's past the line. So I wonder what they'll decide here. It's got to be conclusive. And that bat for me is in the air. I see that in the air. I think this is going to be given. It does get given. So he then takes a rough and tumble. So he carry on from here. Just watch the way the batter gets wiped out. The bat plugs. The bat goes flying. The fielder goes flying. The bat almost comes back and hits him on the head. Let's watch it. I mean, he's quite lucky that well, at least he's wearing a helmet, the batter, because watch this. The bat plugs and then goes after him. Just keep an eye on the running here. So they run. They hear the call on the ball. So Mate decides, okay, yeah, I'll get back. In he comes. And he's running hard. Watch the bat. He goes, does a somersault. And it actually hits him on the back. The bat hits him on the backside and says, boom, you know what, pick yourself up and get back because you're out. So Marta does go. Well, we saw a bat hitting the player on the backside. Now this ball is catching the batter in the stomach. That's going to be the end of Rizwan's over. It all happens. And it is 39 now for 5. 2 wickets came in that one. 1 genuine and 1 run out. 80 runs required in 24 balls. And it ain't going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. And that scorecard tells you a story. Kuligulaya made 19, but bear in mind, he had a life on 2, 4 and 9. But he wasn't able to make it count. No other batter has, as yet, made any contribution. And if you think it's going to get any easier, it's not, because they decide they'll go back to spin for a bit. So Amandeep Singh, who's bowled beautifully, he's going to come on another bowl. And the batter decides, I don't need me lid for the spinner. So Kambodge takes his helmet off. Okay, it's a nice enough shot. It goes to hand, so it gets fielded. Let's have a look at the number of boundaries that we've seen in this innings. Just the, what was it? We saw 3 fours from Kuldeep, 1 from Amandeep Kohar, and the captain who's out there at the moment, Bali Krishna, has 1 to his name. Amandeep just making a few changes to the field, to the right-hander. Square leg gets pushed back, so square leg mid-wicket. A long on the boundary, long off, and a sweeper on the offside. That sweeper will come in play here. And doesn't take it cleanly, so the batters decide that they will run on the misfield. So they'll get 2. Pretty flat out there at the moment. Just having a look at the gamblers' tent. They're pretty quiet, all sat down, and yeah, it's been that sort of a day for them. Marlow, though, they're up and about. They're looking to make it 5 on the spin. Speaking of spin that has done the damage, isn't it? Think about 2, but they're not going to get there. And the last thing that gamblers want to do is give another wicket away unnecessarily at the moment. It's a question of getting close now, I think. Getting close and think, okay, what's the positives we can take out of a defeat? Well, this is not reading the same script as a high one, and it's been well taken by Roshan Singh. He's a talented player, and you can tell the good players, because the good players are the ones that are dirty. And look at his shirt, he's been throwing himself around today. He takes a catch. He's had a good day, hasn't he, Roshan Singh? He's a class act behind the stumps. It was a good opportunity early for me to have a chat with him as well, and enjoyed him telling me the stories about where he started to play his cricket. And he's a lovely guy as well. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him behind the stumps as well. And I think he's a pretty useful batter as well. Probably comes in a little bit too low for me. But he takes the catch to get rid of Kambodge. Kambodge just the 1 of 2 deliveries. And Amandeep Singh picks up another wicket. 1 for 8 for him. He's had a good day with the ball. I think he maybe, so how things go here. I know that Balakrishna is still there. This will be a wide delivery. Just having a quick scan to see if we've had, I don't think we've seen any team that's been bowled out. I think we've got to, I seem to remember 9 wickets down. Yeah, fighters were 1 and 9 for 9 in one. So there's no team that's been bowled out in this series so far. Just wondering, well, that's been pretty well hit. It might get 4, we will. So I'm thinking about a team being bowled out. And Ranjit Narayan plays this one nice. That's a nice shot. Gets himself in a good position. He's a bit reluctant to get going straight away, so he almost checks himself and then decides, you know what, nah, it's safe enough to play. Even if that hits his pads, he's okay. And these are the teams you're going to see tomorrow at first up. Indian Royals against Friendship CC. Indian Royals, team that haven't got any points on the board as yet. We'll also see the Lisbon Capitals in play and Fighters returning as well. So we're going to have 5 matches tomorrow. Remember, folks, Peacock Friday tomorrow, so do remember to join us wearing your Peacock shirts. Side, my son. Give him the ball again. He'll be balling to Bali Krishna. Batter just goes down towards the leg side as he drops the bat on this. Gamblers, what can they take from this? What can they take from the day? Well, a number of things. One, they can take, the positives will be that in that match earlier, though they were not so good with the ball, when 168 was scored against them, their reply was entertaining. They were involved in a real epic of a match where 321 runs were scored. This is high up in the air and the catch gets taken. No mistakes there from Popat. So the catch gets taken, the hat gets popped off, but Popat in the action as well. A little bit away from the body from the captain, Bali Krishna. But he's not able to really get any momentum going either. He goes for 8 of the 9 deliveries that he faces. So Moisam picks up his wicket. A nice catch from Popat. So that's 7 wickets down now. Remember I was saying that we haven't seen the team that's been bowled out yet. They've got to be careful here, because one thing I was saying that the only positives that you can take, we were talking about the way they batted in that high scoring match. And 321 runs were scored, but other than that, there haven't been too many other highlights, to be fair. So it's a case of what they can muster together in the remaining deliveries to try and get close, because as we know, they're in a position where they're level with a few points with just that one victory under their belt. So net run rate becomes pretty important. And though they avoided a big deficit in that high scoring one, I mean, if they were only 70, 80 in that one, well, it would have been a real minus on the net run rate for them. But by just staying in content in that game and this one, they're getting there or thereabout. But this one, I think they're going to run short by quite a few here. They're difficult because the batters, not only are they thinking about the runs, but they're thinking about the wickets that have been lost. 7 wickets down, 50 early just comes on the board. This is a bit of a nothing shot really from Rahman, just a little bit of a woofed. Just a dot. To Gamblers, they've got worries, haven't they? They've got worries. I'm not seeing them tomorrow, so they've got a day of rest. Marlow, on the other hand, they're going to be very happy, and they'll be happy going into tomorrow. He's just going to drop short of Mian Shahid. He does well. He deals with the bounce well. But the batters do take the opportunity to take 2. So 52 for 7 after 8. So 12 balls to go. And, at the moment you can see that they're some 67 runs adrift. Few people normally at this time are ready to say their goodbyes. You've got to work commitments, etc. So if you are ready to say bye and on your way, well, I just want to thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being involved in the chat if you were. It's great to have you with us. And remember, join us tomorrow as we see a fantastic catch taker. Well, this is the man, we were singing all of his praises, and this is why. Roshan Singh, this is a very good catch. This comes at him pretty quickly. Watch this. He reacts, goes up in the air, and he takes it at the second time. And I said he's a man. You can tell when somebody's put in a hard shift because you get dirty, don't you? You get dirty for your side. Well, his shirt tells you the story. But what a good catch that is. What good reflexes. He's diving to his right. He gets hands to it. It pops out, but he takes it. A really good catch by Roshan Singh, who really certainly has led the way for the keepers. A great catch, and that means that's 8 wickets down. Just watch him go here. He's going pretty quickly, gets hands to it, but I like the way he's aware and alert. It takes it on the rebound. Well done. And, well, he can't do anything about that. That is cheeky. And the fielder who's trying to stop it with his feet, and that is Sawa down there. All he succeeds in doing is just booting it to the boundary. Naughty but nice from Jai Prakash. He'll get a boundary. Rizwan won't like it. Oh, this one just follows the batter. It's a good comeback. He says, well, if you think I'm going to give you width again, forget it. I'm going to be right at you. And he's trying to get out of the way, but he can't get out of the way. The ball follows him all the way. And he can smile about it, Prakash. But yeah, if you are leaving this, thank you for watching. And remember, tomorrow, full agenda, 5 matches. So we'll see you tomorrow. And, remember, if it is cold and snowy outside where you are, well, get a blanket, get a mug of hot cocoa, sit in front of your device, put the cricket on, and when you see the sunshine here in Portugal, I'm pretty sure that the warmth will come through to you as well. Yeah, more excellent keeping. The crew is saying, yeah, it was. It's a very good catch. This one will be called a wireless swing and a miss. Hello to James Michael, who's saying, well done to us. Well done to you all. I mean, you, the guys and girls watching, the key pass going around the globe, wherever you are, having your input. Gets played out into the offside. They have to run pretty quickly, but you can see there. Let's pop out again. He thinks about it and says, you know, nah, there's not really any point, and he's absolutely right, there isn't. Rahman. Looks like he's ready to go for a big shot. Look at him, banging the deck. He'll get a wide, he'll get another chance. So, banging the bat down a few times, say, come on, give me one to have a crack at. Well, he does get one to have a crack at, and he does pretty well. That's going to go for 4 runs. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot there from Rahman. And it takes his team into the 60s at the end of the 9th over. Yeah, good hand speed from him there. Gets him to having a good position. Whips it away. That's 4 runs. We get ready for the last over of the day. 63. 8 wickets down. It looks like Gamblers, I don't want to speak too soon, but it looks like they'll survive the scare of perhaps being the first team to be bowled out in the series. Just look at the bowling figures there. It's been good spells all round, haven't they? I suppose you'd imagine they would be with the score as it is. And, Asim Sawa 2 for 5, 2 for 23 for Mohammad Rizwan. Everybody's put in a good shift here for Marlow, unbeaten in the series. This one just gets played out. They will take the single. I think the thing with Marlow is now, because they'll give themselves a good cushion between themselves and the other teams that are battling out below them. Next time we see them, they will have the comfort, if they want, to make a few changes. They can afford to do that. So if they wanted to try out things, or even rest players, because a lot of games they're going to play, and remember, only the top 4 of the 11 make it through to the finals day next weekend. Well, so there's an opportunity to rest some key players. If you know that you're going to make it, once you know you're going to make it, you can make that call. So they're probably the first team that can probably think about doing that in some matches that they've got coming up. Whether they choose to or not, probably not, because I think these guys just want to play. My Sam. Takes all the pace off this. It's another swing and a miss. So just joining the dots up here as we come to the end of the day. It's been another great day, isn't it? Been some good cricket. And I think you have to say that all the matches really, apart from this one, it could have gone either way. 132 to 123. Match 1 of the day. Match number 16. A victory for Marlow by just 9 runs. This one's been hit pretty well. Fielder comes across and makes a good stop. He can't take the catch and decides, okay, I can't catch it, but I'm not going to give you the boundary. Well, that's nicely done. I think the batters only take the 1 as well. So that was the first match. Marlow beating Punjab CC, Amadura. And then, well, Punjab CC, Amadura did bounce back, didn't they, with that high-scoring 321 runs in the match win against the Gamblers. And that's the first time we saw Gamblers. Well, this is a beautiful shot. Well, what a way to come to the close of the day. We saw a lot of this earlier from the Gamblers in that game when they got to 153, chasing 169 for victory. But we haven't seen too much of it since. A lovely shot there right towards the end of the day from Jai Prakash. A ball to go. Then we saw Gurkha Marlow play in a very tense finish where Roshan Singh, the man behind the stumps here, scored 6 of the last to give them victory. Well, he goes for another chance for taking a catch, and the catch goes down. And the ball doesn't go to the boundary. They think about carrying on run. They will. It could be a run out towards the end, but not the best of throws. Roshan can't get to it. And that will conclude the day's play here at this wonderful SEG cricket ground. Absolutely beautiful. And it's a victory for Marlow. So Marlow, they remain unbeaten in the series. Played 5 and won 5. A victory by 45 runs as we prepare to have a look at the highlights. So yeah, that was a cracking game, wasn't it? But only this one, as I said, is the one that it's been a little bit one-sided. Match number 19, by the way, Gurkha 11, 109 for 8. Gamblers 91 for 8. Again, that one could have gone either way. An 18-run win for Gurkha. Gamblers are the team that will be more disappointed than all the other teams. They've had to put a big shift in. And despite Kuldeep Gulaya having a few chances, they couldn't capitalise on it. And eventually, Mian Shahid, he did take the catch. He took the catch to get rid of Ankush Kumar. It was a soft dismissal from a man who's normally so powerful and so explosive. And if that was soft, this was even softer as Sarwar takes the catch to get rid of, finally, Kuldeep Gulaya, who, well, he had his luck, but he wasn't able to make it count. Thank you to all the people that are saying their goodbyes in the chat. Have a lovely evening. Thank you to Shrug as we see the highlights there. And basically, once again, Marlow showing that it is spin to win. That's what they're doing, and that's what's working for them. But, for those of you that are in India and around the world, all the Hindus, hope you enjoy the celebrations of this day. It's a day that marks the birth of Lord Rama, so celebrations will be happening all around the world to celebrate that one. Enjoy your celebrations, and maybe when you're out tomorrow you can tell us what lovely delights that you had to eat. We can have some food talk, I don't mind that. It's a great catch there on the man behind the stumps, Roshan Singh. He's had a good day, hasn't he? And once again, it was a pleasure to catch up with him and have a little chat with him, and maybe he can catch up with 1 or 2 other players tomorrow as well. A big shout out to the team that are providing you with these highlights as well, who've been sensational all the way through the day, and they've been great at entertaining us as well, especially when we've had some of those delays that we've had to put up with. Spring Productions, take a bow, Spring Productions. I think you should put a load of applause on the chat for yourselves, guys and girls. You've been absolutely marvellous. Elsa, Martins and Helsinki. The scorecard there, nobody really able to get to past the 19 that Kulukulaya put up on the board. Jai Prakash liking a couple of shots that he played towards the end of the innings, but not a good day, not a good outing really for gamblers, and they'll be looking to come back stronger next time round. Marlow again, this is one thing that Vinny Sandhu touched on, is not too many extras at all, only 3 wides and those 2 no balls, and the teams that are winning are the teams that are not giving too many extras away. Thank you very much to John Gray as well. He's saying his thank yous, and of course, yeah, thanks to Vinny Sandhu as well, who has been alongside me throughout the day as well, and no doubt he will be giving everybody his thanks as well. Remember, you can stay in touch with us on the social media. It's always great to hear from you all, and though we can't reply to all of you in person, so many lovely messages from you all, we use this platform to say thank you to you. So keep your support for us coming, and keep the support, of course, for the European cricket game as well. We thank you for all the lovely and kind words that you say. This is the match summary, and as we have a look at that, it's an opportunity for me to thank all the umpires today. They've been absolutely brilliant. To Buck Stoneman, to Naeem Akhtar, to Paula Buttamati as well, and also to Ryan Peters for the tournament referee for doing some great work. And of course, you can't forget the scorers as well, because they are part of the officials as well. As I always get reminded, don't forget the brilliant scorers. And of course, here we know we have Samir Nayak, Mars Baji doing a great job, Nilkesh Patel, Mehda Daub, and Alistair Priddle's been around the ground as well. And Diane Oros, of course, the ECM photographer. Look out for all of those photos, and look out for some of those interviews as well. It's a team effort all round. And last of all, obviously, I want to say a big thank you to you, our global cricket family, wherever you are around the world. We are so blessed. We are so lucky. We have got the best viewers in the world. The fixtures coming up tomorrow are on your screens. 5 more matches coming up on Peacock Friday. Remember, get out of those, get those lovely, dashing, colourful Peacock shirts out ready for tomorrow. Get them on and put them on, and join us for a little bit of fun on Peacock Friday. And all that's left for me to say is say good night. Be careful, be safe, be healthy, be happy. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Take care.